Hello, chat. How we doing? Hello, hello. Hey, YouTube chat, Twitch chat, everyone's here.
It's a matchup no one saw coming. Today, Wolves go head-to-head with Fnatic for a shot at the trophy.
Hello, everyone.
It's a best-of-5 showdown that you do not want
Ever go
to
winning
miss.
today?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Masters Toronto lower
Let's actually have a little
final,
think
coming
about
at you
this.
live from the Enercare Center in front of an awesome packed house
Minus
here on
Paul.
Golden Boy. You got Kukuka Mimian joining us on the desk.
What are we saying? Minus Haven question mark? And I think they could float it and they might float it.
I mean, we've got a great game in front of us, and yeah,
Split, from what I've seen, I might even be tempted to say Wolves.
So we went from Sassy to Sideshow. Who's next?
Ascent
and then Mimi, because we're gonna shape
is
your guys'
50-50. Lotus is Fnatic. Icebox is Fnatic.
That got dark. That got really dark. I wasn't trust me, I wasn't
Sunset
ready for that one. I was just speaking a mile a minute. Now,
is
look,
Wolves.
guys, look,
So that's a 3-2 to Fnatic
Let's
in our
actually
heads,
talk
right?
about what's in store for our next
Yeah, I think
event,
Fnatic.
Champions Paris, and how you
Wait, what was the
can get
50-50
involved
map?
from home.
Is that not a 2-2? What did I say was the 50-50 map? Ascent? Dude, this could be an absolute banger. Yeah, what is going on there?
Cosplayers,
I feel like I missed a really important part.
Calling on you and your work. Introducing Champions of Champions, a new community voting program we're kicking up for this year's biggest event. You'll be able to submit, vote, and support your favorite fan art, cosplay, and esports edits for your region throughout Stage 2 right up to Champs. After 3 rounds of voting and judging, the winners from each region are going to be crowned during the Champions Grand Finals and
in chat, who wins Ascent?
At Riot headquarters. Submissions are open on August 15th, and make sure you follow at VALORANT on socials for more
Community votes, yeah.
Now, how do we get someone to do like a? Do you have some artwork you want to share?
I've got a piece.
Already?
I've got a piece
You
of
got something
artwork
ready?
that I've pulled out. So this is Sufat Baby popping off. I mean, I don't know that this will.
You nailed the logo.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about this one.
What are you saying? I didn't nail the rest of it.
Yeah.
There was a
You got
certain
the arms.
implication.
You got the arms. The arms look good.
At least
You got the mic, but you didn't get the headset.
At least I tried.
I'm confused.
At least I
I'm just
tried.
confused. Josh, I'm just confused.
It's from what I've seen out there from the artist alley and the things that fans have come up to us and showed us. There might be some better choices to.
I want some crazy
You tell
nails.
us? Yeah, I'm not sure about Ascent, dude. Ascent's pretty open. If that ends up being 5th map, that'll be a banger.
I'd go for some crazy nails.
Yeah,
you know?
see the ones that
Vansili,
we've had a lot of great artists.
Oh yeah, awesome stuff, folks. Don't forget, make sure you get
Yeah, I
involved,
think
and,
I
we
think
cannot
I
wait to see
back
all the
Fnatic,
things
but
that
I
you
wouldn't be
will
surprised.
create. Now, let's go
if
ahead
Wolves
and
win.
talk about what happened on this stage yesterday. First, we saw PaperX take down Wolves in the upper bracket final, and Mimi.
Was
this
it last
one,
time that
you know,
Fnatic lost a
we were
best of
coming into
5?
this wondering what the strength of Wolves are going to be, but man, I'm leaving it thinking PaperX.
Is it not even?
freaking
Is it not the old
Yeah,
Liquid
this first map was
2024?
pretty close, but once we got onto Ascent, we saw a little bit of a pivot in the comp for PaperX.
That 2024 or was that 2023? I can't even remember now.
Through that one, now in their 3rd global final, looking for that first trophy.
Yeah, and then of course you had Fnatic versus G2, a matchup we were highly anticipating their sideshow, but what ended up occurring was, well, Fnatic looking good in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, the experienced players of Alpha and Chronicle just putting on a masterclass, and Kayak towards the end as well, really
Who's
stepping
casting
up
the finals?
to the occasion,
So
becoming
you would
that kind of
imagine
gameplay that they were looking for.
with
Spectacular
Sideshow
showing,
here,
putting down
they
one
will
of the favorites
get
for the
Pansy,
tournament,
High
but
Pocket, and
continue
then
on.
Sideshow
you know,
Bren
Mbaye,
for
I
the
mean,
final.
Really, like, just to see where we are right now, we got Wolves and Fnatic.
Pretty
I don't think a lot of
much
people saw
confirmed
this
from
one
watching this, I
coming,
would
you know,
say.
for Fnatic
You
fans,
guys doubters. You
Well,
doubters.
I
always believed in Fnatic.
no, but in the lower, well, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have expected this situation. Them going down so early and having to fight their way back up.
Yeah.
It has been a journey for them, but it's also been quite the journey for the Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. That my only worry, and that might come true today, is that Wolves is going to have a little bit of a Gen G scenario of like having a brilliant tournament. Everybody started cheering for them, thinking that they could go very
It's funny
far,
if
and in a
EMEA
matter
doesn't
of
win
a couple
another
of days, they could be
trophy.
out of it, and the dream could be over.
I
But
mean, it could be
still,
even
the
funnier, to be
performance
honest,
that we've seen from
EMEA
them,
winning
they won
another
all of
trophy,
our
but
hearts,
again,
and
it's
that
just
is not going to go
Fnatic.
away.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
I think
We are
no matter what,
excited to
it's
see this
I think no matter
unfold
what,
in
it's
just a little
funny to
bit,
be
but
honest.
We also got a few other things planned.
I still
here
think
as well.
Paybreak's
Might as well talk about what's going to be
fine.
going down tomorrow. We have our finals, but before that, it's going to be a show match. It's Team Tarek. They're going to be taking on Team Toast on a brand new map, which is going to be making its world debut tomorrow. The lineup includes people like Tens, heckin' love that guy. Mel, heckin' love
Ciao.
that girl.
Is
and
that
a ton
now?
of other familiar
Is that
faces. You
this
don't
time tomorrow?
want to miss it.
12?
Trust me, it's going to be silly and ridiculous. I'm very, very much looking forward to that.
That
The
is.
walkouts.
I won't spoil anything, but he was rehearsing something for it today. It's going to be really fun.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Now, of course, tomorrow's show match is the subject of our MasterCard fan poll, and we want to know who you're pulling for. Is it going to be Team Tarek or Team Toast? Scan the QR code, and we'll have the results in just a little bit. You know what?
Is that Spider Yoru? That was looking a little crazy on the bottom of the gun there.
Yeah, you know, a couple inventive things that we've been seeing here. That person needs to get their phone checked out because clearly the screen is
cracked
cracked.
phone.
But you know, oh, and there's Kubert there. Oh, poor Kubert. He's
taking revenge. He was putting Fnatic in the bin.
Oh yeah, he's got to do something. You know, he needs to answer back somehow, some way. Make sure you guys use those hashtags VALORANT Masters and VCT. We'd love to hear from you. Now,
I don't want the maps. I mean,
over the last 11 days
there's only
here,
one potential
and
curveball,
we're
right?
going to round
And it's not
up
going to
our
happen.
top 5
Fnatic
plays
bans
of the
Pearl,
event.
Wolves
We've
ban
had
Haven.
so
That's what we
many
said.
great plays. We
Fnatic
simply
picks.
needed to find a way to do
Fnatic
it.
picks
So it's time for
Split.
the Mountie Roundup.
Wolves
All right,
pick
and first up,
Icebox.
We've got this clutch.
Are these guys
to
okay?
use From Forsaken, just go ahead and roll.
They're picking each other's. They're picking each other's maps.
Oh, yes, get it in around. Sorry, yes.
Unless they want to get it out the way early.
Starts playing because this play kept them in the tournament.
Fnatic then picks Lotus, and Wolves pick Ascent. Dude, Fnatic could 3-0 this.
I mean, for sure.
And that was the
But then
round where
if
it would've
Wolves
been
get
make
into
or
the
break.
late
Ascent
game,
could've gone to OT.
then
We
I
could
feel
be
good
in a
about Wolves.
completely different tournament if that doesn't happen, but sticks it through, keeps his team in it, closes out the map, and now PaperX in another final.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see them. Of course, we'll be catching them on the grand finals tomorrow, but our next clip here is Valen's big clutch that we saw against PaperX and Sideshow. Valen was really hitting so many brilliant shots during this event.
Yeah, he was huge in some really important moments.
If
He
Liquid
played this
knew
one
Nats
fantastically
would
as
get his
well.
visa
Made a really
and he
good call
got
to
here
round
when
back
everyone
from
else
the-
did,
his
where
aim
would they
was
finish?
spectacular. It's just a pity that he wasn't able to make it to the same distance as Bangkok.
Yeah, no, but hey, you know what? There's always going to be champions Paris.
Top
Our next clip here is going to be coming there
6,
from Texture.
somewhere in the top
I
6.
love this, man.
It's Texture, just doing Texture
In
things.
so
At-
many
at
circumstances,
minimum,
like this
I would say,
1v3
from what
was
I've
out
seen.
of this world. I think that the
I'm pretty
neon
sure
that
they
he
would
showed
beat all
throughout
the Seed
entire
1
tournament
teams that I'm
must be the
watching.
envy of many of the duelists and players that we have
Who would
here.
they lose
He
to?
plays the agent to its full potential, and sometimes
Maybe
that
Wolves.
means clutching up the round like this one.
Oh, it get down right to the
Maybe
wire.
Genji if they played them early.
0.51, Mimi. That's wild.
Just ridiculous. And Texture 2, despite being out of this tournament, still is holding the #1 spot in most of like the duelist stats. If
That's
you look
crazy.
at the event as a whole, he had
Yeah,
such a
if they
good
actually got
performance
Nats early,
back
it would
there
have
for
been
Wow,
kind of
that is
crazy.
wild stuff there. Now, shifting gears to one of the competitors you're going to be
But
seeing
they
on
also had
stage
less
today.
times.
got
You would imagine they
Juicy
wouldn't win.
for your number
But I
2
don't think
player.
most of the
Of
teams
course,
did great with their
Pistol
time
Pulse
anyway,
and
so
Patience.
I don't
Yeah,
actually think
so I
the
was
time
I was on present
aspect
for this one, man.
matters too much
watchpartying
because most of the
this.
teams.
I was not, still here, but I remember this.
Most of the
vividly
teams
because,
didn't
of
use their
course,
time
they're
well
playing
anyway, in
against
my opinion.
Heretics, and this Pearl was a great showing from Wolves. Of course, we're speaking about the Swiss stage, and it looked like a round that could have been potentially for Team Heretics, and it was Juicy pushing, going the distance, trying to make that round very difficult for Heretics.
The Heretics Prophecy,
Well, you know what?
Fnatic win today. I think Fnatic like the matchup. Like, no, Wolves get rid of Haven. It's been like one of their lower maps at the moment, win percentage-wise.
This is Kiko any day of the week in EMEA. Probably the one that he is playing on the stage. He gave us the same.
What do I mean with that?
he's been given for
I mean that
since
most
he joined,
teams,
VCT,
in my
and
opinion,
he's
had a
absolutely
wrong read of the
silly, and I
meta.
wonder what would have been if,
So
Liquid
much
announced
breach,
it from the
not strong,
beginning and this and that. Maybe
without
not
the
one.
tail,
They would've
in
still
my
been knocked
opinion.
out very early on.
Lot of
Don't
Cypher
go.
when
I
you
don't
can have
see
Vice.
two
Don't think
looking
that's very
regions,
strong.
sorry.
Loads of Neon. When your main duelist hasn't been on Neon for 2
Don't
months.
ask where Liquid and Heretics went as well, but I love how he plays that clip too, like the satchel to knock the other Raze up. Still
Loads
hits
of-
him with the
loads of
rocket,
double
and then
initiate
that
to a
final
breach.
shot, like a 90-degree flick
Even
to
though he
win out.
got
It's just
stronger
That's a clip of
Sentinels
the year candidate.
that you
Like,
can show
that's-
first
that to
time
me
rounds
is
that have
similar to the
initiator
Jordan
util.
you know, ridiculous
The Bucky
Bucky
one.
stuff that we saw previously. That is a clip of the year candidate.
It's also like he's one of those players who was good last
Yeah,
year.
I
but
think
has
Liquid
been
would have done
so
well.
much better in 2025 as well. So just hope to see Liquid and Kiko at champs.
Oh yeah, well, I know that everyone feels the same way about that. Hey, we respect game. We respect game out in Americas. Come on, you know, we're here for the sport, baby. But let's go ahead and send it down to the floor because we have Vansili who's standing by with a couple of
The teams won't expect the expected, though. Okay, I like that. That's true. I didn't think about that. They're expecting something new, so they don't expect what's expected.
How's it going, man? Very happy to see you here.
It's good. It's nice to be here. It's nice to see the fans. It's the first time at the event, so it's awesome.
All right, so I have a quick question for you. You've been tweeting out some cryptic messages that everything is going according to plan, just as you've planned. So does this mean prediction? Who's winning today, and who's winning Masters
He's going to say
Champions?
Fnatic and PaperX.
Thinking PaperX will win champs. Today, Fnatic, it'll be nice to see Fnatic, PaperX play against each other. I think it'll be a close game, but for sure, PaperX wins.
That's what we meant. Winning Masters Toronto. Thank you so much, Pujan.
All right, you heard from FNC.
Champs. He's going for champs. Dude, we haven't won Masters yet. He's already set his goal on champs. He thinks it's out locked in.
For Fnatic, never really been in this position before here. And look, the challenge, Bea, is going to be for Wolves. How do they pick themselves up after what happened to them yesterday against PaperX? And for Fnatic, how can they continue to ride this momentum, especially after that great win against G2?
I think it's crazy that Fnatic have been in so many events, but they've never played a lower final. When they've won, it's been through the
Have I seen the new map yet? No, I haven't seen the new map. I've seen the 3 leaks that Valorant did. And I mean, I think the sites look okay. But I think with what I'm looking at, a lot depends on middle and time for rotate.
And I think that is something that Fnatic has been diving more into.
And for Fnatic coming all the way
Are
from
they
the
leaks or
slower
teasers?
bracket,
I mean, I would say,
they
well, they're
first
teasers
round
technically, but
alongside
you get the
every other
minimap,
coming off of
or at least
beating G2,
segments
like
of the
you're
minimap.
mentioning, one of the tournament favorites coming into Masters Toronto, and now in a lower final for the first time. But a team that is so experienced in these late tournament
It looks like
stages,
Dust 2. It
playing
doesn't
on
look like Dust
the
2.
biggest stages versus a Wolves that is still a complete
It's
shock.
slightly dusty on the floor, I guess
really
is what
get
you're saying.
different stories in terms of the
But apart from that,
experience
mate,
of these teams. I mean,
it's a strong
obviously
reach. It
Fnatic
really
have not
is.
been through the lower bracket, but they've just been at tournaments forever. It's only Kayak that hasn't, and he already
Valora
proved
with the
yesterday
tier
that
1.
he
Thank
can
you for the
step
6
up and
months,
take
dude.
home.
Thank you, thank you.
Massive opportunity, not just for Kayak, but also for the Wolves guys. A lot of fresh faces that we've been seeing here in Toronto.
Mid looks like Dust 2. Mate, we haven't seen mid yet.
Let's actually talk about
What are you guys,
what
are you guys typing? They did 2 leaks. One is they're both the sites.
Right now. So
Unless you've seen something that I've seen.
Ramifications
I mean,
here,
that I haven't
because what I'm
seen.
seeing is a PaperX that's in a position
Champ
to maybe
points
overtake
check-in.
T1
Wait, this is pretty
and
legit.
a Wolves who can overtake
Wait, we're doing good stuff on the desk? Hold up.
mind-blowing.
G2 confirmed. Fnatic.
The third place gets 4 points. The
Okay.
second
Wait, Heretic's
place
actually
gets
doing pretty
5
good.
points,
Damn,
and
this is
the winner
close.
gets 7 points, which is
Damn.
an absolute massive amount. And I think it's good to see that PaperX are definitely going to skyrocket. Most of the teams, Wolves, the
Dude,
same
this is
going to
close.
be top of their region. And for Fnatic, this could mean not fully 1000% locking in chance.
We can't see
They will
China.
have to completely bomb out
close.
of stage 2
Ah,
for them not to be going
Too
to
slow,
the event.
dude.
Yeah, when you're looking at that
I'm
graphic,
too
G2
slow.
at 19 points, they've already clinched.
It was close,
They're the
chat,
first
so you
team
have
that
to-
we know
so we
is
have to
going
know.
to champions out of all of the regions. But the rest
It was,
of these squads in the top 4
don't know, I
are
can't even
close
remember what it
enough
was.
that if they can make a finals, if they can win,
I think it was
and not
10-9-9.
go winless in
EDG
stage
10.
one, it's almost
Wolves
assured
9.
to make it to that final tournament.
G
Yeah,
line
I mean,
9.
really, the
Maybe?
race for Champions Paris is going to be something
could be- I
else,
could be
and all
completely
that
wrong
will
here.
continue to manifest itself going into stage 2 and beyond. But let's
Someone
actually
get on
go ahead and
Wikipedia.
get a little aura check with our friends Boaster and Sufat, baby, because these two guys are just on another level when it comes to the presence on stage.
10-9-9 was Pacific. No, that was China as well.
Deal, but Sideshow,
Yeah,
when
10
you're
for
up there and you
EDG,
have
G
that
line 9,
confidence
Wolves
and
9. There we go.
doing what Boaster's doing there, or even what Sufat Baby's been doing as well, that does speak volumes, and it can help keep the team motivated.
Yeah, it totally can. I think
Even when you're twerking.
Boaster is so good at keeping the atmosphere light for the rest of the team, But for Sufat and the rest of the Wolves
like
players,
Fortnite dances, but yes.
Well, exactly. But for Wolves, they're keeping themselves in it.
It's top 2 and 2 from champ points.
There's
Yes.
also a lovely story between these two.
Yeah, there's history here. Sufat Baby has been a player who, well, this is his first time playing on
Do
a
we know the
global
maps?
stage. He's
Yeah.
been competing in
Let's see if I can
Valorant
remember the
since
maps.
2020, and you see in
The
the
maps
Jersey swap,
are
he did here with
Wolf,
Boaster that he's been a
Fnatic
fan
pick
of him
Split.
for a
Well,
long time. When he was
Fnatic
playing,
ban
back
Pearl.
in his
Wolves
own
ban
league, before he
Haven.
was even
Fnatic
in VCT
pick
CN. Boaster was in the Twitch
Split.
chat, was complimenting
Wolves
Sufat
pick
Baby
Icebox.
on the calls he was doing,
Fnatic
and
then
Sufat
pick
said that he took that as a great
Lotus.
inspiration as an IGL, and I think you see that.
Wolves
not just in the way he carries
pick
his presence on the
Descent
stage, but also
last
in the
map
slow, methodical
was Sunset.
attack sides that he calls that are very similar to Fnatic.
He got the best of both worlds
Yeah.
from Boaster. You know, they're being a little bit of a clown sometimes, but also having that emotional support. I love when we get this full circle moments in Valorant, and I feel like this one, especially for the people here watching, obviously for the people at home, is going to be such an entertaining show because we were owed this interaction.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And the good news is we're going to get plenty more interactions because Yinsu had an opportunity to catch up with those two earlier today.
Let's see anything about the EMEA off-season
I'm now
event?
joined
No, not
by
really.
two of the most animated players in this tournament.
They're
Going
allowing
head-to-head. Now, Sufat,
teams
we've
from
heard a
different
lot
regions,
about
right?
how,
Or different
you look after
tiers.
Boaster, and this is the matchup you wanted. So I wanted to ask both of you, what inspires you about the other person? Sufat, I'll start with you.
I'm very grateful for learn about a lot from Boaster, both in-game and out-game, and his energy on the stage also impressed me. And then I hope today have an unforgettable match with Boaster and Fnatic.
Very wholesome. What about you, Boaster?
It's very wholesome. I'd say for him it would be like his passion on the stage. It really brings back the memories of me on my first event as well. So it's nice to see him enjoying it as well. And it's kind of reminded me to enjoy the stage too. So I'm hoping today is going to be a flex off, a dance off, and a game on the server as well. A brain off, I guess. Yeah.
I would love to see that. Now, you spoke about flex off, so I'm going to step out and give you guys what you want. Go on, have a flex off.
He's got the not sure about the long sleeve. Jesus.
Whoa, Boaster. That's too much skin for the broadcast, brother. Whoa.
Oh, that's so funny.
Who do you think won?
You know what? I have to say Sufat Baby's bicep. Just the bicep. And
The thing is, this is the greatest of all time IGL, right? The GOAT up against a wolf. I mean, yeah, there's no contest. The wolf is eating the GOAT every day of the week.
oh, my word.
Every day of the week.
We're going with the animal facts. Animal fact. Love that. All right, cool. Well, now look, guys, here's the deal, right? If there's one thing that we can say definitively is that win or lose today, this is a massive achievement for Wolves. And, the CN region can be really happy with these guys' performances because they have fought tooth and nail to get here.
Yeah, but it's also not just
I have
Wolves.
announced a brand new off-season event in EMEA
Chinese
called
region has
Project
been on the
Blender.
rise for a long, long time.
1,024
EDG did an incredible job,
teams,
but now you're
open
seeing breakout
qualifier.
teams.
Jesus, that's gonna be a
SLG was the number
nightmare.
one seed. Wolves have overtaken them and made a
I
huge
pray for all the
placement.
admins,
This
dude.
is-
Billy do deep runs as well.
Billy have been able to get upset wins, sure, but this is the first
That
ever
is going to
time
be an
that China has
absolute
been number
nightmare.
2 in terms of average placement at an event. All the previous events, even when EDG won at Champs, the region as a whole was either 3rd or 4th in terms
Nuts
of
to
the
organize,
placement.
dude.
This is the first time where the
I'm telling you,
whole
that
region
is.
doing a lot better, and they've
I feel
both
sorry
taken
for whoever's in
EMEA
charge of
and
that event.
Americas here at this
That
event.
is an
That's
absolute
nuts.
nightmare
And
to
that's
run.
doubly
It really,
impressive
really is.
because this is the first ever global event since we've started to see CN teams coming to globals where EDG has not been here. They had won every regional CN trophy that they could back in China. They had attended every event. Now they're not here, and they're still a
The
completely
blender, yeah,
new,
dudes.
completely
That's
fresh team from their
made the
region
admins will
who
be trying to
is
put
in the
themselves
top
in a
3 at
blender
very
after this
least,
one because it's
matching their
going to be
second
crazy,
best run,
man.
and
That
could be
is
on
not going to
the
be
path to
fun
even
at
more.
all to
And I love
watch.
the fact that
I'm
across
telling
the
you,
entire
it's going to be a
globe,
nightmare.
we
It'll be
had
cool
a
once it
top
gets to
4
like
with
top
the 4
16
regions. We had
teams.
China,
My goodness, man.
chiming in so quickly and actually leveling with the rest of the region
That is.
quickly. It's been in a matter of like what, a couple of years?
It's crazy that Boostio's takes a
There's
worse
gonna be
than
so
mine.
many.
I mean, that is like,
horror stories from that event.
Crazy that Christine, the Potter, was right. She was right.
She was. Hey, I mean, look, if there's one thing that we've always said on this desk and just in general is that the parity between the regions so close to one another. It's representative here at the events, and it's just awesome to see the way that these things have manifested itself for sure. But let's actually go ahead and dive into some of the players that we're going to be checking out on this stage here. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but we just had the summer solstice, okay? So
Sideshow? Wait, he's supporting Wolves? Oh, okay. Yeah, they've lost then.
Science joke. In any case, so
I'm going to be so sad, Alex. If we've just had the summer solstice and Spring had that, because it's between yesterday and today, and Spring gets out of the tournament between yesterday and today after the performance that we've seen time and time again. Does not matter the opponent. This guy and YU in the back, in the flank, always being so effective.
Chobra is rooting for Fnatic? Not a chance Chobra's rooting for Fnatic.
In terms of rating, who have played more than 100 rounds, he's the only debut player on that list. He's the only guy who is coming to his first ever global tournament to be there. And he's also
Did you hear about the new esports stadium Wolves is building in China? No, I didn't hear about that.
Lurker, as the guy who's so often playing alone, walking up and trying to find those gaps, and it really takes a different level to do that. You don't have initiator utility being dumped in to make it work. It's all about his individualism, how good his mechanics are. This tournament for Spring has just been outstanding.
Yeah, it's been an amazing debut for this guy on the global stage. He is a former duelist player as well, so I think the fact he's been able to instantly jump into a different role and then perform to such a high level is massively impressive.
It's literally like Kiko. He did the same. He was the duelist, jumps in the smoker. He still has the secret weapon there. So to me, they're on the same page.
But the thing is, though, is that they have their work cut out for them here, because they're going up against a Fnatic squad that, you know, relishes in these high-pressure moments. I mean, Kukuka, you have covered this team, obviously, extensively within
Heretics,
your region.
Copium, Sox, and Urban higher. Yeah, the 3 teams left of the last 3 that they lost to, I saw that.
This time around is that this is a squad that's looking to really focus on themselves and keep that
at least help their mentor a lot about
just getting the perfect strategies.
Yeah, sometimes you know, they've been times that they've run out of time, that the ideas were not the freshest, but it literally looks like the deeper we go into the
I wonder if Wolves just save like all their util.
Has been completely necessary for them. I think that yesterday, Mimi,
like I think you just let them take map control and just save all your util with there's 30 seconds left.
Down in rounds and then won 4 in a row to close out 13-10 in both those maps. And I think the calls that Fnatic were making in those really critical late rounds were what were so impressive. This team is so good at staying calm, and Boaster's really willing to like take risks. At the end of Split, they're walking their fade up as a solo in bed outside B. They're making these choices that take their opponent off guard. And I think that
Wolves had a pretty good plan against Paper X. And I do think that Fnatic already have been a little bit readable with ults, so they can definitely have some stuff planned.
That was not the way he was envisioning those rounds going, right? I mean, the time ticking down in a round like this.
Dude, that's just the problem is, Dabsa, and it is that simple, but it's just not their style.
A lot of it has to come down to individuals just making a crazy play in a big high-pressure scenario in order to get Fnatic out. We saw so many thrifties in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only for G2 and the Stingers and whatnot, I think it's most the read that G2 had on if Fnatic is going to run the clock down, if we're going to be trading utility for 1 minute and 30 seconds, the only thing we need to think about is that when the spike goes down and there's 5 seconds left, somebody needs to pick and kill. And that worked for them for 2 rounds. It doesn't matter if they have the advantage, if the round
the pistol round was mental yesterday. Dude, I can't believe Trent managed to get 3 clutches in 1 half.
That we have left in the tournament. I think that today that read has to go both ways.
That's actually insane, just on its own as a stat.
How really the moments aren't being lost on these guys. They're making sure that they're extracting every single second of the round that they possibly can, Mimi.
And both storms will be fair. I don't think they're going to get in their head, I'll say that much.
I wouldn't expect it because it's been their style all tournament long. I think Wolves does sometimes give you slightly quicker runs, but it's very rare. Both these guys love taking their time, defaulting as much as possible. They both play a lot of like double smokes comps as well. So I think that's just the style they're committed to.
How many rounds of Fnatic lose to time today?
But it can go wrong.
In a best of 5?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and hear a little bit from Crashies, who spoke with us following
I'll say
over G2 in his
I'll say a low I'll go for a low 5.
Just came off a 2-0 victory against G2.
And I think I'm really underestimating it.
The roof. So going up against G2, I know
But they have so much footage to look at to make sure they speed up.
Even from like the guard, when I always played against them when I was on Optic, they kind of have these tendencies. But in this game specifically, I think that like the pressure was on and both teams were feeling it.
At least 10. Dude, they should look at the demos though, right?
To them, and we just handled it a little better. They were tournament favorites, I would say. Everyone had them at least making it to the grand finals, and to take them down in the fashion that we did pretty dominantly, obviously just feels amazing.
We got paper. We got Paper X in the YouTube chat saying tickets, please. Holy hell, they're checking everyone's tickets for the finals as if you were on the train. They're gonna be kicking you off the train if you haven't got your ticket with you. They're trying to make sure there's no frauds for the last stop.
So keep it up. You guys give us so much love, and we love you back. So shout out to all of you.
That's incredible. There's a lot of carriages to go through.
Speaking of the love, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked y'all.
Yeah, we've upped the security now. There's rumors that Sideshow might be on the train.
Cheering for, and the results are in. Hey, we got Tarek with 59%, Toast with 40%. Don't forget that you could tune in tomorrow to watch a show match and see that brand new map. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. It looks freaking awesome. But with that being said, let's take a look at our predictions. What do the talent team think about who is walking
How is there a
away
ticket emote in YouTube? That's sick.
Wow, okay,
Everyone's just
cool.
spamming their
A
ticket.
Fnatic sweep except for Rob.
That's awesome.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Wait, only Rob's going for Wolves?
Well, I hear the people in the venue.
Yeah, they're not happy about it. They're not happy about it. Here's the thing, though. I think in a best of 5, yeah, maybe Fnatic's map pool looks
Am I exploring the new map out to the finals? Yeah. We
are.
I mean, hopefully the final finishes
yeah, exactly. Today is going to
after
be
the time when we're allowed to check it out. And yeah, we'll hop on the new map.
You know, you guys were not so
On stream,
yeah.
yeah.
Yesterday, so.
No,
well,
listen, very true.
So maybe no matter what.
So maybe Wolves is going to win then if we're always wrong.
Yes, probably.
Dun, dun, dun. All right, guys. Now, look, here in Toronto, both Alfier and Chronicle have stepped up big time, and they've been making the case for that MVP bracelet. So the race continues here, but, you know, Kukuka, we have truly been seeing these guys step up. We even remember when Alfier was talking about how if he's hitting these shots, he
yeah, a lot of people got tickets like that.
Yeah, exactly. And especially knowing the bans that Wolf has had, and Halfa himself speaking about maybe not, you know, being struggling a little bit with the ISO if he doesn't start very
You've been here since the 0-3, you in first class, yeah.
These two are showing.
You're in the front carriage.
The next thing of scared if you face off against this Chronicle. There was a moment in time where he was thought to be the best player in the planet.
And he's also the winningest player in Valorant. If you take a look at the trophies, you can see just how many achievements Fnatic has. This is global trophies. This is international trophies as well for all of their players.
Look at Chronicle.
They have been on these stages. They have won on these stages before against a Wolves that has never won a trophy as a team. The only achievement that they have of that level was Juicy back when he won Ascension. But that is a complete tier.
Dude, these guys
lower
dominate
than these
EMEA. Look at it.
Yo, Kayak also won Ascension. Where's that?
There you go.
Yo, he has the same achievements as Crashies. Just saying.
But I think also this demonstrates not that Wolves cannot win this game, but that there is an enormous experience difference between these two teams. You have all of these players that combine together to have just a might of experience. They are a juggernaut roster. That doesn't mean that they're going to win, but it means that in high-pressure scenarios, when a play needs to be made,
betting odds, they've
just got so much more experience of how these matches happen, how to pace themselves throughout a BO5, how to brush off losses in maps, how to adjust based on what their opponents are doing. It is going to be so tough for Wolves, but the whole tournament's been tough for Wolves, and they're still here.
And that's why I think that even though
who's doing the finals casting, we're pretty sure it's Brennan and Sideshow.
This would be even more impressive because that T1 roster had players who
which could be pretty fun
because
that'll be the ultimate Paper X disbeliever casting.
I imagine most of you here didn't know half of these players before they showed up to this event.
Even though he's gonna act like he's excited, deep down I know he's gonna be depressed as hell.
Maybe since
Jack, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 3 months.
Back in Reykjavik, Wolves could go even further.
But you know what's really interesting about this?
The broadcast, yeah, I should be a little better now.
When you talk to the Fnatic guys, they're not putting that pressure on themselves here. And I think that's actually kind of scary because you see that sea of achievements that they have managed to build up over the course of their careers. And yet they're here and they're like, hey, you know what? just round after round, we go next. We just figure it out. It really is startling, and it's good to see.
I think they need to be realistic after the year that they had in 2024 and how they began this year. They also spoke this tournament about them just trying to, you know, test the waters again. What is it? How do we look in a
What's
global
my prediction
stage
for this
again
map?
against all of these
I think
opponents?
we go with
But right
Fnatic.
now, these two teams
I
have gone from the,
don't
okay,
really
let's see how
know
it
the
goes,
maps
to a Wolves that has been
because I think Wolves
extremely
win on
humble
split, which is kind of
anything
nuts for
from here
Fnatic
is
to
a
pick
win.
split.
We've already overachieved and overexceeded our expectations. Everything is just like a gift.
I'll
But
go
for
for
Fnatic, surprisingly on the same line.
no joke. There is a wall, but they
Fnatic too, it's so
3-0.
interesting that you have
Just purely
Greatest
because I
IGL,
think their best maps are to begin
most winning
with.
player in Chronicle.
They
And
win
yet
Icebox.
This team is just looking to try to push the needle even
I think they win
further
Ascent.
along. That no one was talking about them coming into this
And
tournament
they win
as the best
Lotus.
team in the world, but they could be.
Let's go to
They
Wolves
could
split.
very
Let's
well
say
come out of
3-1.
this one with everyone
Go with
talking
3-1.
about them. But folks, we've got a BO5 showdown, and the winner is going to be moving on to tomorrow's grand finals, where Paper Rex is awaiting. This is the moment. It's now time. The Masters Toronto lower bracket final starts right now.
Wonder why they picked. Dude, I'm surprised they picked Icebox. I really am. But maybe they got something for it.
The majority of Valorant is a mental game.
He's already taken out Alpha, Chronicle the Heaven player, late flank round, and now Boaster. Last one left to do it all. Nothing else to delay, it comes down
Damn,
around
they,
the spots,
they
comes
show
down
this.
to the clutch. And Boaster might have just done it all. Whoa!
You can't focus on the losses or focus on the mistakes.
Nice try, all good, in team bro, in team.
Because if you don't move on, then you're
Absolutely
going to end up
savage.
losing the game.
Okay, it's a good example though for what he's saying.
It's looking to be beautiful from Fnatic.
Using my past experiences and dealing with whatever is at hand. That's what I'm here for now.
It's been one hell of a lower bracket run so far from a legendary core.
It's been a while since I've been top 3.
There were questions how well Crashies would fit in, playing not with the Optic Core for the first time, but by all accounts, he has been so good on this roster.
I'm happy for Kayak. His first international
Geong28,
tournament, he's
thank you for
already
the
top
tier 1, dude.
3.
Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for that.
Especially do it with this team, my brothers. Obviously, it just feels amazing.
Maybe a mistake made by the Wolves. Lights are asked so much of. And he falls.
我觉得对于我们来说没关系，起码对于我也更加没关系。
2-0 victory over Wolves. Got to come away from this series with their heads held high if you're Wolves. They're certainly not done yet.
因为经过这次的失败，我会更加有信心，知道怎么去赢下那个比赛。我希望狼队以一个面对逆境，就算最不被人家看好，我们也不会放弃，并且勇于面对强敌的态度的方式被记住吧。
Purge as well with the Prime. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate the Prime usage, mate. Thank you for doing that.
因为我们从垫底到了今天，这一路走来真的很不容易，所以不用管别人怎么去看待我们，因为打的是我们。我们狼队已经不需要再证明什么东西了，因为我们已经证明了给全部人看，我们是一支不能被看小的队伍。
We're not looking for just the top 3. It's time to take over.
其实我最想跟我的队友们说，辛苦你们，你们终于来到了这里。其实我们已经没有什么好遗憾的了。 因为你们在我心目中已经是世界冠军，你们每一个。面对逆境，永不放弃。
If I heard the Wolves were hungry, come and get it.
It's a classic David versus Goliath story. Does David have what it takes to sock out Goliath with a right hook, or will Goliath smash him like a bug here today? The question on everyone's minds is who rises to the top and who will punch their ticket to the grand final.
Fnatic, they were the greatest team in Valorant in 2023.
Okay, so minus
they didn't have the performance
Paul,
they
minus
wanted last
Haven,
year, missed out on
and
Bangkok,
then
but now here a chance
see, this
to
stuff
make
is a little
another
bit.
final,
This
and
stuff's a little bit
BO5
odd.
ahead of them
This is
there.
one of the
This is
closer
their
maps for
comfortable
Wolves. Fnatic pick
territory.
it.
Absolutely.
This is probably, I would say, the map that I favor Fnatic on the most out of every map. No, honestly, that would be Lotus. These two maps, I favor Fnatic on. If Fnatic can still split, which they feel confident about,
I love the fact that
they
we're
can
getting
3-0
split
this.
though, because I think that's been one of the best maps for Wolves.
But then I
as
start
well.
looking at
think
the
they've
lower
got great
end,
ideas on their
and I
attack and their
think
defense
this at
side.
least is
So we're going to begin with a banger
towards
to open.
Wolves.
We're going to be the
And
success
this is a
opportunities
50-50.
here for Wolves to try and see if they can get themselves further along this series sideshow.
It's got to be Spring. I mean, when Spring
This is a
on
little
the
bit crazy
attack
for me,
side,
the
he
picks.
sets up for these Viper lurks through B main, and Fnatic have got to have game plans to shut that down. When they're on the defense
Ascent,
side
the
as
Ascent
well,
should be a
I
banger,
don't think
yeah.
you can let Fnatic get into a post plan because they play those situations perfectly. So I want to see
Fnatic, I mean, they
Wolves on the
love
first
that they
half
don't have to play
fighting up at
Haven,
the
to be
choke
honest.
points.
Haven's not been going well for
they're
them.
really good when they're doing that. On their defensive side as well, Wolves likes to flood retake a lot more than Fnatic does. They're almost always throwing down anchor smokes, trying to get into these sites and not let Fnatic play those post plans. But for Fnatic, super retake heavy team, super structured. When you let them play those set retakes, they're very strong in those positions.
I love, Joshua, you were mentioning how good of a record Wolves have had in this map, because this was one of the maps where they managed to come back against Gen G, and it was from that defense. After a defeating 9-3 half
And it's
for the side
crazy
of Gen G,
too,
of course,
double
they had
Sentinel
to come
comps,
back
and
and they did it
the
in
Sentinels are all
10-0,
different. Yeah, that's
10-2
true.
fashion. This is something that they have to
4
replicate
different
today, and
Sentinels
with
if you
them
get that.
starting on the defense, they have to start with good footing. They have to force Fnatic into making those mistakes and punishing them.
We've been talking a lot about redemption at this tournament, and I think it doesn't quite fit today. What you've got is one team making a grand entrance onto the global stage, and another team making a resurgence. But whoever wins is going to become the antagonist to the Paper Rex redemption story. And so what you're witnessing here is maybe the birth of a villain. Whoever it is,
Well, I know
they're
what's
going to be going
happening
into the grand
after.
finals with, I think,
I
a
know
lot
what's
of the
happening
crowd
after the
maybe
first
even
map.
rooting against them.
The
And
replays.
today, it feels like people are behind Wolves when you're just looking at what the people in the crowd are rooting for.
It's an interesting flip here for a tournament here in North America. G2, they go home yesterday in top 4, not where they would have wanted to exit. And now Crashies, the guy who was always one of the greatest players coming from North America, was so successful on Optic before the partnership era, didn't even have any opportunity for an NA team to sign him into Tier 1, had to fly all the way to Europe.
Would you say Sideshow is a generational Paper X train hater? Oh, for sure.
I think it is Crashies.
Fnatic welcomed him with open
He's,
arms, and
I mean, he is the villain of the story,
Now let's see what's
no
going
doubt
on
about it.
with this Agent Select, if we get any surprises here, but I don't think so, Kukuka. When you're this close to the finish line, you gotta play, you gotta do the thing that brought you to the dance.
Absolutely, and this is where we're going to see the preparation for both of the teams. We're speaking about show-ins. That is also a lot of vaults, a lot of tells, a lot of different defaults that you can adapt to. It doesn't matter where you are on the map, you have to learn your opponents.
I mean, take a look in this first half at Kayak's control in B main and Alpha Air trying to find fights on A ramp. Wolves are going to need a game plan to shut that down. Whether it's somebody fighting Alpha, and God help you if you try, or if it's a plan to try to re-clear and put bodies there and surprise them. But I think the two duelists are going to be on opposite sides of the map, and Wolves have an opportunity to
What
try
Gen
to
G would
either
make it.
contest them or give them
If
space.
Gen G started as first seed, they definitely had one of the right approaches. They just they went with the approach that I thought most seed 1 teams were going to have.
I want to see more from
Like
Juicy.
stuff
He's
that
had a
is
couple
first time you show it is always going to get you that win.
but he hasn't been
Then
a standout in the
maybe
same
a couple
way
of
that a guy
games in
like
it,
Spring has
not
been
as strong as
showing
you
up.
thought.
That guy less than a year ago was kind of missing out on his opportunity to play Tier 1, being too young to compete after winning Ascension. Now
They
here
choked a
in
bit.
what has to be the biggest
That
game
also.
of his career. It's a rise to the occasion against some of the best duelist players
Hypnotic with the
that
Prime.
Fnatic
Thank you, the
could
6
possibly
months,
bring.
dude. Thank you,
And
thank you.
Fnatic having 2 duelists in this map, I think that we also need to look at YU. He had an amazing performance yesterday, all things considered.
Ball as well.
He did
Ball
show
32. Thank
up.
you so much for
With
the
2
7 months,
duelists,
dude.
those
Thank you for
traps
that.
are going to be extremely important.
All right, baby, Toronto, let's make some noise. as we get ready for the lower bracket final and send it over to two of the greatest of all time. Here's Pansy and Hypoc on the mic.
Thank you, GB, and you're right. This is going to be a belting game, but we're in the big leagues now.
Which team is a better matchup for Paper X?
Looking at finals, trying to get into those
Okay, so I think Wolves will be easier to beat in a final, just because they're inexperienced.
It
really is.
But I think map pool-wise, Fnatic, it makes more sense on just paper. Because Fnatic will have to play Sunset and Pearl, two maps that they suck at. But they also have, I mean, they also have Alpha and Chronicle, who are playing so good at the moment. Okay, Wolves on defense, we've got Fnatic on attack.
Kind of mitigate this comp from Fnatic early on in the rounds.
Fast A take for Fnatic, okay, fast. They're fast, is what I'm trying to say. They're fast, they're pushing through Wolves.
They felt these final
TP to default aside, no one to stop this one. Okay, let's see how we handle this as a Cypher. Oh, that's a flash and a half though. Flash TP with double satchel.
Already a clear-cut approach for Fnatic as the plant's next.
Chronicle waiting for Spring, expects
Oh,
actually
that's
just
unlucky
missing it.
timing.
Maybe now going to come back and recheck, but actually Spring shows himself. Chronicle wins out, gets himself a little upgrade as well.
Oh, it's a great shot as well.
He's on it today. Yeah, he's on it today. If he's going to be firing,
Okay, very nice from Fnatic. Keep an eye on the pistols. 1-0 obviously. Also like this from Fnatic, right? Normally your pistol, well, this is how we used to approach it. Pistol, eco, and then bonus. Like normally these two at least, you would change up from your normal style of play, right? So in this case, they go very fast on this. You might even see it on their bonus, and then they might lean back into their slower play.
Absolutely, and we're really talking about that.
So then if Wolves are coming with a game plan where they want to save a lot of util, like what's in theory happening is Fnatic doing the fast strats are going to throw you off, and then you're more likely to use your util early, and then it gets to that late game and you haven't. You're just trying to do stuff that but that's a nice molly. It leaks down towards the bottom here.
It's almost like copy here. The same execute.
Yeah, they're trying to.
Something in the prep they've seen.
They're just changing up the pace, so it looks like they're playing differently, but actually it's only in the first 3 rounds.
And again, this is where we question depth when it comes to Wolves as well. When someone's really worked you out, how are you going to be able to adapt to that? How do you look at that?
I mean,
Fast again? Yeah, I think they're scrapping this after the 3rd round, I'm telling you.
Obviously, prepping a short turnaround here in Toronto. Actually, the farming comes through. Kayak and crashes to find everything. Just why you left now.
Why you? It feels like a cold start for Wolves here.
Really nice on this one. They're allowed 2 deaths. Everyone stays alive. Looking good.
Right, they won that grand finals. You heard it before. Yeah, I think it was Boaster in the interview as well, saying, "Look, G2 get out of our way. We won those finals. You know, we know how to handle that." This is just another opponent on their ladder to that grand final. So for them, there isn't going to be a respect given. There isn't going to be a slowdown. They're out for blood.
Back to one of the ancient mantras for Fnatic, which is get that goat to Sunday. Get Chronicle to the grand finals again.
Isolate and exterminate.
And it's been cold for Wolves at the beginning. Only 2 managing to draw blood yet. Need to see them warm into this, right? Let's see what they can bring once they start feeling
bonus round. What do they do? Anything fast? No, not really. We've got a smoke over towards middle. That creates pressure either side, but there's a trip here.
Potentially, Alpha progresses any further. See on the cycle of the smokes, maybe a reposition here from Fnatic. Another player slipping forward. Cover going out. Got to be careful now.
Curious, Mike.
But you can see already the adjustment from the first 2 rounds. 3 members of Wolves dedicated towards A in the early round.
Okay, Clone, that kind of creates a bit of pressure over towards middle. And that's an incredible Omen flash, and it does mean that the fade gets here. DP back his sight. Oh yeah, he got owned by the fade eye.
And the site gets taken. Really nice scaling up on that. Again, using the clone to test towards middle at the same time. Splitting that attention. Now 3 players from Wolves have to try and get back in.
And this is pretty much what we said, right, from Fnatic. First 3 rounds, changing the pace. It's a lot faster on this one. And then they'll start leaning into their old stuff.
Fnatic not even really giving them much of the site
again, this is just a classic. This is why in teams as well. Oh wait.
Kayak on the cross, gonna get punished. YU does well. 3 more to find now in an even affair, but it is still a bonus. Juicy on the swing, and now we sit into the post. Do they have here to buy the time?
Tap goes
Shot
in,
from
Astra
Grom.
suck.
Yeah, not looking phased just yet. Still that util with both.
Wrap around, but they know the one's wrapping around because Bozzi's hits the trip. Damn, dude, doesn't even need it. Nicely done from Crashies. Yeah, what I was gonna say is when you're on a team, at least in our team, we used to ignore like the first 3 rounds. Don't worry about the actual like macro. Right, if they're changing something up, like just don't even think about it. Like normal game plans, whatever you anteed.
Sight will follow.
Zytiga, thanks so much for the tier 1, dude. Thank you for that.
Just on the X-ray, why you a
Okay, so now after this, I'm expecting Fnatic to go up.
He might have a favourable engagement onto the defuse.
And then the question keeps getting asked, right? When's that first round to break back in for Wolves? Feeling a little shut out here. It is now a marathon, though, right? We are in best of 5, so we hold it to a little bit of a different start. The cold beginnings are cold.
Dude, we got to shoot these fade eyes, otherwise you're not going to win anything.
Crashies did well to close out that final round last year, a moment ago, but his reveals have been solid. Doing what he needs. This time, Super Beanie showing Crashies to his seat.
When they don't consider this,
why are you still close by?
he ended up going into the angle that he would have been holding.
See them having a bit too much fun, decided against it, and look at the final 2 players. Juicy still super far away, so it's on Lysol really. And patience being displayed from Fnatic. No real need for a hurry. Still 50 seconds, quite pacey from Fnatic.
Just letting things slow down now, just in case there's further aggression behind this. Try and isolate a player. Lysol can get a little funky with the smokes, but no doubt on an anti-eco anybody's going to be exploring into this guy. Close and personal.
Yeah, this is more like it. Plant under 30 seconds.
Juicy now. We'll find an upgrade. Did have a Bucky before this. Still got decent util as well.
Not even.
That paint shell could be big, actually. Kayak's HP is going to be a small factor. Seems to be forced away to the other side of Pillar. The second time with the plant
in 20 seconds.
Still preparing the boys. You can see Juicy then looking for a new option, right? But does it feel good to go against Kron? I don't know. As I said, this guy gets better and better the deeper into the tournament you go. And it's calm, collected,
very
disciplined.
nice.
Fnatic not really breaking a sweat yet.
No. Again, even that scenario.
Okay, big buy round. Does Wolves time out or not?
Consolations to find. A few deaths on an alpha on the side of Fnatic. Will be an early timeout here from Wolves.
Fast and heavenly.
Just to reconsider their approach potentially.
They do need to get a grip on something here, because it does feel like Fnatic came in with...
It's actually insane, we're too calm.
Yeah, and that kind of, if you didn't hear it, they're saying how calm
the problem for Wolves is...
They haven't felt any resistance.
Okay, multiple problems for Wolves. They might overthink the first 4 rounds.
5-1
They're not the most experienced, or...
We haven't even needed out.
I mean, most teams should know about like changing up your first 3 rounds to make it look different. So they might overthink this and think that they're going fast when actually they're going to slow down. Then, to the other side, they then have to worry about the fact that they got ults now as well. I'm pretty sure I saw a Euro ult. And they might even have Fade ult. So that's a combo. So now they might have to go aggro.
Only one so far.
So yeah, it could get
find a bit of
really
resilience,
rough
but I need to see them maybe start taking some space here, start fighting back here. Maybe challenge some of that E-main control. Easier said than done. As said, Fnatic very composed in these sort of rounds, in these sort of games, in these sort of
Yoru
maps.
ult Fade ult, the insane combo. When you look at Fnatic, if you watch their demos, they do this 80% of the time with a Yoru ult, and then they end up just going into B with Fade ult. So maybe they want to change it up. Looking like they're changing it up. We're sending the TP over towards here, right? So where we go?
Waiting for Paper X to overstep the mark and punishing those oversteps.
Wolves retake over towards B, and they want to fight together over towards A.
The control we've been seeing from Fnatic has been rather exceptional.
Okay, it's a bit of pressure over towards A, and then, yeah, they're going for their classic.
I think we can see it. It's patient, it's calm, it's slow and methodical, but it gets the job done. It's worked wonders to get them to this point, and we know they can kick it up a gear. Hell, I think all of us have seen what Alpha can do when the timing's right. Kayak, right? They have it there. But for now, they want to play to the win.
The B split.
They want to play that percentage.
Like we said, 80% of the time they'll do this.
Kayak, early investment of the ult here, trailblazing away straight up through heaven. As a glance, should get a little bit of info. Sees nothing on sight, time to commit.
Right decision from
This is nice. No one on side as well, so they get to save their fade ult. Still got 2 kill trips. No one in position to get a kill for this one yet. Until they go over towards heaven. Yeah, they had a small window to get a kill there. I love this from Kayak. Like, this pause is super strong in afterplant.
Very on site. So it probably comes down to Kron. Nope, gonna come through. That's a big connection. Kron
yeah, Chronicle keeps 2 distracted over towards there.
Thought in the back of their minds now for this retake. Kayak can be on that close corner.
Nice shot, man.
Shot. Tries to swing CT, gets denied. As Lysol now builds back in on the side. Boaster might have been seen on that, not sure.
Yeah, look at Chronicle speed up over towards heaven.
She's holding well towards Pillar. Good
It's a great molly.
Speaking of timing, that snake bite should prove a problem. See if that BD has to go big, and it's Kron on the other side, the original Iceman himself.
Yeah, super nice from Chronicle. Played it early, bided his time, then once the action happened over towards site, sped up over towards middle, got a kill. So much delay on this one, and then yeah, that's an easy 1v1 from him.
Able to draw blood here in the retake, but
I mean, Wolves didn't play bad, really. It's like their setup made sense. The only thing I would say is like maybe they had to retake heaven control faster so they can capitalize off of their kill trip on site. It would have been a free kill. Like their overall setup, barrier down makes sense. It's going up against 2 big ults.
In terms of conceding the site here. See now, getting to the territory of discussing the
PaperX against Fnatic.
Really
PaperX have 2 maps that they would win.
Early set pieces,
And
especially
it kind of, not saying it kind of starts off as a 2-0 for PaperX, but it kind of does. Like they would win Pearl and they would win Sunset. All they would have to do is win 1 out of 3 maps.
Like maybe this is not a bad idea in this sort of round to make a bit of a hazard of a guess, right? Push out, see what it looks like if we do try and play ahead of these walls. How's this going to look like if we do it in a rifle round? But now though, for Fnatic, it's just correct steps. It's a flawless beginning. I mean, yes, Zufat BB has been doing okay, right? Couple of kills here and there, but nothing that's threatened a round outcome, really. And once again, Tron who hears this.
When does Tron hit? Okay, the only thing I want to see from Wolves is make sure that they don't use the salt here.
They've got the confirmation on YU, but now we'll find it onto Spring at least.
You could just see him calling that out. You saw it on the cam.
Look at him, and now he hears the Omen, or sees the Omen flash, gets the warning from behind, so they know they're pushing behind.
And Alpha got teed up with the information. Fed by Kron. Nice shot from Juicy. Need a couple more of those, though. As now you look at the reposition, it feels like we've switched sides.
Yeah, so no chance really of exits to be found here. The only consolation being in the rifle. I mean, Juicy went away from the showstopper. Almost hope on the buy round in the next that he'd look for a kill here. Looks like he might just settle for the rifle. Spam comes through, Kayak not going to be caught on the escape nearly. Will be a 6th now.
Yeah, it's very nice from Fnatic. I mean, the thing is the Wolves aren't getting kills as well. Like, they're so convincing.
I mean, Springs being the key one, really to slow down. I mean, right place, right time scenario, but he can stop Fnatic setting up. Maybe act as a deterrent towards one of these sites. Not been too much of an exploration towards mid. It's been Chronicle really as the complementary piece in that regard.
Dude,
so
look,
maybe
yeah, look at this. Everyone is on 2.
There.
We're at round 7. We still don't have Razor yet.
Again, they always love showing
really
a love
rough.
and then putting an extra 2 players behind it in the next few rounds.
Yeah, it's just like, are you sure you want to test that? Are you certain? It looked like there was a little set piece in mind there,
over the
maybe
top.
A set beginning. As Wolves looking to brawl out a bit, right? Take control towards B main and release posture up on it.
Sure.
Now, it's hard to do that though when you're sat at 0 to 6. Right?
I mean, it had
Feel
potential what they
confident,
did
feel
here.
bold to make these plays.
It had
But they have at
potential.
least slowed down Fnatic's approach.
I feel like if
But
you
it's a
lock him in
different
though,
look.
you should have
2-2-1
something that
almost
secures
moving
that you've
again.
owned
One out on
them.
the lurk on A, but 2 players testing towards middle.
Okay, camera over towards B. Just saw both of these, by the way.
Alpha.
The high up camera that can spot feet, so they know there's 2 over towards B main.
For Fnatic. Now we see 3 for Wolves grouped up here and doing exactly what I was talking about. Maybe an exploration towards mid here and a chance to get behind Fnatic.
Yeah, it's bold. I like it. Dude, look at this timing. Gets the TP back over towards mid. Fatal goes in, hits 3. We got a...
They continue. Juicy's Juicy could be on for an absolute belter. Brilliant on one.
With the kill gets ult as well. Prowler goes in, confirms that they're still over towards B main. It's a bit, it's a really rough one for Fnatic, but somehow they might actually win it. Keep an eye on the Euro luck over towards middle. They're going to imagine that he's back over towards site, especially as it's Euro.
Gonna catch one, and now they're locked in there with Fnatic. Juicy try.
Holy dude, they just ran at them.
Elevating again.
They wanted to deal with the guys on site instead of dealing with the guy in heaven.
So Lysor, you've got a Paranoia and 3 players. 2 kills so far. To more than double to get a shot at this. Fnatic gonna, well, at least be put down to 2 here. Kayak gone and the emergency alarm ringing.
Respect shown here to Lysor. The pick goes up, potentially to seal the deal on round 7.
I like that. Come on, Lysor. You've got to find 2 more. Decides to go for the Paranoia on the right side.
It's rough, man.
They
need double timeout.
And again, even though there was a moment
they
of
were
danger
they were like in a position to kind of deal with heaven,
right?
but then they ended up deciding to like go into a crossfire because they didn't deal with heaven. They're making rough calls at the moment.
Ready to commit ahead of. See if Fat BB sending the nightfall through.
And they're also not really doing it together.
Like I said, those contingencies always in place. Maybe an extra body for Wolves there. Like I said, you really do want to see them try and isolate a player. We can see from the minimap it's possible, but come back to that same discussion. The ultimates, the finances, everything plays a part here. Now Fnatic looking to slow the tempo.
And Kaya hadn't slipped through like this until now, so Juicy completely unawares. Look at this tailor-made poison. Juicy should be dead to rights. It was gorgeous, Mike.
Jesus, it's a stomp, man.
You're just overwhelmed.
It's a stomp.
Smothered in utility.
The C's lovely, every part
The
of
problem
it
for Wolves
just
is
set up to
I
win out.
don't know
And
what the
did this
map
at
they
about
get
that
confidence
minute mark.
on
So they still have
is.
plenty of time to walk away, decide on a new look, because again, for Wolves, they've bitten on this, right? They pulled that rotate over towards A.
Toxin screen down.
Still got IU set up towards B, but it hasn't really paid off. They've not been in a position to punish these strips. The rotations come through.
I mean, the rotation's there. They kind of just have to. Okay, it's done.
Divide will cut sound, cut sight lines as well.
Lots of space for Fnatic. The Wolves. Dangerous, just try and walk back in. Oh dear. Oh dear. Kron again, man. I don't know how much he can see from that actively, but...
Yeah, they managed to find both of the trips while the wall was up as well.
But they're still not going to clear it comfortably. Death from above on the first. Great work from Lysor, though. Takes away Kayak, denying the trade. So maybe an opportunity. Now the pick comes in.
The pick kind of helps them a little bit.
But this time it's Wolves. Alpha flies forward. Still giving them numbers advantage. A Spring feeling rough around the extra. That's beautiful. Needs 4. Asked a lot of the Boaster.
Boaster stepped. He heard him.
Been given away. The shot in the
not
dark
this
here.
again.
The reload had been in before.
Not this again.
Does Boaster panic? The crowd roaring for it, and Boaster tested again.
Oh, he missed the spike. Oh, I'm not sure it would have mattered anyway.
The scoreboard stays
Oh boy, man.
Played the timing to perfection here.
Yeah, it's nicely done from. He pulled his headphones out. It's nicely done from Fnatic. Oh man, Wolves are really. I get it though. Like they want a round so bad that they're like so desperate.
To put Boaster in a position to secure the round. We'll draw another timeout, second in the first half here for Wolves. As this has spiraled out of control for them.
Certainly has.
There's remnants really. The Gen G scoreline once more, yes, asking for a comeback, but talk about the resilience of Wolves. They've shown it. They've shown they can play from behind.
I love you too. Yeah, this is a scary predicament for Wolves, right? Because it does feel like, again, their earlier games, you're just on that momentum, feeling fantastic. Your players are hitting shots. As I said, Cinderella run.
We're in a very different situation now, though, where it's like
TMB,
best of
I hope
5.
you're right.
Last chance to get to the grand finals. This is a very, very different climate for Wolves to try and thrive in.
And more experienced teams falter in these scenarios. Hell, you look at Heretic, sorry to bring them back from the dead, but God, you put them in a best of 5. They absolutely shy away from it. It is a different level at this point.
Okay, hero rifle.
One of the hardest
and at this
opponents
point,
to come
I'm
up
worried
against.
that they're going to get
You have the
13
most
nils.
Storied history. It's Fnatic. You've got literally some of the players who truly thrive in these, like Chronicle on the other side. So for Wolves, it is not
Pansy, yeah, it's
easy,
just flaming,
but
dude.
you don't want to see them go down like this.
Yet somehow people will still call that biased for Heretics, though, I imagine.
Long series today, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Fnatic again, slow approach towards A-Ramp. Juicy potentially tested once more. But again, with this default, not expecting any sort of commitment too early on. Drawing an extra man already, though. 4 bodies for Wolves. Over on the A side of the map.
Yeah, but now they're doubting it as well, right? Is that it's so hard to have faith in what you're seeing. This is a
3
double
pass
fake.
and punish over
And
towards
it's
middle with a
beautiful. Look what
trip.
he's done. You're
Early
watching a
rotate over
master at
towards
work.
B, the
Right,
one
this
pass
is kind
and
of that
fake.
panic sort of play style where they're kind
Damn,
of
okay,
buying
it's a
onto
good
everything
start.
they
They
see.
can pick up a gun.
Flag
The pass
will
and
fall,
the...
but
Oh,
Fnatic
did they
still
use all
waiting.
fade util?
Potentially catch somebody.
Okay, please tell me you're going to
The
get this
ult's
gun.
gonna give it away,
Please
yeah.
go get the gun.
But they're not here.
Yeah, Fnatic probably didn't expect to have this much level of success. Now, the red carpet's rolled out, but they still need to cross with the spike. That is still an issue. As I said, they hesitated almost, maybe imagining there's more here. So now Wolves get the play back in. There's light for them yet. Desperately trying to claw on, though, but it's Alpha and Boaster. Hold on, pause.
Guys, you guys are still in a sick situation. Everyone chill.
That could be
If
pivotal.
Alpha gets a plant or a kill, he gets all...
There it is.
Damn, that's a nice shot.
As hell for 10 seconds, he goes down. A lifeline. Oh! Jesus! 6 seconds, Boaster. Can you charge him down?
He had time.
Oh, he's faked it.
Yeah!
Oh, he's out of there.
Like a champion!
Damn, dude. That's how they win the first round.
Tested by Boaster, and he passed the
Holy,
test.
it was not convincing. It was not convincing, but a round's a round.
Almost causing so many issues.
If there was a second extra for that, Showstopper coming in.
Forces them out, but Boaster finds the first. Just can't keep a hold of the spray.
If he stuck the plant, oh, dude, yeah. Went to 50-50 from him.
You can see Rysel
That was sick.
dancing back and forth.
He's telling him to sit down. Okay, let's see if they can get any of the last 4. Still some ults for Alpha. The problem is, chat, 1, 2, 3, 4 can't buy next.
All in towards that A site, maybe excluding one. Boaster's still disconnected, but still viable. Could be tested again though by Spring, and here
Damn,
we
this
go.
is fast from
Alpha
them.
wants space, Mike.
Oops,
This time-
oops.
Ooh, I
Ooh,
thought
nice
he was
TP.
almost out of there, but
Damn,
Wolves
nice play.
holding on. Lysol coming alive
Ah,
for the
yeah,
side.
Lysol's playing good though. Yeah, Lysol's got some confidence
The
going.
last man standing in a 1v4. Spike deep.
Yeah, and that fast
Wolves
round,
territory.
we ain't seeing a fast round for the next 2.
They need a mistake from Wolves to open that door of chance for Kron.
Back to the 20-second hits. 8-4 and it's on. For sure 8-4 and it is on, because they got a nice attack.
And no confirmation, I guess, on everybody left standing.
And they've
on
done
Wolves, but
they've
firm
done
control
comebacks
of the
before
Spike
as well,
Chronicle.
which will help
No
them.
way back into this round. I've got to say it. Even with that scoreline, look at the funds behind this for Fnatic. This could be a real turning
30
point here
seconds
for
left.
Wolves.
Spot on. And a little belief goes a long way. For Wolves to try and make Fnatic feel human could be part of the task here.
Yeah.
To be able to remind yourselves, look, we took down Gen G.
Well,
You know, we've done great things.
To come back to that, it almost felt like the flip of the switch, really. When Wolves got
Fnatic,
back into
I
that
mean, they
game.
lost
Well,
1.
map, I should say.
Got 1,900 and they had to buy
first
back
half.
next.
I mean, this one's
And I
not
guess
over
they
just yet.
bought heavy armor.
Chance to almost
There is
improve
2 of
on
them that
first
can't
half
buy.
performance, but I see a couple of follow-ups here. The crowd
Do they force this?
willing it. Yeah,
They might
happy
double
to
force,
see a
we'll see.
second on the board for Wolves. And an explosive
What ult do they
fashion
have?
as well.
Alpha's ult? Alpha's going to take a hit. I think they force.
Again, the reveal
Oh no, he used ult
just
here.
not catching. See here.
Oh, I don't know
even
actually. It's
ready
a hard
for that
decision
reveal
if they're
to
going to
pin
ult,
something
if they're going to
inside.
buy or not, like fully.
Fortunate turn of events, but
Boaster probably
Wolves
takes
pounce on the
Stinger.
opportunity.
Again, these sort of things,
Squatch, thank you so much with the Prime, dude. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you. Again, this is a nice timeout. It's 8-2. They take a timeout, and it's like they got a decision to make, even just purely about buying, right? And if they are going to go for some kind of low buy or like force into it, they're going to have to make sure their plan's good. Like, I don't know exactly what ults they got. Someone in chat said they had a Yoru ult, so like Boaster could have a Stinger, and the Yoru could get a Bucky or something.
We don't know if the comms, a little bit of complacency following up.
Or you just go, we're 8-2. We can try our best with a low buy and then make sure we win our next buy round.
Still in a fantastic position regardless. Crashies with his ultimate. Kayak have his as well. Obviously the purchase, well, a purchase will be there. Fnatic do want to push all in here in round 11.
So we got the Boaster Stinger, right? But this isn't the Bucky that we fought.
But a purchase regardless. Side of Wolves, nothing available, but Juicy.
Frenzy?
Fat BB being the closest. A chance to potentially see them in round 12. Let's see if there's any real adjustment here from Fnatic. And
okay, it's a low buy.
What we've talked about, some mid-exploration
here from boy, and the Sheriff gets the first kill.
Oh, that little bait and switch is filthy.
And they go real fast over towards him, man. Boaster wants that gun upgrade. Look at him go. He's got the spike.
He's immense. Spike, yes. Kayak, can you?
Oh boy, it's a disaster from Wolves.
What has just happened? What? I want to know what happened in that timeout. What was the conversation that suddenly makes Fnatic look inhuman?
You gotta give it to Fnatic. They're all dueling together. Like it looks.
And of course,
it looks difficult in the duels, but.
What the hell just happened in that timeout?
One of those situations where Fnatic just seem to have the enemy playbook to read throughout their timeout. Anticipating this mid-aggression perfectly. Wolves actually double down.
That's a great shot.
I mean, not much to do in that situation.
So they didn't hear him go into vents, but at the same time they were like, I saw them when they smoked over towards middle, they were kind of like checking it, but they also messed up, right? They also went for the re-clear of middle as the smoke was going, then the smoke was late, so they were like having to look here and here. They essentially just went to a crossfire, but they were aware that someone could have been vents.
It
just looked so off though.
You're looking at middle though, right? There's a thought of it there with Juicy. Fnatic biding their time. No hurry on this one.
Yeah.
Maybe expecting a bit of that aggression.
Kayak has ult, so you would imagine we're splitting B.
So is there a reaction through middle? Juicy wanting to be involved, chomping at the bit here. Spring drawing all eyes towards him. Pressure starting to mount. Right, closing in, and he has been a godsend for this squad. One of the higher performers throughout that regular season, and now into this.
But 2 bits of Util came from heaven, so they know there's. Two. And with that, does Alpha just wanna?
No real player drop chip. A mid walk. That is audacious.
Damn, dude. Again, I like their confidence in these. Yeah, and this is good from Alpha. They had a good idea on numbers. He knew that. Oh, we got another. They had a good idea on numbers, so he knew it was just a one-on-one on site here. And I think with the first jump peak, he knew it had done damage as well. Oh boy. It's a nightmare, man.
How are you allowed to do this?
The coach must be losing his mind.
Oh, I get so diligent.
There's nowhere. There's no area to play in, no pocket to play out of. Sewn up,
yeah, it goes Razor.
Chronicle in full control until then. Spring, give me a miracle. Show me what you can do.
Okay.
It's lovely, but does he expect it? Absolutely not. There's no escaping.
They wrecked him in this half. My goodness.
Another round that just shows the layers of contingency in Fnatic's game plan.
I mean, Wolves have a good attack. They have a very good attack. It's hard to play against, but you gotta have more than 2 rounds.
A tall order to come back to, and an even worse scoreline, to be honest.
Yeah, they are big game players they're up against, though, right? To face Fnatic in these sort of situations is incredibly hard. It's uphill by all accounts, and very few people understand what it's like to face a team like this. However, there are a couple of people in the building who know what it's like, and one of them is waiting in the wings with Yinzu. We're going to head over there right now.
FNC?
Do I have a treat for you guys? I'm now joined by Tens and Kaide. They're in the building indeed. Welcome. First of all, Tens, we have an event in Canada. How exciting is that?
It's honestly amazing being able to attend an event that's in my home country. The crowd here has been fantastic, so just the vibes are immaculate.
I'm feeling the vibes, and I'm glad you mentioned the vibes because Kaide, I saw a little video of you dapping up Sufat BV, living all of our dreams out here. What was that like meeting him?
Oh no, he's absolutely incredible. He has really good vibes. I feel like I'm low-key the curse right now though, because it's 10-2 at the moment, but I hope they can bring it back.
It's a best of 5. As you know, Tense, anything can happen in a best of 5. You've been here before. You've also had to watch some stressful games. I saw you in a Paper X jersey yesterday. Now, this question came specifically from our good friend, Vansili. What is more stressful, watching Sen, watching Paper X, or watching Kaide's Game Changers games?
Oh my god. I'll just say all of them are stressful. They might be more stressful than playing, honestly. I think watching is really stressful.
Anything you want to add there, Kaide?
For me, personally, it was watching Sen. I don't really get nervous when I play, so I don't know.
Yeah, you're the go. You're the go for that reason. And lastly, there's a lot of crazy things happening on stage, players standing up, so on and so forth. I want to hear from you. Who is winning the vibe game today?
I think right now Boaster is because they're up 10-2, but I know Sufat's going to bring it back.
I also agree.
All right, let's see if they're right and send to the second half.
Can't help but love
Bring it back as in now, or
just ice cold. Feels no pressure.
match?
Light work. All right, all good. And here, checking in on that Coinbase econ report, it is going to be a one-sided affair. You can kind of read it as you see it. No real surprises in that regard.
Painting the picture of some rough purchases to string together for Wolves, and no surprises really. I think we come back to a similar discussion we've had previously. This time around, it's YU that's kind of trailing behind a little bit. The second half, we're looking towards Juicy. He had a fantastic resurgence versus Gen G.
Yes.
Really, the pinnacle.
Econ's
of
so
that comeback.
even. This must be a 6-6 half.
Showing some resilience already here in the first half.
Yeah, I hate to
putting
break
up some
it to you.
numbers. Even at a 10-2 deficit.
A little bit away from that.
Need to get this first round on the board.
Yeah, it is not even just a want, it is a need, a necessity.
Yeah, it is a must-win
if Wolves
pistol.
want a shot in this.
We got a 1-0.
Let's see how it looks at the very beginning.
Fnatic.
Already Fnatic looking
This
to
is
take
interesting
control
from
over towards
Wolves.
Rem.
They didn't throw any pressure over
Wolves
towards
ironed
A.
up middle.
And normally they do
Slow
some
and
kind of
steady
like
walk.
default where they're
In their
doing
time, but on the other side.
the cages.
Is
This
Proc.
kind of implies that they
Downstairs
want to go a
well.
little bit
Pressure now
faster.
felt a little
Prowler
towards
goes
Remains, a little bit of
out and the
read
trip
here.
hit the
Encouraging.
trip.
Fnatic's
Okay,
getting
Prowler got hit by the trip. They know the trip's here. They satchel over the trip and now they got a fast flank.
Immediately on the back of contact there. Fnatic are on the move.
But once they leave middle, the flank won't probably get too much unless he goes over towards B main and he's here really fast.
Fnatic still have a foot in the door.
Nice
Wolves
double kill.
beautiful. Breaking it down and now Boaster
Damn, he didn't even get one.
Beautiful
Okay, that's a
for Wolves.
pistol.
This is what the doctor
The only person who
ordered.
could own this
Now
is
Alpha
Alpha.
and Crashy still with a lot of kit to play with and a bit of chip damage. Alpha. Is anyone to be nasty?
He gets a
It
kill
would
with a
be
nade
him.
though.
Oh my god, don't
It's
you
another
dare.
nade on the planter.
Don't you dare. Another paint shell and another problem.
Higher, lower? Okay, dude, honestly, I was a little bit worried there.
Finding some of that
I was a little bit worried. I
Wolves
thought he
need.
actually had a chance. Hello, Yumpy. How are we doing, mate?
Surely asking for a few more.
Same thing I had yesterday,
on the
Yumpy.
back of that,
Jay and Base as well with the prime
confident
for the
start
8
here to the
months.
pistol. No hesitation on the way in. Happy to stand their ground, take these gunfights. Boaster, unfortunately.
Do we have a game?
Maybe to find
Bonus
one, make
rounds
it a little
and
easier
maybe we start believing.
for Crashies and Alpha to potentially clean up.
This is Wolves.
First
This isn't Wolves map, no. Fnatic picked it. But this is in my head one of the closer maps.
No, need to follow through here.
But they did pick Icebox, which is probably
under their thumb
Fnatic's,
the whole way through.
in my
Now,
opinion,
we know
best
they
map at the
can do
moment.
This sort of thing. We've seen it, right? We've seen
Actually,
what
maybe
they
a
can do with a
Sen
bit
is.
of momentum, a bit of belief. But it is gonna be
Okay,
round
I
by
like this
round,
though.
and it's a
Wolves, they're allowed one
long
death. They
road
just chill out. They do this a
can't
lot,
have
right?
a
Fnatic
kayak
default, wait 15 seconds for
can't
some kind of
have
aggro.
Alpha going
And
off or
Fnatic
Krog
buy a
getting
hero
out of nowhere.
Bucky.
None
Something
of that
also
can
that
be
I've been
allowed to
saying
happen.
is like,
So can they cross
for
the
sure a
doors,
thing that
dot
people could
the
lean more
I's?
into.
Can they truly stand shoulder to shoulder with some of the giants?
I think
of
hero
Valorant?
Bucky's crazy underrated. Especially if you can try and force him into that Bucky. On this map
shown
as
that
well,
they can
for sure, it's
tell this sort of slow
a good
pacing.
gamble.
We saw it in the Sentinels game. This
Dude,
is
look at my hero. Look at my hero Bucky.
very well versed.
My hero Bucky's just cleared all of the pressure and he's pushing over towards B, so the 4-person A stack can come in. That's a rough one from Crashies, especially when we've got the wall that can go up.
So Bucky in the hands of Alpha, but he's on the flank. It's going to be difficult to get something going here.
Yeah.
But upgrade to a Ghost.
That's the Ghost though. This was nice from Wolves. And Alpha can obviously throw this to someone.
Sets him up to succeed. Kron does draw blood.
30 seconds.
And he's
time here.
not really gets overwhelmed so fast.
Another nade kill?
Paint shot from
That was
Alpha,
close.
still trying no. So
Okay,
3
handled well in the
survive.
end from Wolves.
Yes, they lose one weapon, Mike, but that's fine.
And scheme of things, keep that ball rolling in terms of the finances. 3 Bulldogs carried across. Juicy's going to struggle potentially. But
If we get that Sun, yeah, probably, yeah, I think so.
you can see Fnatic are desperate to get into sight, tuck themselves in, anticipating the regroup outside A. It's rough here as well for Alpha, actually. YU, a lick of HP. Steps ahead of the paint shell and finds the kill. But now the rifles are here.
Okay, this is the round.
For
If Wolves
Fnatic,
get this,
Juicy actually
the belief goes up a lot more.
into round 3.
First signs of life toward middle. Slow presence.
It is a lot different from Wolves though, right? This is the main thing that's a lot different. Normally we're saving the cages over towards A, and we create pressure over towards A. This time they have an extra person backing them up. The Cypher joins the pack.
Hard to get a bit of a beat on this. Oh, Spring.
But he got one though, he got the person in heaven.
Trade, but this spurs them on, Mike. It looks like they really want to head towards this B site.
And Alpha desperately wanted to get outside of the smoke. He might have a big opportunity here. They're actually going to push into it.
Okay,
they pushed into the smoke. Wait, are they going over towards A? Give me Chronicle.
Like
Big Molly. Okay, now do they go back to B?
Feeling bold in approach, but they can't get lost in the source here.
Don't split up, boys.
And he's
they're
going to land
splitting
the
up.
shot on YU. That's a problem. Now they're starting to drift a little. 3v3. And Kayak still holding ground. The immovable object. 3 kills in the round, could be on for the ace if he keeps going like this, but dealt with.
Still
Juicy unlocks that B site. Now the plant is on the cards.
Still got utility here for Crashies as well. Kron, we saw him burn up the snake bite. They are grouped.
Prowler goes near heaven, double
As
push.
2 going to try and sweep through, see if that BB going to be caught.
Oh, wow, that's insane info as well.
He's done it well, no trade available for Kron
Big
there.
nades.
Has to wait this out now.
Yeah.
Maybe a good idea of where both players are.
Chronicle should just wait though, create pressure like he goes over towards heaven.
Juicy, eyes up towards heaven.
Okay,
I thought he'd
well.
hold this with him. It's still solid.
Yeah, he should have
that
waited
BB plays
there.
it well.
Dude,
Waited,
kinda on.
and now stands.
it's kind of on.
Now not looking impossible.
Obviously, it's
At
still
5 to 10,
outrageously
Mike.
hard, but
We might be starting to get a bit of a game here.
Mimicking the first half, the bonus conversion. Rough timing here for Boaster, I think. Just trying to slip a little deeper. The trade comes through, sure, but it's really what gives Wolves something to pin their hope to towards B site. A 3-round string, actually. Something else.
Judge Bucky, double
their
stinger,
hopes to.
Sheriff.
Again, hard work already really done. Get themselves on the board. Start establishing themselves in terms of the finances. Again, this first ult cycle. Oh, yeah, CUFAT BB. Probably going to be the first influential ultimate available to them, but not quite yet.
It's very all in.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
far,
it's another
isn't it?
round where
At
Fnatic
least
kind
in
of
this
get
round.
early information on the signs.
Boaster, he's
Boaster
found
with a
Cubby, He's
Bucky.
found a corner. Has he found an opportunity? The Bucky rattles off. Does well on one, but he can't get the follow-up. The site now not
Did
fully
it
in
right to get
control.
one.
The
What
spike
guns
hindered.
Alpha got?
The
Judge?
Prowler being sent up towards ramp finds nothing, but Alpha waits. The flank eventuality coming in
Spike
as
goes
well.
over towards
Slow
site.
and
Dude,
steady.
Spring
They
has
have
to
try
get
and
this
keep
kill.
them at bay
He has
here.
to get this kill on
Looking for
Kayak.
it, and whether it's going to be anything else.
nicely done
Very
for
much
him.
attention, but Kayak will
You can
fall.
chill. You can chill.
Spotting out Kron as well. They now know one towards CT. They've seen Alpha flying through the air. Dealt with, done for. Wolves are back at the door. 6 rounds looking very
Hey,
likely.
nice. Dude, they keep a lot of people alive.
The Wolves are here.
he's actually dancing that poster.
We've got a showman on our hands, and Fnatic should be furious about this.
It's just, I mean, he talks about thriving in this sort of scenario. They really come alive when playing from behind. Fnatic will be forced to take a timeout here. It's the operator in hand here for Kayak.
Early timeout. I mean, this is a repeat of the first half at the moment. Timeout at the same time, and it's a similar story in terms of they're up against Fatal. But I think this time it's Fatal Ominal.
Go out with a whimper, get lost in the depth of a best-of-5, and fall short against, you know, one of the greats that there is. Right now, though, they're showing why they made it this far. They're showing that vibe. Cameraman's got an easy job these days, huh?
Yeah, the content delivering non-stop in Toronto.
But you are seeing one adjustment here. Well, at least we are. Operator for Kayak. And it doesn't feel like Fnatic looks stressed yet, Mike, but they've got to start feeling that this game is not as easy as maybe it felt on that first.
As well, the concern being another round. I mean, especially
this
now
combo.
Battered like this 4 in a row.
I wonder if Wolves change up how they're playing with the Cypher. Again, no passive pressure over towards A. Like with what's going on, no joke, Fnatic could literally just hold this line the whole time with one.
Wolves have shown they're happy
There's
to
been no
tap
vision
into
block here.
Pacia XX, but
And they kind of are.
this being a perfect example now. Way ahead of the curve in terms of a Wolves attacking half.
Fatal hits the one, but there's 3 back of sight here.
By that same pressure that was put down towards Crash.
Oh, this was nice, and they isolated these two with the Viper Molly.
So Juicy rewarded. Now Fnatic
Got late luck over towards middle. Chrom's kind of on it, but
nothing here to bank on if you're Fnatic.
it just doesn't have to, especially with the man advantage, you don't have to do anything. Wait until they start like committing over towards the site. Then the Cypher can go.
He's just waiting for contact to come through on site. Chronicle guarding it for the time being, but I don't think he's going to find him.
Okay, so this is the go over towards middle. Cypher luck coming in. Yeah, very nicely handled.
The Wolves are here, baby, and Kayak really wants to keep that operator.
Yeah, they got no money again. Let's start looking over towards here. It's a 2-9 loss bonus. So they can get a low buy with this as well.
There's nobody else there to really back him up. Maybe not reading that the full brunt of this execute's coming through main, but I can't help but think it kind of goes against the ethos of an operator coming in here. You don't necessarily want players exposed, isolated like this. It being Alpha in particular as well. Beautiful reveal as well.
Give me fist pump, boys.
It's like I said, with players like YU in Spring, if you give up that first blood and a man advantage, somebody will tuck in. They will not be moving until it gets chaotic on
Wolves now
site.
Actually gonna do
demonstrating just that.
The cages.
They have
Dude, still no vision block over towards A.
Now, if they can note the operator, they can spot where that's kind of committed to early.
Yeah, I like this from Fnatic. And I
on
know
the
it's a
prowl
low
may
buy, but
feel
again,
indicative that someone's been pushed up towards
this is
B main.
legit just a one-person hold on A, and they get the earliest info ever.
Fnatic, you don't necessarily want to show it too early. Basically put Wolves in charge of the information game, but Kayak, desperate.
Yeah, and can they try retrieve the op? Yes, they do. Boast to op, not feeling it, throws it to Alpha, still got the stinger.
Wolves can play this game.
I know exactly where you are.
Good info on the ult as well. Juicy looking to
I mean,
outdo Kron there on the jump spot, but
B-split.
going to keep his life. Not alone in that mid walk too either. It's a 3-2 split as it stands. Looking to maybe adjust that now. So they want to take towards that B site. Once again, rinse, repeat, it works. But Alpha, excuse me, you've got an operator. Excuse me, Alpha, you have an operator. One is not enough to deny this. And you look at what remains, it's
Does
Stingers.
he
Hard to make
Viper
work if
or
they keep them at arm's length.
keeps
Get
it?
into the site here, maybe cause some issues, but doesn't look like. I mean, Chronicles just now trying to dig out the late lurk, but we can see both Spring and YU, the prime candidates for such a role. This time, up in the front lines. Chance here, potentially, I mean, with the setup for Fnatic to find an exit, but Everybody said it. They need to close the gap, really. I mean, the smoke. Can get in. Crashes.
Solid.
Daylight robbery here for the operator.
Oh! Whoa!
There's no way that nearly went down there. Kron's like, get down, President.
So, that's close, man. 8 HP. Keeps it.
It's all good. But still, they keep the operator. But it
Do
feels
they
like the
pop their
poison
second
chalice
timeout?
almost, right? It's just like, who's
There is no pressure. There is no pressure on A. It is like the map is split in half. It is just B and middle. That's it.
The way to get back into these one-sided games, you don't really expect it to happen. When we say it's a mountain to climb, you don't really think they're going to be mountaineers, right? You don't expect them to be sherpering their way up that hill, but
no timeouts. Fnatic have no more timeouts.
And then it becomes real. Then I'm on board.
Oh, okay, they might be in trouble.
Fnatic are very close to having the full hand, and they want Kayak in on this. Fnatic
I thought they had one more.
Trying to make it hurt, but Kron's already gone down. Juicy doing well here. This is lovely stuff from them. And no chance for that operator to really sing.
Guys, there's still no A pressure. There's still no A pressure. Surely Boaster should just be holding this, and then he can help over towards everywhere else on the map.
This plays into their hands. Allows them to slow the pace, garner some control across the map, and they already know they've created a gap in the defenses. Fnatic spread a little thin here, but Kayak, he's the, where's this actually headed? This
one Prowler, they managed to get a rotate out of them. Obviously, they could have gone through middle.
Even the observer's getting excited.
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
But again, this
Okay, this is the Polslo that owns the smoke. Great shot.
Really well there. Nice shot.
Spots too.
I don't like the peek ahead.
Whoa, insta all on top of this. They can take a lot of space over towards middle though.
Even up that initial trade, and this one I don't think
Yeah,
it's
two
going to
ults by the way for Fnatic on this one. They're really all in for this.
That's an effective trade, and they are
Boaster has his ult to retake, and we've got to start looking at Crashies. If Crashies gets a kill, he gets his ult.
Going for a lurk. I like that. But Boaster heads up about it. Smart. Good read from Boaster there. But they still have this A site looking very good. Crashies keeping himself somewhat hidden here. 14 seconds as well. He could be the one to change the outcome of this round if he plays it just right. Boaster trying to keep all eyes on him, but the attention now turns. Crashies can't find a player on the plant, but he does take away CFAT BB. Now down to a 2v4, it's unlikely. Why are you looking calm? But it's going to be handled, surely. Surely, there it is. Alpha dives in. They're going to make it
get rewarded.
Now,
the other play over towards Heaven was a little early, but I guess they couldn't really. I don't think they felt like they
unlucky here for
had
again an opportunity to isolate.
I don't think they had. I don't think they thought there was low numbers on A basically.
A misread of the map because they're able to navigate way around effectively. Actually, Alpha finding Lysol just ahead of getting out of the smoke. Could argue Spring. That's where you really want to see him tuck in and do once more what we've seen.
Okay, it's gonna be the first time where Wolves are gonna put cages over here. And then it kind of looks like they're just going to burst with it. There is so many ults. If Fnatic lose this one, 2 people can't buy next.
See if this continues now. Fnatic, 1 on the board for the second half. Operator still here. A couple of ultimates come online as well. The 2 being
Cage, vision block. First time, by the way.
Juicy. Speaking of ultimates.
Pop ult.
Showstopper. Oh, Slicesaw.
No way, no way. How did he survive that? 4 HP as well. It was a great fade eye from him once he realized he was going over towards Heaven.
Show me another perspective.
This is like a crazy. I would actually say the tech that he does here with the fade eye, unless he missed it, which is probably like the most underrated fade eye tech at the moment. Probably the most underrated tech that you can use in the game at the moment. Probably like dropping the eye down on the floor early, so anyone that swings the corner gets insta hit. I would say it's probably the most underutilized.
Double stack towards CT. The site is clear. It's almost lulling them into this false sense of security.
Now this is better for Fnatic. They're waiting towards
the
other side. Nobody overstepping the mark just yet. Why you removed Alpha? Next up here. Next line of defense.
Oh, that swing is not great.
And again, this grip towards CT is in play. They know about the players in middle. They don't know there's still 2 waiting patiently. The Bulls did want to try and get ahead and maybe get a pick on their side. So we're looking at CFAT BB and Spring.
Now Spring.
Do what the others couldn't. But a 2v5 is not easy.
I was going to say, it is 8-11.
Spring wants something on their side.
You kind of need a miracle round.
Doesn't get dodged either. Spring is in trouble. Trying to layer up that utility, but Alpha
he double sends him with a shorty.
Too simple
for
beast. Fnatic to claim
Okay.
that 12.
Very, very nice. Crashies, hopefully get a replay of him where he throws the... we didn't see his full tech with the eye though. It was nice. Like this, what he's doing here is insanely smart. Right, as soon as you turn the corner with the ult, you're getting hit, and he's just in their own smoke using it against them. Like what Crashies did here is insanely underrated. It's very smart from him.
To the likes of Fnatic is another to best them.
That ult, yeah, the ult should probably kill, to be honest.
There's still rounds to be played.
Still operator here for Juicy. See Kayak still has one of his own, but map point now for Fnatic.
Okay, 4 chances.
Pick goes up early. Alpha and Kron will play inside this. Got to be careful there though. I mean, looking for Kron, and it's Alpha catching a stray or two.
Pushes all the way down.
Bosa's got the divide here as well, so another good defensive ultimate. The gauntlet laid out in front of Wolves. Oh, Alpha though.
Mad respect to Spring.
The mark once more, trying to find something, but Kayak evens the odds.
Yeah, I love that reaction from Kayak to take space back on the other side of the map.
Okay, Bosta, you can win this right here.
Bosta going to struggle to stay alive.
Oh my god, he got the guy at the back.
in that? I do not know, but Juicy
it's unlucky for Kron.
Doesn't want to give this up yet, but look at Crash's position, Mike. That could be the checkmate. It makes me nervous. Are you going to even consider it at this point? Juicy might be.
Yeah, Crashies.
Still happening. So much util as well.
Oh, he's hit early. Really nice.
Time. And now they're herded on the site. Kayak closing in as well. Prowler posted. Shot! Missed! And an opportunity gained.
Good TP.
As Crashies called upon.
Great TP from him.
And Wolves stay alive.
Okay, 3. 3 goes at it.
Beautiful recovery here. In finding Alpha. Alpha desperate to try and attack the back line of Wolves. Maybe to still find success towards site. I mean, how Bosta gets that kill?
Bosta's looking, he looks up right, he's like, what the hell I go on?
One of those.
Spike down.
That's rough. But Juicy, again, he was the person we were talking about in terms of resilience, in terms of his ability to bounce back.
They have to eco if they don't win this one. One away from a Fatal, one away from a Razor. Oh, dude, if Alpha gets 1 kill here, this is over.
Oh, but this just feels nasty with Alpha here.
Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Bosta stuck around. I mean, he sold it, though.
He wants this done. For Alpha, instantly posts his ult as well in a 4v3. And they've been stalled out now.
It's still very good for them.
Bosta falling, though. Guess Wolves now... They don't have to run that utility gauntlet.
Clear it. I mean, it was smart from Fnatic, right?
To wait for contact.
Person who's in charge of anchoring shows over towards default. Okay, that's it.
Digs it out nice and early.
Yeah, the Prowler was just fantastic. And now Alpha feeling unfazed by the presence. A high-low setup. He gets cleared on 1, but down to the talisman for this side for Wolves.
Okay, very, very nice from Fnatic. That does too many rounds on attack, right?
It's map 1 done.
The good news for Wolves is they kind of... I mean, they got some rounds, they got some confidence, man.
Asking for another comeback once more. It's just not there. Fnatic able to stabilize here on split.
Certainly are. 13-9, a decent score, but a best of 5. We'll find out how this goes after the break.
It was Fnatic, yeah, Fnatic picked this map.
Quiet so he doesn't stand up like that little NPC. Stupid bad. Spring, everyone. Hold on, wait. I'm just supporting. Sorry. What? Super 5! And then Silpat BB getting a double one from me. And the feet.
For God's sake, what is this replay? Jesus. Why no Clove and VCT? Clove's not great. As much as I like to give it to the TMB, Clove is a great impro play. Both his ranked agents. But if TMB ever asks, it's an incredible agent in both lanes.
I don't really like committing to things.
When is map reveal? There's a show match tomorrow for it. So tomorrow before the final.
That's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Okay, let me get the VOD up. Map 1 split. What was I gonna say? Chat, you know I was talking about... See if we can do this. You know I was talking about the tech that Crashy's used over towards Heaven. I'm gonna do it on a map that isn't in the map pool, just so I don't show too much. But it's like a very underrated thing that can be used in defaults at the moment. I think the best example I can kind of give you is over towards Fracture. Right, say you're on defense, you have a fade eye that you literally just throw at the floor straight away, and then as soon as anyone swings, this corner, it will lock onto them. Right, so let's say who's a normal person that would take this, man? Sure. Let's say you have a Yoru that goes over towards here that actually swings this. Like as soon as you swing, you would get caught, and then obviously you can speed up on top of it, or you just get information. So these kind of fade eyes that go like straight towards here on certain maps, very, very underrated. Very underrated. It's definitely the tech that is like maybe not used as much as it should be at the moment. Vine showers, you can use it on vine showers. Throw it on the floor for someone to swing, same kind of vibe. Especially as like prowlers lock onto them, if you want to speed up fast, it can definitely help you. But the way he used it over towards Heaven was really smart as well. Use their smoke against them, right? And then insta prowler on the floor, as soon as they turn the corner, go fast, he's gonna reveal, then he can spam. His tech was really good, huh? Like the way he used it. Okay, I'll be, Jesus, this is loud. I'll be back in a bit, chat.
Fnatic draw first blood in this lower bracket final. I'm now joined by their head coach Milan. Now, this could have been a very dominant map, but what happened on their defense side?
I think it's just a different Viper setup. The Spring is lurking really well, and I think we kind of struggled to adapt to it a little bit. Even after the timeouts, I don't think we had a super great idea on how to counter it, but in the end, the boys pulled through, so I'm really happy with that.
Thank you for your insight. Good luck on map 2.
It was all about the attack on Split because we were seeing round after round go for Fnatic, and then when we flipped sides, it was round after round going for the Wolves. What a way to start things off here, but of course this brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment. And we're going to start this off with Kayak because, well, Kayak's just doing Kayak things here, Bea. An absolute beast.
As you said, it's everything about the attack, and Kayak started off super strong on this map, getting a lot of openers and being an absolute nuisance to go up against if you were on the side of Wolves. 10-2 for that side, and if Kayak is having one of those days alongside Alpha and Chronicle, it's going to be a difficult one for the Wolves.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he had a bit of a slow beginning yesterday on Split. This time came out of the gates instantly. I think it was 12-3 to begin, something ridiculous like that. I do think, though, just that coach interview with Milan where he was talking about, listen, we actually didn't have a great idea of how to shut that down on the defense.
Yeah.
But the individual player impact ended up pulling them through what ended up being quite a close game.
Yeah, it is interesting because the Wolves are completely asleep. They lost the first 8 rounds in a row. I think they were making some pretty simple mistakes, not trading each other, looking like they couldn't really figure out what to change up. But once I got that energy in the second half, it was the same win conditions we've been talking about for the Wolves all tournament long, but which is how rough that first half was. There just wasn't time to get back into Split.
And so many times it's just Spring and the plays that he can make. The wall that he was using on B was such a massive problem, but it all started with this crazy round number 9. We're just screaming, please do not peek. He doesn't have time. He ends up ulting out of it and just strikes the post.
But I think the silliness of this round kind of broke the mental barrier that was up for Wolves, where they felt like they were the worst team. I think they looked nervous, they looked like they didn't really have a game plan, and I think at that point they started to believe that they could win. It's rough, though, that they started on Split, because that's a really good map for them, but they kind of wasted the first 8 rounds being nervous.
And it sounds stupid to say, but I think one of the indexes of how good Wolves is playing in a map is how silly they are on stage and what Sufat Baby is doing. And once they won that bonus round, once they got back into it, he's hitting the L dance back at post, or he's doing all this stuff that they've been doing to all tournament to kind of play up to the crowd. And I think that's super critical in a game like this, to not overthink it, to keep the underdog mentality and just chill out. Hey, it's another game. Don't get stressed out by a BO5.
Always good to see the trademark Lysor stand and stare. You love to see it, kids. That being said, let's go to the coach of the Wolves and hear what he has to say.
Now joined by Coach Fade ahead of map 2. You guys showed so much resilience on map 1. You probably could have closed it out if the first half wasn't so skewed. So how do you make sure your boys don't go into Icebox as cold as they did on Split?
I think we give them too much respect, like in terms of their calling and map control. So now we're gonna fight back. Get ready, Fnatic.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much.
All right.
This is a very bold pick, maps for Wolves.
Respect, and while we did see that they were starting to gain that confidence, Bale, round after round after round, but now we get ready for Icebox, a great opportunity for the Wolves to answer back.
Yeah, exactly. They decided to go for this map. We've seen them playing in the tournament, and the idea for both of the teams is a bit different, right? Wolves, they've showed how they put that Gecko out. I want to see if they repeat that composition, and if we're going to see that synergy between YU and Juicy, because that is what brought them the win against RRQ.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the game plans look like too. I think actually Boaster's called some really creative looks on this map. It's something he's been super comfortable with in the long term too. So it's a test of a map pool. This second map ends up being a bit more of a test of endurance as well. You get off to a bit of a nervous beginning and now you start to settle into a BO5. It's about Wolves finding that rhythm for me, I think.
Yeah, it absolutely is. For Fnatic, though, this feels like the most comfortable map they could really get
this
to
is
try
their
and go
comfy
2-0
map.
in this series. They've always been excellent here on Icebox. They've had a great run on it back on EMEA this year. I've especially liked them switching into a Sage comp.
Wolves are currently
fell out of
13-0 in their last
for a lot
13
of
attack
time,
rounds on
but it's just
Icebox
so
across
strong
2
on this
series.
map. Fnatic is a team that
So,
loves to play retakes
what was that?
pretty much every map they
RRQ?
are
And what was the
playing.
other
And on
game?
this map, they do such a great job of stalling out that plant,
They didn't
getting
play
everyone in
Heretics on
position,
Icebox,
and
did
just
they?
winning these easy retakes. with that Sage wall up
did.
and the players flooding in.
Yeah, and as we jump into Agent Select, I want to see if WOLS is going to repeat that. Yes, they logged that
What's the other map? What was the other game?
Going to be on that Gecko, and with them starting on the
DJL,
attack again,
thank you so much for the Prime, mate. I appreciate that.
how important it is for Juicy to have a good showing
Are
on
they
this
back?
first
Oh, okay,
half.
okay.
As you're saying, Fnatic is going to give them a lot of space. It was one of the solutions that they found on Split. Finding an opener, going back, just play the time, play for the retake, and Chronicle is a great stage.
We need to see a confident Wolves that's willing to fight up in their post lines, get ahead of Fnatic's utility, and be willing to challenge them.
Sage
if Fnatic
Classic.
is allowed to just play the set
It
retakes
is
the
the
way
Sage
they want
Classic.
to, I think they'll run over this defense.
I think Pistol round 2, you're going to watch Chronicle on defense. He's going to buy the wall, and Wolves need a game plan, especially on the Pistol, because it's almost
very
impossible
true.
to
He's
break
talking
the
about.
Sage
They got to
wall
have some kind of
quickly
plan for how they want to
that's where I think,
stop
Stevie,
them
your point of playing
retaking.
up, playing aggro, they've got to have a game plan on the Pistol built around not letting Fnatic
For any
just
agent
walk
you would
back in
buff
with that
or
Sage
nerf
wall
right
deep.
now,
And for both teams, it does come down
I
a
would
little
probably
bit
try and
to
nerf
their
Omen
Jets,
just to
two
get
players that have
some of the other smokers a bit even,
Ascension in
like a
different
bit more
years.
even.
For Kayak, it was straight to Fnatic after winning with
I
Apex.
honestly
Juicy
think
had
Vice
that year
still
off.
needs a
Now here
nerf.
for his first time
So
as
I would
well,
probably
going
look into
head-to-head
nerfing
on
those
these
two, but
agents.
maybe
They can
maybe
absolutely
the Vice
take
one isn't
over on
proven yet.
Icebox.
For buffing, I would buff Teo, to be honest. I think what they did to Teo was it's always a little too criminal, man. It's a little too criminal. You got to give him something. You got to give him something a little more.
Very well run all over them. This is going to be a big challenge here for the Wolves, and the question is,
Like I really didn't enjoy watching the agent, but you gotta make that
you're
gonna make him a little viable.
Okay, map 2 Icebox. Now, I think something said there
How'd
really
you do it? I don't want to do
resonated with me, Mike. The
rechargeables.
fact that there is that fear of a
I could,
name, right?
you could
Fnatic
argue that maybe a double stun would be
legends in
okay,
this.
just so that he can actually like
makes you
stun with his
almost respect them
default,
too much.
maybe something like
Right,
that.
second half
I think
showed real
3
signs of
salvos is
Wolves,
too much.
but I
That's
don't
the issue
think
as
we
well,
can
though.
keep depending on those, running it back, playing from a deficit. I need to see them hit the ground running.
Harbor? I don't care about Harbor, man.
Yeah.
For that
They're gonna
to be the
rework
game
Harbor
plan,
anyway,
that
apparently.
To be, the strongest aspect of the playbook.
Literate
For sure.
369 with the tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Exhausting to constantly be
I've seen enough of Harbor, man. I don't want to watch K-Corp play Harbor again. They've turned me into a Harbor hater.
And again, I come back to the same thing. You never really are able to win a veto versus Fnatic, and this being the
okay,
biggest
Fnatic
concern,
on
I guess, in
defense,
the home
Wolves
stretch.
on attack.
Come to Icebox map 2.
Fnatic, one map up.
Again, proof of life shown in map 1.
Wall committed over towards A. I mean that normally.
Of course, if you're just tuning in, 13
Not saying they're 100% going to
on
hit
the
over
first,
towards A, but
Fnatic. Here on
definitely
Icebox,
might look into
Wolves
the
starting out on the attacking side, setting the
might look
tempo
into the numbers when they
themselves.
wall over towards it, how many times they hit the site.
Hello and goodbye. Crashy swiftly dealt with. Tried to stick around a little
Yeah,
too
but the
long.
person we need to look out for is Chronicle, so they need to fight over towards site. They
Wolves
can't
getting
give
that
them
nice
they can't
push
give them
mark.
the site.
Able to reset almost immediately. Still got the wall
Got to
to
be
work
able
with
to
here for
kill
Fnatic,
the
so
Sage
it's not
fast.
Kayak who want to open things up here. Why you though? Finds a response.
Yeah, trying to go around the site. I
Yeah,
kinda
it-
liked it, but
he went for the no
couldn't stop it for a
hesitation.
moment. And Chronicle, this guy just keeps getting better and better as the day goes on. And Suvat
Yeah, it's a great retake on this one. Hit some nice shots. Yeah, just wall pressure, right? You got to fight over towards site. It's not what you're comfy doing in practice. Majority of the time you're playing off site
These are the sort
using
of
util.
retakes that Fnatic will play towards time and time again. Right, they want to open things up, and you also expect a couple of extra bodies alongside why you hit. You've gotta
Oh, it's a great
anticipate.
shot, Boaster.
I mean, you see the comp immediately, you know where the strengths lie.
Okay.
Exactly the same.
It's
So, yeah,
2-1 on the
Oh,
pistols at the moment. 2-1 on the pistols. Obviously 1-0 on this. We've got the Outlaw. Everyone can get one shot.
classics.
No funny business from Wolves on this
Again,
one. Everyone just gets classics.
Talk about this. I don't want to see them go to that massive deficit and have to claw it back for themselves. We know they can. We'd love to see them get that ball rolling early. As it stands, Fnatic, you're looking at the purchase here. You maybe say 3 of those weapons, especially the one in Kayak's hands and maybe Boaster's, they'd want to keep
Oh,
hold
that's...
of. And Kayak hasn't been moved. Gets away with murder in the back of yellow. Eventually overwhelmed. The Boaster's right there. This simplistic stuff. Suvat Baby does get that prized possession, but they want it back, and they're going to get it. Simple
I'm not sure about that
Fnatic,
smoke.
not feeling phased so far.
Like, I get the smoke gets him out,
One casualty.
but it also means that everyone else is behind the one way from the guy Heaven.
Fnatic to lean upon. Get the
Hey, it's
free
nice, dude. It's
behind.
kind of nuts.
Down B.
I mean, it looks perfect. I don't know how much he knew about it.
Mundo do that. Yeah, I saw Devi yesterday and I was just like, that was just like one of those phantom moment aces.
Yeah,
he was like, yeah, you're just shooting and
Okay, everyone buys the
Second
heavy
or
armor
third
against the
land,
Outlaw, and
Light work.
Crashies does have enough money.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. It's,
So big round for Wolves now.
it's a stinger.
Buys in play. Why are you not a million miles away from home? Still got a bit to go.
Oops. Yeah, could have shot that one.
An early test on middle. You can see where the vast majority of the attention resides. Fnatic taking space
Yeah, a little
down
bit of pressure over towards
B1,
middle.
post
In
up.
reaction,
Kayak on that deeper line. God, how far is he willing to find this? Lysor, keep your eyes on the prize. There is a very hungry player on the other side, but early contact made.
okay, well, they know where the jet
peel
is.
away from this pretty quickly. Not necessarily anything to stop Wolves progressing towards A, but certainly a few pieces of kit to slow down this execute.
Yeah, and Fnatic just play off site, trying to make sure they can get a kill before they actually commit over towards the site. So obviously it's Sage retake with the wall.
First wave, Wolves don't actually find the plant.
Oh,
Lysor found Chronicle, though.
oh,
A
that's
key
the Sage.
piece in the
They don't have to
retake.
fight on site
Certainly
anymore.
is, but they're losing some of that HP on the site, but they do at least get the plant now. Not a fully comfortable post plant. Juicy still making the best of a bad situation. Taking down Boaster on only 3. That mid lurk is coming in. That is Lysor on the way. Maybe not necessary, but a lovely string to the bow here. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
very
clean.
nice from him.
And now
I
just
think he
one.
spotted his gun barrel now.
And Lysor's
Okay,
got
very,
a
very nice.
beautiful
Dude, that kill on the
gutting
Sage
and
opens up
alive
so
in
much.
this one. Wolves getting back into it.
Early response found here from Wolves. I mean, both teams converting the bonus in map 1, so
Yeah, that was nice from them as well, especially once they got their molly towards top mid.
defying
They kind of knew that they had pressure going on here as well.
Kayak already round number 4.
Diabell, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Thank you for sending that as well, dude. Thank you, thank you.
And already shown signs of
Okay, Kayak
defensive
with
proactivity
the
in
op
previous. Sit back,
over
maybe a little
towards
deeper
A,
here,
spotting
sat up on the
floor.
sideline.
Oh, we might have a duel here.
And again, if you're someone like Fnatic, you have the ability to be a little bit boisterous almost as well.
Okay, he does take it away, so this one's coming back faster. But again, it's nice from Wolves kind of predicting, right? They break
Wolves,
this,
they need
they
to
know,
almost temper that, right?
or like
Bring
it
them
looked like
back
they
into
knew the
heel,
change-up.
cull some of that
Because
confidence.
Alpha
There's always a
pulled
good
this
balance
back
with Fnatic.
before
They're not gonna go too far.
before the molly
See
broke
what
it.
the
He's gonna have to
attempt
place
is
this here again
here
though.
from Wolves.
So he's just
A little
watching for the
early
moment.
Glance towards A. See where they're stacking now.
Again, it's always a
Yeah, turret goes back in, places it
seeing
down.
the nanos from Lysor burn up versus a Sage. You really want to keep as many of those stalls, utilities.
Dude, look how much
in the post plant as
look how much
possible.
Alpha's doing here as well. Breaks the turret over towards middle. Got his turret back over towards here. He could definitely lean heavier towards the sites. He's still got the molly to stop the plant. 40 seconds on this one.
Does get the info on the cross towards yellow. So the rotation.
Dude, look at this rotate.
Confidence. But Juicy gets caught. Alpha quick to it. They want that plant, but Alpha is
What
doing
happened to
damage
our
from above. Catching Sufat BB as well is a problem. And
happened to the wall
doesn't
here?
feel safe from this position either. So has to play it out here, trying to find some security, and that's going to help matters. Spring makes his presence known through middle and puts him into this 3v4.
Stuffed up now. They have to dig out a player from back yellow. The Kayak gifted one onto Spring here. That's just why you left now.
And they got to know about it. They know about his position to an extent. And he's been
Okay, very nicely handled from
corralled
Fnatic
by
there. The nice
Crashies.
fast rotate on this one as
Fnatic
well.
looking solid here. Very disciplined in that play back in, and certainly helped by Alpha catching two.
Back as well, didn't even catch it off screen. The immediate follow-up with the operator. Producer doesn't even get a chance to
Yeah, and,
react
I mean
here.
Alpha just did so much on this round.
It is
Even the
first,
pressure over towards
second
middle.
meter. I mean, Lysor really, like I said, with that plant
And
position,
keeping his
you
util
wanna-
up.
You really want to see have that, I guess, safety from the front line where he doesn't have to peak too early. But again, Spring was giving away an opportunity for Fnatic to find a way back in.
Placing
Okay, they've got the ult
Okay, the
with
mind
Wine.
games
So that's something they
still
have
going
at
on.
least
This
in
time we
the
have a
back
molly for here, but as we can see, the turret is in kitchen. Wolves want to keep this one nice and simple. They do take the hit of one person, but the official goes in just to clear close. He can pick this one up for a second hit or potential after plant. This wall goes down in a sec.
Look at the presence here already, Mike. That's 4
Now
players
what?
on this side.
A pause for thought on the way in here.
I mean, he cannot feel comfy on default.
Littered with Wolves players.
It's going to be kind of cool, though. As soon as the wall goes up, does he just make a play and go through it?
Come back up over the top. Kayak will still find one.
Oh, and Juicy trying to play way ahead of that desperation to find some security. And that is a brave ult. It's worked
I think he went for the safer
out.
option.
Try and keep him safe. Yeah, there's plenty.
Yeah, okay. I mean, dude, Alpha's doing so much, chat. Alpha's doing so much. I think they're...
Still standing.
Oh, God. I think Juicy there has to realize he's got such a good timing that he should honestly just push through on sight here.
Feel like a tense Fnatic.
No one expects him close with what he was doing.
Same to be said on the other side, but at some point,
Cousin It with the 28 mums. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, playoffs this event's been awesome.
I feel like I'm almost underselling Kayak at times because he's hit the ground running. I know he was this big tier 2 prospect coming up. He was the one to try and catch, right? The one to get in the roster. But unbelievable.
Let's just remind ourselves, first international showing. Already. And yeah, already looking at top 3.
Yeah, we're pressing the timeout button.
Having such a strong performance individually. And like I said, any player would be happy to step into any iteration of Fnatic rosters over the years, but again, to come in and be, I guess, the headline in a number of individual performances is just fantastic to see for him.
It is, and again, he's taken the role of once was the king of Icebox Durka, right?
Yeah, at times we've even said this thankless role. Again, Durka went through peaks and troughs, and yeah, went through it, along the years, but Kayak already showing here that he's up to the challenge. He has done regionally as well.
Juicy. Hero armor, hero ult.
Fantastic, so happy to see he's able to carry that through. Again, surrounded by a wealth of experience that...
They've got to start getting some rounds. It's looking way too convincing.
Dividends for, call it a rookie. I saw some pings here. Is this just a straight up mid-split, potentially?
Gotta try something.
Yeah, Alpha immediately putting the alarm out the window.
I'm a little scared of Alpha in this form, though, and I think most players would be.
Whoa, he's fast here. That's a gun down if you want to speed up over towards kitchen. Boss has got a big jewel in front of him. Oh, what a shot that is. 2 guns, guys. You gotta cancel this and go back. You guys have got to cancel this and go back. It's the easiest call of your life.
It looked like they wanted that A, but now they've already adjusted. Heading up towards B. Juicy trying to buy the time. Only one more knife.
One knife, that's it.
Here.
He's trying to make him waste it.
Crashes clears through. The plant now just going down spring. With a big valuable weapon here. Caught up, picked up from the corpse of Alpha.
They're good though.
They
still got the wall as well, so they need to fight heavier over towards sites. They didn't
Interesting choice.
Yeah, didn't they have 2 guns that they could pick up?
See how now if they can recover that, maybe prioritizing.
Look at this position from Sufat, baby. Look at this. Could be absolute
Yeah, I mean, he has to be the playmaker. Oh! Okay. That'll do it. Walk's still up though, so there's still a lot of pressure on this one. Guys? Guys?
Someone swinging. Okay, he's doing the dance with YU. He's trying to find that next target. Isolated.
3 bullets. Ooh! What an absolute shot that is. Oh, man. How have they won that? Oh, they let him get half. But that's an outrageous shot to hit. With 3 bullets, snapped onto him.
I'll say it again. The first international showing. Just outrageous.
You thought that was going to be the highlight of the round.
His decision making here is sick.
This man does this.
Whoa.
Bloody hell, that shot.
Why is he ADS?
That is tasty.
It's made it look like the calmest thing I've ever seen.
Top of the board for Fnatic.
He wants more. confidence brimming.
Oh, it's a shame for Wolves, man. It's a shame for Wolves. They really needed that one.
And he's unrelenting. He wanted to stick around.
Dude, gets the heal as well. Only loses the armor on that. But start looking at some ults. We've got equal ults on each side, apart from obviously the Viper ult.
Again, don't shy away from the fight. Same could be said for Kayak. Healed up now in a second chance. Second bite. Actually comes
Okay, we're way too confident. We're way too confident.
Gets them the man advantage early, and there's a
Yeah, and they know they got the Killjoy down, so they can go real fast here. And they put the Viper ult in. If they plant in the Viper ult and all go forwards, then maybe. Oh, I thought that hit. But they've done a pretty good job at dodging.
Second time of asking, but look at the positioning from Alpha and Boaster. They've got them pinned on the site, and that's the problem.
Nice.
Now they've got to evacuate. Where do they decide to go? Well, there's no good way to go here. Spring trying to find a corner to play from.
It's got a little bit of safety, but it's not safety.
No, it's a 1v4. Oh,
the ball goes up.
Dude, give him a chance, man. Give him a chance.
This is Fnatic looking in finals form. And that is a terrifying prospect to any team.
I was about to say, just here on the back of the clutch, I can see Kayak posted up on this wall, and I was thinking, there's no way. There's no way Dry is just swinging on that. But then there's 4 members of Wolves facing the opposite direction.
Thinking he's not going to swing that.
Nobody's going to swing through this.
Now. 6-1.
Yeah, the timeline now 4 successful.
Okay, another Byrons.
Diffuses for Fnatic. Wolves once again
Dude,
asking
12 and
for
3.
recovery here. 5-round deficit,
12
more
and
manageable
3.
than where we've seen it.
7 rounds in.
Yeah. The scary thing is, in my mind, I think a lot of us love the
We haven't seen this for a while.
love what Wolves have done.
Yeah, and honestly, the turret going off is fine because you're gonna think it's on the floor.
The old gods. I mean, Fnatic haven't looked this good. I mean, we cast them plenty of
Hello.
times. We've all watched them regionally. They ain't looked like this in a minute.
They get the early info from that as well, though. They want to fight heavier over towards site. Juicy, nice shot.
Juicy could have done with another, but Crash is quick to business, and the plant going to be stalled out.
Kayak dash will burn up, so be a little more, dare I say, passive in terms of these peaks.
Yeah, but the wall broke, so they at least create pressure over towards here.
I'm already seeing Kron looking that way, though.
Yeah, I mean, eyes trained that direction.
Discipline now being shown from both sides. See if there's an overstep. But Fnatic's re-clear is very, very reserved.
This is nice from Chronicle.
I guess the only risk they're taking.
His crash, he's ready. Dude, I saw him itching his head, man. Dude, I saw him itching his head. I know he's not ready for that peak.
Great positioning from Kron to get that back. I thought that was a fair fight.
Dude, that itch has got to wait, man. That itch has to wait.
Safe plan. He's not really got many options. Even ahead of the wall as well. Chronicle looking to just stand his ground, take this engagement. An awkward exchange back and forth, but Post is there waiting.
Toxin screen down.
The thing that scares me, Mike, this is the attacking side where Wolves have been strong. They've been good at these, but Fnatic
It's a great swing though from Chronicle. No matter what, that's getting traded.
There's not much more to say about it for Wolves.
Yeah, they reckon. I agree with Pansy. What else can you say?
At one step above, these big games, at pressure, get to the best of them. But for now, it's 7-1. Fnatic feeling none of that.
Game plan looking undeterred here. I mean,
Ooh, that second shock. And then the molly just landed, so the second shock did so much damage.
But yeah, unfortunately, Wolves, you're almost hoping now that they have another option, a way to kind of lead
The
away
icebox, yeah, we spoke about this. This is Fnatic's best map in my opinion. But to choose this one, we said at the beginning was a little crazy.
Necessarily working. I mean,
You at least didn't want it to start like this.
Timeline, it's diffusers coming through for Fnatic, but they're so well drilled. Rarely catch them off guard with those sorts of setups. Hunter's Fury available here for Wolves. One rifle in the hands of Spring.
Presence already, though. I mean, it feels like Fnatic have identified that there's been those nice mid lurks coming out from Wolves that haven't really got them around, but you can see the pressure it's put on a couple of times.
Everyone dodged the drone though.
Once again, you got Kayak posted on that deep line on A. He's not feeling any pressure.
Oh.
Speaking of pressure, couple of issues now.
That's all the util still able to be activated.
Oh man, this is tough to win. As you can see them really feeling under the gun here. Boast already taken away YU. The plant is in place, but Kron creeping closer. He knows he's got one locked towards side. It's so simple for
Raise
him.
if you want it.
Step by step, they want to clear house. See if that BB, Spring and Lysor desperate for a round. Oh, it's so good. It's so simple.
Jesus, look at him go.
It's not meant to look this easy.
It looks insanely
really
easy.
not. And all of that reckless optimism just gets shattered here. Round by round, Fnatic keep getting stronger.
And hoping, I mean, we had another early timeout called here in the first half. So yeah, just popped up on the screen yet. Need to come up with a solution here, because you don't just get a free plant and a free post plant.
Oh, it's rough.
Like
it's
Fnatic,
really, really rough.
Already seeing how well drilled.
The Paper X fan, should you be worried?
They can just they can sit back, just wait for everything.
Paper X should be, unless a madness happens. If Fnatic win this, Paper X should be kind of 2-0 up because of Sunset and Pole. Unless Fnatic have something crazy planned.
But I think it's the way we're starting to see these rounds go down.
Not really, unless you're thinking they can't get 1 out of 3 maps. I also think that, like, as much as Fnatic look great, this is their best 3 maps in a row. Maybe arguably Ascent, but we don't really know for sure. And then Wolves are melting a little bit.
Some choky history when they're playing from behind, but again, there's also points in their history where they've looked best at playing from behind. So unfortunately, it's one of those teams that some days when they're in form, and they have been here in Toronto,
they won't let Haven through. Yeah, I know.
Find a weak aspect to
what do you mean? Matix, they don't get a ban.
And all these other factors.
You got 2 bans for.
Kind of crunch time in my
You got 2 bans for Paper X.
I mean, the crowd have willed these guys on. The 6th man behind them at times, but waiting for something to cheer for. It has been the Fnatic show.
They'll ban Haven and whatever they want to ban. In my opinion, it should be Icebox, but I can understand how they might think it should be Ascent.
It is good from Fnatic coming out of the timeout though. Look at Boaster's position. They're ready to spring the trap behind this. Deal with the turret nice and early. It's actually going to draw. Look at Spring. He's walked straight through the orb.
Oh, it is audacious from him.
The big play from Boaster though.
Oh
no, and he might get owned by Boaster. Oh god, Wolves can't. With like nothing's going right for him. Maybe a couple of duels, maybe a cast.
Opportunity made and maybe denied by Alpha, who should have been dead, keep in mind. Should have been brought down earlier. But Boaster in the back line's going to keep him locked.
Honestly, yeah, get him after he's planted.
A gift.
Ooh, hold up.
Takes him down.
That's the kill.
Okay. Game back on potentially here. A needed timeout to correct the sinking ship. Oh god, Alpha. Player standing. A 1v2. Have you just shown them a chance of what could have been to merely take it away?
Nice, okay. All we had to do is lose hope.
They needed a sign of life, Mike. They needed something. If that's enough to get them going, so be it. But they've got to close out the rest of this half.
Yeah, this is around that actually. Fnatic teed up to really take control of. Again, I didn't quite catch it. I was looking at the minimap, but Boaster was showing his hand a little too early here. YU able to then isolate him. You're hoping really that Crashies and Alpha can be the ones to bear the brunt of pressure, then put Boaster into a position.
Okay, gotta... Dude, I mean, it's just the first map again, isn't it?
Still got a Hunter's Fury. One away from the
There's 3 people that can't buy next if they lose this.
For Fnatic, the Res and the Pit available. Even there, Chronicle as well getting isolated just ahead of...
No, Vascon haven't seen that.
It's funny, getting somebody back on their feet. Alpha spotted. Again, could be a key indicator.
Dude, that every single time we got some kind of aggro going on over towards B.
Fnatic have a finger on the pulse.
They're surrounding him again. Look at this, Kayak.
Ooh.
I mean,
Didn't the turret get shot? Ooh, how's he hit that? Yeah, he did pretty good to get one here, though.
In the meantime, you're looking at Wolves taking over the site. Labor spray's not good enough. Plant is in. Just about gets the plant. Downtimes on their side.
Yeah.
See that BB
Damn.
does have his ult, but
Nice.
they're dwindling in numbers. Lysol desperate to hold on. He's been doing serious work. But the site now under pressure, under scrutiny.
Dude, both though. What a round.
Stepping on through, finds Lysol, leaving just one alive. Sufat BB, the man at the forefront of this roster. And this time he's brought to his knees.
Oh,
Fnatic
man.
handling it, Mike.
Might be regretting picking Icebox. Feeling like it.
Now for them.
9th on the board. Again, a recurring
Game
nightmare
V rage
scoreline.
quit? What do you mean? What do you mean he rage quit?
For Wolves, I mean, Spring does so well.
It's a
here.
best
He
of
wants to
5.
find the first, but like I said, Fnatic have a perfect read coming out of the timeout. They repeat the same thing here in terms of getting bodies on the flank and addressing that back line. Play from Boaster as well with the pit. Great investment here. And as round 12 purchases
He stopped
go,
streaming?
that's not the prettiest you'll ever see.
Dude, it's a best of 5. It's
Gotta find something.
Where's the
Clutching at
belief?
straws now, Wolves. You gotta dig deep here.
I mean, they are getting wrecked,
Juicy
but
wanted to be the man forward. Maybe set into motion.
You should run.
The lockdown. Preemptive in approach, but fine. Should facilitate the play-in, but Boaster wants to disrespect him.
man,
And it's
Boaster
really
is
tough.
14-4. Boaster,
He couldn't
please,
make it
man,
out
think
in
about
time,
it.
But still, good damage.
He did so
And here
good.
comes the flood. Sufat Baby's got to calling that out. Hello, hello, hesitation. Maybe causing desolation at this point. Crashes now.
Is trying to get out from the ult.
Sufat Baby
Like, I
surrounded,
understand
trying
it.
to get Juicy back into play. Nice work in synergy. And now a fight in two fronts. He knows there's still players around. Sense in the dark. Still alive. How is he alive?
How is Chronicle
So low,
alive?
but Juicy's doing the work on the side. Sufat Baby's
He used
playing
his
the
turret
back.
against him.
He does the dance so
Okay,
well.
3.
Giving them a little bit of hope, Mike, but it's slim margins.
I'm sure
again
it's
here
enough.
with only 3 rounds to their name.
Curse on the cards. 9-3, a slight improvement, sure.
Especially as the Sage is pretty hard to play against
Still looking to try and find
on
a
defense
recovery
as well.
once more in the second half.
Yeah, Boaster's just tunnel visioning and trying to get out of the ult.
One enemy.
If that doesn't have the same energy as Gen G, mate, they're not getting any rounds though.
Red Bull gives you
Like he hasn't got anything to cheer about. He was definitely given energy. It was like 10-4 down on split and he was dancing. Like he can't do much more. Eight out of the 9 Fnatic rounds have been diffusers. Yeah, it's just the Sage stuff. It's not even like the Sage wall saving them as well. It's like the pressure of it as well. It's what we've been speaking about this whole tournament. It's so uncomfy for Wolves to play against this. You don't get prac against it. It's so uncomfy. It's so easy to be like, well, we just fight on site, guys. But in reality, when you haven't had that much practice and you're just not used to it, you're just not comfy doing it. Oh.
You remember what happened last time when the Wolfpack got together? Let me hear you howl on the count of 3. 1, 2,
Fnatic, so good, dude. Don't worry.
And if you are a Fnatic fan, I want to hear a stupefy on a count of 3. Are you ready? 1.
How dare I mute, mate? They're gonna steal all. They're gonna steal all my VOD money. What do you want from me?
Walls one more time. 1, 2, 3. And it stupefies on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more time for the whole crowd, for the co-streamers in the booth. Let me hear you make some noise. Give it up here.
It's free. This is DMCA free, dude. They should be playing this every time. This one? For you guys are saying that 'cause you like it.
Being silly. You love to
They're
see
streamer friendly. Damn, dude. Imagine having more of that. That'd be awesome.
You gotta look at Kayak, Mike. Look at those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, these are some fairly rough reports coming out in the series, particularly for Wolves. But yeah, Kayak standing ahead of the pack, able to maintain a stranglehold of the finances. And that operator alive and kicking. Actually, dude, that's one of the best signs I've seen today.
Yeah,
actually,
I actually really like that. People are far too talented.
What was the other one we saw the other day? It was what the hell is a Wolverhampton doing in Toronto? That's another good one.
Yeah. People are far too talented for my likings.
Way more than us.
Yes. No, I can barely speak. As noted,
DMV is back. There we go. Just in time to watch his team lose a second map. Great timing for him.
Because we're hoping for it, right? You wanted to see the Wolves
14 to
that were
5
throughout this tournament.
by Boaster.
That won hearts and minds.
14
right
to
now,
5.
Under all those lights and all that pressure, Fnatic have come out and looked fantastic. 9 to 3 in the second map here of Icebox. Now Fnatic's turn on the attack for Wolves. No strangers to walking back
Yeah, it's the
scorelines
classic.
like this.
It is literally what most teams in 2021 were calling the Fnatic. Hit over towards the left side, wall goes up, then you can push through if you're pinching. Yeah, you gotta go through that smoke though. Ooh, hold up.
I like it. They're trying to get into this one, but Alpha not allowing fun to happen. A 2v2
Can they
is
get a
where it
pistol?
rests. Spike feels so far out of hand here, but still, Lysor will be forced off a touch by that util, allowing Boaster to pick that spike back up. Now maybe a pause for thought here.
Yeah, at one point this wall's gonna break as well.
So whose shot was that? Was that Alpha's?
It felt like it was.
Hello?
The feet shown. And this is tense by all
Nice shot.
occasions. A fabulous shot from Juicy. Leaving just out.
Nice shot as well.
Has been a menace.
Ooh, okay, let's see it. We got 1-1 on the pistols, 2-2. 2-2, 1-1 every single map.
They gotta keep going.
We said in the first map, these sorts of scorelines, they can repeat the same success, find a bonus conversion on top because we're not just talking pistol round 2.
30 seconds
to establish
One ending.
the foundation of that snowball very early on. Beautiful start once more. Alpha denied the
Ooh,
clutch.
okay. It's a bold one.
If Wolves can build upon
It's
this now.
It is a bold one. Alpha digs into his own money to get a outlaw out, and there is two people that can get one shot.
Alpha. Heard the earlier one from Juicy over on that B side of the map.
With the scoreline, they definitely don't need to do this, but
Play Alpha's going to get into this. Let's see.
he also kind of won them their last Icebox, so
threats. They're trying to play Alpha in.
Yeah.
Taking those steps up now. That's, I don't want to say a free site, but it's an open
what are
site
they doing?
at least.
G2 plant?
Standing ahead.
No, okay, they're actually taking back a site.
Util for Chronicle as well.
Ooh, crashies.
Crashies eating up the
Oh
damage.
my God, he's alive. 4.
Lucky boy, still breathing, barely, but he is standing. Oh, get out of here, Kayak. What is that as well? Crash is finding another line to have to kick
What's
it up
going on
here.
side?
The savior from the first out, called upon in the second. It was never meant to be this close. And they're still out for the back lines. They're dwindling in numbers, right? Wolves
Not
trying
the-
to bring this back
not
here.
the greatest plan.
Spring trying to be imposing, but it's down to Kayak in the one.
Yeah, this is the defuse. Evans is done. I was looking at the plant earlier thinking it's not the greatest.
Close the gap, but
Whoa.
hesitation, and maybe a mistake. Kayak, are you really going to break their hearts right now? 3.
No way.
Devastating Wolves.
Oh, man. Okay, I mean, it's really nice moves from him to go up on top there. He's doing great in the clutches at the moment. He's incredibly calm.
Coming alive here on Icebox.
They have a hero
But
outlaw.
just in general, I mean, Crashies.
Not even sure if the outlaw did that much, to be honest with you, right?
Able to
On
stick
one.
the plant, reset, gets a little bit of a heal, but then finds another kill. Kayak's reposition to deny the safe defuse.
Yeah, that's pretty much the map done.
I mean, we're talking about, if you're looking at rookies who've ever performed like that, it's a very short conversation at international level. Oh my God.
Dude, right, no
Charging
scoping.
down Alpha like that. Not a good idea.
Why is he pushing forwards?
Stop the man. Handled well though, and down to a
3v3.
Oh, man.
Could be a way back into this with Lysor up close and personal already. I mean, you don't want Crashes facing this. Ultimately,
Nice shot.
finds a headshot. A second to find, though.
Ooh, it's right on a knife's edge here. YU could be unlocking the opportunity.
Yeah, as soon as he gets rid of that fast bullet, he kind of knows he's
Crashes
earned it.
baiting out the first, connecting with a headshot. It's just a classic left. Now to see you, Fat BB.
And that timer just singing the song of Fnatic here. That spike forcing him forward. There is not many opportunities, and Crashies basically in the checkmate.
Yeah,
even
and
if it got
Crashies was
tense,
last seen over towards
even
heaven,
if he took down
and he
two,
went for
there
the
was
round the
always
world.
Crashies. And Wolves trying. You can't say they're not.
Enemies close.
But Fnatic now very close to closing out this second.
Wolves will have a chance to buy back in here to round 16. Heartbreaking to see a second round flip to give Fnatic just an opportunity to seal the deal
You are in our way.
on Icebox. Again, not a full
Yeah, they're all
just
doing
yet.
the Lysor.
He stands. Oh dear, is the curse true? Let's see. To do it into a round like this as well. Oh, a buy-in play for Wolves. The best opportunity to build any way back into this game. And that, well,
No
what the hell
way.
is that?
Wow.
He can do no wrong at the moment.
Again, you can see, yeah, gas left in the tank, but when Kayak's finding kills like this, shutting down that proactivity, Juicy trying to pave the way to take control.
You should run.
Round 16 now, the lockdown comes through from Alpha.
I mean, it's a nice reaction from Wolves to the
Roll
triple
out
push
the red
behind. They
carpet
knew they
for
were going to
Fnatic
ult,
here
so they
onto
can have
A
fast
side.
flank. You got Sova that's creating a lot of pressure over towards A main.
Gotta be careful these sight lines. The
Yeah,
turret's
this
here.
turret's going to let him know them.
Yeah, to give information across.
What we're seeing here is like the old school. This was what Fnatic did this round was like what they would do all the time. Not without this
Be there
wall.
with him. You're now going to have Kayak coming back across. Wolves looking to try and split them, but they've stood tall together. And Spring and Zufat BB having no play
It used to be
into
so
this.
strong, right? They would use the aggro alarm bot to be able to beat and then go all the way around to the left, then with the wall.
Under this pressure, Mike.
Very, very nice from them. You got the turret that watches behind as well, gives you the info.
Now facing map point on a broken buy. This is just ridiculous from Kayak. Again,
So
you
funny,
can't
man.
fault
They're basically just playing 2021 Icebox.
Juicy for committing to this.
But it's been so long since anyone's seen it, so no one,
Has a few more bodies
everyone's
behind
struggling
us, but
against it.
Just so rough to see those sort of things.
Okay. 8 chances.
converted.
And we said that this was a mistake, but honestly, I thought it would go a little better
Guardians
than
across
this.
the board now for Wolves. A pit and play, but again, the way these halves have panned out, not necessarily the sort of ultimate that's going to really swing the odds in their favour.
Poison's off.
So fast rotation. Wolves want to try and get ahead of this potentially. Maybe find a favourable engagement, but it's going to come through. The wall goes up. Find the plant chronicle over the top.
They're bringing back all of the old school stuff.
Finding ease in middle as well. These
Bringing
shots
it
are
all
too
back and
simple
it's
for
having
man
success as
advantage now
well.
to Fnatic, as Wolves are a
Yeah,
little
they
on
kind
the
of
ropes
planted
here.
it. Sorry, they did the wall a little bit wrong. Should be a little bit to the right so that both can hide on
Stall
site.
out a
But
little. The Viper's Pit trying to facilitate the cross through. Maybe a
well played from Kayak.
Look who's waiting. Looking like the rookie could have ended it, but no.
Yeah, keep an eye on the Sova ult.
Fantastic.
If Alpha doesn't get one here,
Fury available.
yeah, okay, I was gonna say you could save it, but
Alpha still standing guard on the site itself. Does fall in the end. Now Crashy's called
He's
into
got a
this.
recon.
You can
That's
hear
done.
the time ticking. Subat BB can do nothing but stand back.
I thought he was gonna carry on running. I thought he was gonna carry on running on this. Yeah, I mean, Fnatic are just too good at this map at the moment, and teams are just out of form playing against this stage. They really are.
Firm control this series. Wolves, he said, broken, battered and bruised. Can they recover once more? Last chance to do so.
Alright, Jake, pick a song.
Dum, dum, dum. I know what song. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away.
What's the next one? Lotus as well. Oh, this is the map that I don't think Wolves look that good on as well. We called 3-0 at the beginning when we saw the maps, but then I chickened out and said 3-1.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, the good news for Wolves fans, if there's Wolves fans out there, if you can win Lotus, Xbox is doable, and Wolves are probably the favorites on Sunset. So this will be the hardest one to win, but if you do it, it's possible. Ascent? What did I say? Oh, sorry, I meant Ascent. Did I mean Ascent or did I mean Sunset? I can't even remember what I said, chat. We're getting way too old here. Might have to give up streaming. They were washed. I meant Ascent? Okay.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the
just
money
end the stream
flows,
like
this
TMP
G2
did.
and MasterCard series breaks it all down.
That's a good point, chat. Well, before I go for the break as well, up here is a sweepstakes. So you can scan it or below Twitch at the bottom as well. You can, first 3,000 to enter can get a Mosh gun buddy. And if you want to go to Paris, all paid for, flights, hotel for you and a friend, and tickets, then you can enter. You don't have to purchase anything. You do not have to purchase anything, don't worry. And if you don't have any friends, you can bring one of the mods, because I'm sure they would want to go. So you can bring one of them, and I promise they're relatively friendly. Depends which one you pick. But yeah, you can bring a +1 as well. See, there you go, Netanzi will come. Yeah, again, you don't have to purchase anything. You can scan this up here. All you got to do is sign up and then make an account. And again, first 3,000 get a Mosh gun buddy in-game. And it's just a sweepstakes. Winner gets a free trip to Paris for champs. Hotel, flights, tickets, you +1. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. Thank you. Also, if anyone's going to the venue, there's a Liquid booth. Coinbase Liquid booth. It is like loads of cipher traps that you have to go through. Like a laser... Like a laser room? Laser... What do I mean here? Like a dunk tank? Not at all like a dunk tank. I've obviously explained this horrendously. Like loads of lasers, but they're like cipher trips, basically. Ten's posted it on his Insta story. There we go. There we go. Laser maze. Yeah, like laser maze. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you, dude. Yeah, like a laser maze. Alright, we're back in a little bit. Have Wolves got any chances? I mean, yeah. They got some chances. Okay, we'll be back in a bit.
The Grand Finals weekend, and we decided to cook some stuff up. I'm joined here by Leanne and also
Aiden.
Leanne, where are you coming from?
Montreal.
Oh, ça va bien? pas français?
Oui, un petit peu.
Nice, nice, nice. And you are coming from, sorry?
Rochester, New York.
Rochester, New York. Did you drive or fly?
We drove.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for making all this time to come out. And as I'm touching your shoulder, I'm realizing that you're off balance a bit. Do you know what's going on here?
I have some things attached to my feet currently. So.
How about you?
Then we're gonna pump it up.
Oh, that's the great hip. What we have here is a balloon on top of each other's heads. So, Leanne, you are representing here Fnatic, and you are representing the Wolves. So what we're gonna try to do here is have a pop-off segment, right? You need Wolves to pop off right now. You need this balloon to pop. So we have these apparatus here. So we have the pumps that we talked about. And now we're gonna have our staff put the tubes to your head. And you wanna pump as fast as possible and have your balloon pop. We've already seen Kayak pop here in the 2 maps so far. And now we need Wolves to try to make a comeback. Can Spring do it? Can Lysor do it? And speaking of springs, we're gonna start springing our pumps here. Are you both ready?
Yes, sir.
How about you, Leanne?
I think so.
All right. So if you're ready on your marks, we're gonna go on 3. 1, 2, 3, let's go! Toronto, give it up here! Do we have the Wolves? We have Fnatic, the Cardew's in, the feats are out! Oh, and we do have the Wolves after all, a small disqualification here for Fnatic.
And Fnatic are 2-0 in this one, and I gotta say, that halftime game, I've never seen anything like that in my life. That was awesome there. But let's take a look real fast at the HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because this goes to Kayak yet again. I mean, this kid is just unbelievable. This play was ice cold.
This is unreal. I think this is the second best play of the tournament, right behind that Kiko ace. How does he get this final kill?
It's just incredible out of Kayak, but this run is also indicative of this game as a whole. It was all about the retakes for Fnatic. 8 out of the 9 rounds they win in the first half come to these retakes. They're so good at shutting down players who are playing up, getting that Sage wall down, and fighting forward as the defuse comes through. It was a fantastic icebox from Fnatic.
I think that they were very quick on their reacts, and probably one of the reasons why those retakes were so good. I love the synergy that we've seen from players that I did not expect, like Chronicle and Kayak. Kayak going for the kill, but Chronicle being ready with the heal, even if it's that. And if we look at the performance that Kayak is having, that we say it's amazing. It's been a resemblance of what we had in playoffs in EMEA. So if for tomorrow we're going to get this Kayak, maybe we get another 3-0 for Fnatic in the grand final.
He actually could be he could be a late run for MVP if he pops off in that game too, if indeed Fnatic can get themselves there.
Oh yeah.
And remember, rookie player stepping into the shoes of Durka was incredible in stage 1, showing that here as well. Those are the stats that we're talking about. With them winning into these retakes, Wolves got the spike down all but 1 round, only closed it out 3 times.
Yeah, it's an absolute heartbreaker for them there, but it goes to show Kukuka just how studied, how prepared this Fnatic team is in these situations.
I think that the most scary thing is that at the beginning of the tournament, of course, they came in with a lot of preparation, because out of the EMEA teams is the one that had the most, but things were not working. They were making a lot of silly mistakes. Now we found a Fnatic whose plans are working.
Which is scary for everyone else involved in this, especially the Wolves right now, Josh, because they're facing the bottom of the barrel. This could very well be it for them if they're not careful.
I felt pretty decent about Wolves in that first map because they were able to get back into things, thought it was nerves to knock them down early 8-1. This map was 8-1 again, though. That is rough.
There's something about miracle runs ending in 3rd place. You look back to Zeta Division at Reykjavik, the first EDG run. It's happened to a lot of other miraculous teams, but going into Lotus, a good map for both teams. Wolves having to stake their run on this one.
The thing is, though, Fnatic, this is just home territory. They're incredible here. And you've got to look back at the history of this squad and think that Fnatic are going to be able to get across the line here and deliver their 4th global grand final. They're within touching distance, and it's almost home ground here on Lotus.
But what do the Wolves do to come back into this one? Because it seems like
everything
is lining up for Fnatic as it currently stands right now, Mimi. This is scary territory for the CN team to be in.
I think they just have to, honestly,
do that
it's
prime
gonna
thing
sound
again.
simple,
Oh
but they
yeah.
have to focus on themselves.
Streamer
You have to let
shoes.
go of this lower final, how the game has gone thus far. Play to your own strengths. Slow the game down on your attacking side. Let Spring get involved in those lurks. And just remember the fundamentals. There are so many hero plays that Fnatic have pulled out in this series thus far. They need to be very on point with how they're trading,
what is
how they're
looking
scaling together, and just work it round by round.
With Fnatic
Chat, for people that are watching the stream as well, you can click down here on my stream. You can go down over towards here and you can see if you have a prime sub. Again, it's not going to cost you anything. Support the channel, support me, support the mods. And you can click. What is he doing? He's rating food.
I'd like to see them too once Wolves are on their
Yeah, if you want to check if you have a prime, you can use it on me again. I would appreciate it.
You got to disrupt the
Jelly
Fnatic
Van,
retake.
Jelly Van
We just
even,
watched a
Jelly
map
Van.
where
Thank you so
Fnatic
much for
were
the
able
prime
to do
usage.
whatever
Thank you for
they
doing that.
wanted on those retakes. And I
And
think
Smo,
Wolves have gotta come up with
54
game
as well with the
plans
prime.
before they even
Baited
get the
into the
spike
prime,
down,
love
try to
that. Thank you
disrupt
so much,
that
Smo,
idea.
appreciate you.
Yeah, and Lotus has
Vizoro
been
with the
such
prime
a
as
good
well.
map for
Thank you,
Fnatic
thank you.
in history.
Elder
It's not a
as
good
well,
idea
thank you with
if
the
you're
prime,
another
for the
team
3
to
months.
take this
Dude,
onto
how come every
them.
time we
We've
do this,
seen a lot of
people
the
gift
Odin
as
and
well?
what it
That's
can
crazy.
do. To me, it's also
Nitswa,
very
thank you so
scary
much for the
that one of
gifted.
the
That's your
crashes is
first
finding
gifted
this
as well.
tournament.
So let's make sure that we get a lot of Oilers in for Nitswa. Thank you so much. Everyone that got gifted, please at Nitswa say thank you. We got...
Boaster or maybe one
goodness,
other
what's
player
going on here?
play that space. And when they
We got
contain that space,
Dabadoo
it's
live
only
as well
ever
with the
Boaster
prime.
standing
Thank you,
there,
thank
and
you.
he's
Got that
very
Geordie
willing to
boy
fall
with the
back.
5 gifted as
Wolves
well.
are
I
going
appreciate
for
you doing
80
that.
clear plays. They can get a lot of
Thank you
space
so much
there.
for that.
It's
And we
gonna help
got
out their macro a ton
Mysterious
on attack.
Infinities with the
Can't help
3
but think
gifted as
about
well.
what
Thank
Coach
you so
Bates
much as
said
well,
in that
bro.
interview. They gotta stop giving
Big Blue
Fnatic
Robot,
that respect,
5
but the
gifted.
problem
Thank you
is,
so much
Josh,
for that
is
as well.
Fnatic
Chat, you know what to do.
takes
Keep getting the
that
Oilers plug in. If anyone
respect
gifted you,
away from
please
you.
at them.
They
Say
don't care
thank
what you
you.
want because it
We
seems
got
like they're
General
in
of
the
Hell
driver's
as well with
seat
the
here.
prime.
Yeah, they've
Thank
also
you
got
so
3
much.
players
Grissa with the
absolutely
prime.
on
Thank you for the 3
fire and a
months.
star-studded roster. So the
Thank
pressure
you for doing that.
absolutely is going to be on Wolves. Think back to yesterday and how much Fnatic on their attack side were ending
You'll sub to me when Wolves win. Wait, does that count for when they go back to China and start playing in regulation? Because I'll take it. Hydroblast with the prime, thank you for the 2 months. Koi Azul with the prime as well. Zasinator, thank you so much, dude, as well. Thank you for that. Hits Brian. Wait, hits Brain even? No, hits Brian even. Sorry, Brian. Thank you for the prime. Nicto22 with the prime as well, thank you so much. Musashi, hello mate, with the prime as well, thank you so much.
Nail on the head here. This is
Cats
almost feeling like home territory.
Ace
I'm talking about this veto
with the prime
being
as well.
almost front-loaded.
I think I got that.
for Fnatic,
Chat,
and I
stop
think we've
subbing.
already
The
got
game's starting. We got to
2 of those
focus.
conditions fulfilled.
Dosar Water, thank you so much for the
Wolves
gifted
to
to
bounce
10s. I'm
back.
sure he'll appreciate that as well.
Channel
And Stammer Beast, thank you as well, dude.
Into
Thank you so
that
much for that.
recovery factor.
Okay, we've got Wolves on
Bloodthirst
defense, we've got Fnatic on
once
attack.
more.
Because I need to see that killer instinct, Mike. I need to see Wolves kind of
Thank you for the support, everyone. Thank you so much.
Team that took down the likes of Gen G, that made everyone pay attention.
A light as well. Thank you for doing that, mate.
Dangerous together.
For people that are wondering, it's
Right
2-2
now,
at the moment on
Fnatic
pistols,
look
1-1 every single
singular
map.
in approach. They're looking at that next game. They're not even looking at you right now. That
Okay,
grand
might have had the
final
turret on this one though. Smoke deep.
now getting
to try
closer in
break.
the
Okay,
mind,
for
but
sure had
one
this
more
turret.
map stands between them and it. It could be here. Certainly a solid map for them. And they're making Wolves do the walk around this map.
Unable to deal with this utility behind the orb on C, though. I think on the back of that, Wolves commit a second player. Actually, with spike position.
The dodge of the Fado is pretty nice here from Boaster.
Boaster got to be careful.
Feeling comfy with the wall being up.
There are still 3 members of Wolves ready
Oh
to
boy.
pounce on this contact.
Ah, but it's not clean on the first.
How's he done that?
Chronicle.
How's Chronicle done that?
Clearing up two.
The guy in sight is 45 HP and there's a fade eye.
BB trying to keep his head down, trying
And a Prowler that just locked onto him. And a Teva. And a nade. Oh my goodness, he ate every bit of util he could possibly have.
10 seconds for the plants down and Crash, he's just keeping them at bay. Nice fight back. Still maybe some hope in them yet. But Alpha!
Okay, very, very nice on this one. 3-2. 3-2 on the pistols.
Running through the protocols.
Oh, it smiles. It's just, it
Map
doesn't
layout
feel
for
as
the new
heavy
map
now,
got
does
leaked.
it?
Or maybe we check
it's
that
rough
after
as
the
well.
game.
You're almost hoping that Wolves defy the odds here on the defensive side. You would have loved to be in a position where
Nice, good job.
they could attack
Nice
and potentially put themselves in a position to dictate the tempo. Again, another thing touched on by the Deaths, they really need to disrupt this freedom that Fnatic have had. Necessarily scorelines.
Okay, Wolves on the eco go for a 4-1 aggro push. And they got early information over towards C.
Thrives in the mid round. The puppet master for Fnatic. A wide open C side for the taking here.
In reality, it's 3 weapons they want to be keeping, and Alpha let off the leash a little.
Yeah, and Alpha is, I'm not saying he's allowed to give up the Sheriff, but it's not the end of the world if he faces a little bit too much.
The scent of blood, sure, but to be able to close down that kill is something different. Alpha is buying time. All of this is precious seconds. Wolves would love to do some damage here, but he's positioned well. Does get handled. Brilliant.
Okay, well, they got a Sheriff.
Look near on impossible at this point.
Yeah, only an upgrade to a Sheriff. At that point, Fnatic now feel as if they know the weaker side of this boast. A beautiful adjustment here to find Juicy. The position's going to mitigate any of that further risk from developing. Even actually a swap out here. Kayak happy to go forward, try and find some progress. Like sort of denying that.
Sure.
And the Death goes through an extra orb short.
Wolves will take that though. The person closest to their ult is Juicy for Razor.
And I just need Wolves to now start firing back, right? These guys were gunners. They have been this whole way through. And a couple of kills to
Did
get
the prime thing? Yeah, we did the prime thing, dude.
They can't
It's honestly just going to become part of the stream.
Never give me Marshall!
Whoa.
Doesn't like a Marshall.
Never give me Marshall.
It's the wrong type of scope for him. Speaking of scopes, Alpha on an early operator purchase.
And Odin looks pretty good at the moment.
Lining up. A little bit of damage conceded. That will certainly act as
a little bit.
deterrent, sorry, for Wolves. In terms of setting anything early outside A.
Okay, so lose A control. In reaction, maybe it was in reaction, I honestly didn't check it out at the beginning, I was too focused on the Odin, but they do take over towards C.
Bound currently with the Wolf side rubble slowly being put back together by Fnatic.
How long have we been streaming? As in, as a streamer?
Smoke going up. Could indicate
I
actually.
don't know, like 3 years now maybe, properly? 2.5?
I mean, looking well invested.
But we did it on and off for a little bit.
Moves the tip of the spear, Kayak will fall.
A couple more of those could certainly help matters, and if Boaster gets a little bit unsteady with that spike in hand, it could have been dangerous. For now, though, they sit back. They're not overextending yet. Maybe fancying their odds here, but Boaster, vigilant. Oh, handled!
Damn.
That's
No smokes?
That's 2. Well, a little sketchy as well, picking that spike back up. 30 seconds, and Fnatic aren't finding that springboard forward. Looking for this in the bonus here for them. And that's a lovely flank.
Yeah, pushing all through C like they did in reaction to losing A. They hit some nice shots here as well. Might get some confidence. 2 armor rebuys, that's it. If Spring buys armor, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to highlight it just in case.
But I'm willing to watch
that is a great start for them. Obviously a better start to winning the pistol, but for losing the pistol, it's a great start.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, couldn't get over there quick enough.
One enemy remaining.
Before Fnatic will come back in, it's only really Alpha and Boaster to struggle to piece together a full purchase. And light shields across the board.
Okay, I'm looking at his money, he didn't buy it. They're good.
Boasters.
Okay, they get their own Odin out as well. Fade goes in, but they do kind of clear all of this and TP out with the door open. So this is nice from Wolves, can set up 1.
Yeah, that's going to act as...
They keep 3 here for a long time, I will say that much.
Sketchy for Spring on that one. Please be careful, they do have that
this is nice from Fnatic as well. BC default, right? Take B first into C, so if anyone's out towards here, they will get pinched.
Not alone either.
In reaction to the BC default, Juicy pushed aggro. We have an Odin on the floor and then 1 close.
On that jump peak, but in the meantime, you can see the battle kind of breaking out throughout the
Poor
map.
Prius, man, picked the wrong duel.
Good for 1, but couldn't get the follow-up.
They know the Odin's here.
Close as well.
That's huge from Lysor. That controls half of this map. Now down on Kayak and Boaster. New young gun. That Fnatic side. Still with an opportunity to make some play happen here.
Kayak gets a kill, he gets all.
Actually getting towards On the rifles here, both are going to come back through.
Nice.
30 seconds left.
Isolated Boaster, got to find this kill, and he does.
Hey, honestly, he's pretty good at these kind of rounds. He's pretty good at these. Two-person push behind. They have an Omen flash and a fade eye.
Smokes himself off.
Showing me something here, Boaster. He's given himself a 1v1 here. But the angle!
Yeah, I wasn't considering that they would split up a little bit, I think, as well.
How it's done there.
Okay, force him down to an eco, not bad.
So key. These are such key rounds for Wolves. So necessary as a reminder of who they are and how they got here. Confidence can slowly be rekindled. Pressure put back to Fnatic.
Tie things up 2-2 early on. And already Wolves showing the willingness to proceed forward, continue fighting.
Yeah, it's like the best start they've had, really.
Pressuring the extremity
Force them down to eco, they got the backup ult for the op.
Fnatic.
And definitely interested to see if Kaik wants to use his ult into this one as well. Double stinger Bucky, okay, I mean we're heading over towards B. This is nice from Wolves though. Maybe they looked at the ecos, they like to go over towards B. This time they start putting mollies over towards B as well. Prowler goes in, they can set this molly off pretty early. Molly alarm bot. Uh-oh. They didn't really get too much off of this.
Both there as well, kind of propping up the control.
Yeah, they're all over towards heaven. Okay, Juicy has to ult this.
The
And the worrying thing for Wolves, if they have no pressure behind here, they don't open the door. So they kind of miss a bit of an element of their retake here. I'm really nervous. Kaik's going to be so tempted to ult him. It's a great Omen flash, but they take no space with it.
Slowed down, denied by the smoke. The paranoia was perfect, but no one there to try and gap close. Boaster tested again. They've got to find a way back in, Mike. They're running out of time. That's going to help matters, but it's going to surely be traded. It is. Juicy dives in.
No way that ult didn't kill. What the hell's going on? Damn, okay, not bad in the end. They had me insanely worried. I will say the... Was it the fade eye on the retake looked pretty legit?
Lamb to the slaughter. Actually, the trades come through fast enough. The Fnatic almost swept back off the B site.
Oh, that is...
Yeah, that fade eye.
Quite catch that one going down, but... So Alpha looking a little frustrated with the outcome here.
Miss of the Bucky was pretty important.
Very early timeout here for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Very early.
Not necessarily any fumbles just yet. It's Wolves showing grit and determination once more. Find themselves, I mean...
And if you're Wolves, you got the Omen ult out of them and the Razor.
How mad is that to say? This is the first time they've been up in rounds.
Not bad.
And again, also in this moment, it takes the wind a little out of the Wolves' sails, right? Slow it down a bit. Don't let that momentum build too massively. Keep them calm. The 3 back-to-back is everything.
If Wolves win loads to the next 2 maps are right for them, yeah.
First time doing this sort of damage.
I would say probably out of the 3 maps, this might be the hardest map for them to win.
Sharper now. Starting to lock in a bit here.
Ascent will always be close as well.
Close by with his.
But they've got a nice Ascent comp.
As well for Fnatic. Like Milan was mostly leading that conversation. Let's look at what the adjustments are now coming out from Fnatic. As said, this would be deemed as home territory for them.
Okay, Fnatic want to go aggro A. Wolves want to go aggro A.
Uncharted in terms of the only real anomaly being that week 5 loss.
What are we doing? Maybe not from Wolves. Start 4-person heavy lean over towards A. Okay, it's a late punish.
For Fnatic.
Wait for them to go out, use their smoke against them, nades, tether into the corner, tether at the roof. Must have missed that one. I like the idea though. Omen Flash is meant to force you into the nade tether. And the good thing about this is they don't like heavy commit with people. It's not like you're gonna die there.
On the way back in here.
Super sketchy.
Kayak should clean this up.
Wait, and now they strike. It's great from Juicy again.
The 2 for 2, next duel's wild. I'm kind of surprised Chronicle doesn't like commit to that, but I think he's already in the frame of mind to get out of there.
C-Site still has its players, right? It still has YU here. That operator, I don't think noted yet.
No, they definitely don't know about this just yet. And you talk about 2-for-2 trade probably suiting
Wait, but they're gonna
defenders in this regard.
They're gonna okay. This is a bold bait.
Oh, it's
Damn, it's a bold bait.
Nasty little corner from Supat BB to play from. He's got help here. He's
Oh,
not
chill.
alone now that operator rattles off the
Same,
shot.
you know that fade I was talking about earlier. Same
Expecting it.
full process.
Now the cross is next on the cards. Forced away by the Prowler, support not there yet. YU on an island. He's got to be good for it.
He did hit, by the way, leg shot.
A plant in play tonight.
Great molly and leg shot into the molly. Nicely done. And they got the Viper ult out of them.
Not willing to relent just yet.
It was a great shot on sight.
And now 2 to the good. Big ultimate drawn out here in terms of the pit from Chronicle. It's just a snake bite from Spring that hands on to Crashies. He's so tagged up. Set up beautiful here from Wolves. Cycling the operator across now. It's going to be juicy.
Force him down to another eco. Money's getting pretty good.
Even look to try and find something outside B.
Can it look like they go aggro A? Oh, do they have any idea boosters out? Yeah, they do now.
Some of these early rounds. A couple of Guardians here, so Purchase definitely packing a punch. And then you see the Odin and the Operator for Wolves.
Oh, okay.
You don't see that very often.
No, you
do
don't.
not see that often. You're not wrong.
Big weapon found though. Lysaw's position could be devastating. Eyes drawn towards Spring. Lysaw on the swing.
Oh, and Lysaw went down and he did damage to Alpha, so they know he's half HP. Gotta keep an eye on Chronicle to try and take a timing over towards C. Problem is that he knows the turret's here. Smokes off the turret. Very nice from Chronicle, who saves his smoke. Smokes off the turret. No idea that he's close. Didn't hear it.
But the obstacle
and then Chronicle's calling him back. Keep an eye on B. Oh boy, the time is wild on this one. Juicy did turn around at one point there.
Here he knows it now. Spring under the gun. Chron not going to outstay his welcome. He plays it well.
Chronicle, what an absolute monster of a round this was. The smoke of the turret was everything.
They made something of nothing here. To do this. It's incredibly hard. And Chronicle is playing this map.
Dude, they spammed him back over towards tree. That was nuts.
Next timing though. Oh. He's trying to clear deeper for Chron, but we can see where he... Oh! Spring!
The turret's gonna kill him.
Oh,
he got blocked by his own turret.
The safest pair of hands, surely. And 5 HP ain't much to write home about. Oh, it's just
okay, sick round from Chronicle. Sick round from Chronicle. The turret killed her. I didn't mean it in that sense.
In the timing on this decision to come back across, try and pressure onto C. That's a crucial kill that YU almost looks set up for. Just caught off guard by the Stinger up close.
That is everywhere.
Beautifully done.
Chronicle on the minimap there. I mean, it was this, right?
Found here from Fnatic after
it was that to get the kill. The cool round. Again, the smoke over. Him saving the smoke on this round was awesome.
Just heard it. Everyone but Juicy.
But we did say that Wolves' money is pretty good. So they can buy this one, but they can't buy the next. It'll be 2-4 loss bonus. What am I doing? If they lose this one. Oh, wait.
Ahead of that, Kayak. Caught off guard, seemingly. No, that was a bit of a safety.
This is going to get interesting as well, because there's so many ults up. So losing someone early without any of the ults is devastating. And then they just contact in. No, Spring. I get it though. I mean, he got the fast kill. He's got to feel great. He was so close with that spray.
Alpha's lucky here though.
Omen all over towards...
Still standing on
wait,
10,
where was this guy? Was he not close on A?
Easy predicament to be in. Despite not committed, so even down to 38
I'd have to watch that again. I didn't fully see where he was for the Omen ult.
YU Very deep position though. It'll take a lot to dig him out. Just shouldering to the turret and the nano.
Oh, YU's in trouble though.
Okay, and with that, they might. Did you call this go heaven and all? Dude, you could ult this. Yeah, I think you've owned it, no? They're supposed to just stick the plant. I think he's got to. Oh, we're going for a big play.
I'm pretty sure one's going to be detained at bare minimum here. Why are you trying to do the damage on the way out? It's going to be both being caught with the lockdown in place still. It's dangerous.
That's 3 detained.
3. Always run by him. Okay, we're good.
Tufat, BD and Lightsaw just far away from this, so hard to be able to deny any part of it, but still holding on.
Okay, absolute chaos.
Position is rigged.
1v2 now. I was about to say 2v2.
Down to the 1. Crashy's remaining.
Oh, it's a hard jump to hit.
Oh no, Crashy's so calm. Keeps his cool.
No way, what's this movement? What's this movement? I thought he was done for.
Getting the defuse.
One of the most chaotic rounds I think I've ever seen as well.
Pin him down. And a miracle, you never see this sort of post-plant fall apart.
Back-to-back crazy movement. 3 pass and detained as well. They sent it in.
You almost see them toying with the idea of giving one.
How much HP? Dude, 1 bullet? He only hit 1 bullet?
In another couple of seconds.
He was revealed as well.
And it could have gone either way.
Like before that. Okay, Fnatic win 1, they lose the next, force them back down to an eco. They got Teva to go aggro over towards A, Teva back though.
A crucial round victory to break the funds.
Ah, nice.
Okay, Wolves starting to heat up. Now that is a sort of round that gives you confidence too, right? Adrenaline pumping, but they've got to stay cool under this.
Yes, he missed the boom bot on that one, but he's taken the space. And Lysol's not even considering it. Oh, I take it all back. I take it all back. He's insanely aware.
From what was a drought of rounds in the first 2. Wolves.
I wasn't familiar with how aware he is, man. Fair play.
Alpha's found space to play into. Again, Sheriff in hand. Probably doesn't feel too confident to dig any deeper. Spring's going to be the one to potentially feel this out.
They look nice though. They look nice on this one. This would be the best ever Boaster clutch in his career.
Not going to be. Wolves. Mike, we actually might have a game here.
Step by step.
I'd have a game. They're popping them. They're doing good.
Here on map 3 could be crucial.
There's only one buy round.
I've already seen a timeout from Fnatic.
Ellie, thank you so much for the prime, dude. Thank you for doing that. Brexit as well, thank you so much for the bits. If it goes to sunset, Wolves would win. You would imagine so. If we get there fast.
On Lotus. Lysol sitting at 10 and 5.
It would be a banger map. I would love to watch Ascent, to be honest. I like both of their Ascent comps.
Available here. Juicy, Showstopper, Spring with the pit.
Yampy, you asked me this earlier, and I answered earlier. I'm not answering that again.
Online. Round 10 now. There's not many chances left.
Get a new question, Yampy. You can't ask me twice in the same day. That's criminal.
Like we're about that 1 minute mark, 1:20. Sorry, excuse me. And Fnatic
push through Wolves all the way through. My goodness, retake over towards C, but there's 2 person. One wants to go in and one wants to get out of there. Yeah, it looked really weird from these two.
Make sure this is as secure as possible. Uh-oh, Kron. Oh my word, he's surrounded. He's revealed. He looks dead.
Honestly?
Buried he is.
Might be okay though. I think he was going to go down without it.
Yep.
Kike's taking a lot of space. If Kike gets a kill, he gets his own Razor.
Alpha waiting for the pressure to come back in here. Clean with
Nicely done from Alpha.
Falls away, does his job.
Oh, what happened there?
Finding everything they need though. Crashies 2 on the round for him. Lysol finds a response.
There it is.
Oh, very nice.
There it is. You don't get easy games against Fnatic, even if you are leading. Still threat throughout.
As well, G2 Only team to prevent Fnatic from actually having.
Yeah, it's the confirmation that Prius is doing this map.
Half of Lotus, so Wolves already tracking ahead of that. Potential here. Well, I mean, still potential to go a little
wild
further.
chance.
Still 2-round advantage. Fnatic back on. I guess a better purchase than we have
The
seen
money
in
is
some of these
so
rounds.
low.
Actually, Wolves outside.
War.
See sight here, Juicy. He's bested Kayak.
That is a beautiful shot from him.
How does Alpha
The fact
get
that
that
Alpha
one?
keeps his life is
2 people
surprising as well,
for
down
Fnatic
to
can't buy
HP.
next, but I will say taking down Kayak does mean they can't use his ult into this one.
He's still walking up.
Spring's an
deep,
absolute
waiting.
menace, mate.
But
He's got
Spring's
ult.
so good.
You have
Punishing
ult,
that and giving
and he
Wolves
keeps on
man
pushing.
advantage.
I mean, he probably won his team the rounds, but
3v4 now for Fnatic.
a little bit scary for Lysa on this one.
And finds success towards A. Lysor shut down. Chronicle finds the entry.
Now what? Crashies
Run
has
away from the pit here. Do they want to cycle across and maybe give him the
Crashies
plant?
has Vader. Yeah. Do they feel
Huge hit
comfy
to try
throwing
and
the spike over? They
Oh.
don't. Okay.
Yeah, I thought maybe.
They get a better plant for Heaven
Wanna
though,
get two
and that means that
players
they
deep up into
can
Heaven here,
fade
maybe
ult Heaven
on
if
the
they
back
want
of
to.
Crashy's ultimate.
It's going to be spotted out, though, by the Prowler. You're waiting for the next layers of utility to be committed towards this. You don't take this lightly. Chronicle
Why is
trying
this
to
guy
stand
always got
guard.
his smoke?
Gonna make it hard work for them to work through this. They might have to be forced away. You
snake
can't
bite.
get through here.
It will definitely slow things down on the retake. Elsewhere, jump spot from Crashy, spot out wide.
You guys
all
need
the
to go pretty
information.
fast on this one.
Playing into Fnatic's hands. Crashy's found one. He's knocked
Very
down.
nice from
Oh,
Crashies.
it's just
Made it
lovely.
look easy as well.
Crashies.
2 kills into 3 kills from him. Yeah,
Slicing
losing
through walls, and I
Lysor
like
over
what
towards A
Chronicle was
is
doing
just
as well, was
savage.
Forcing them into that pathing.
Plenty of options here for Fnatic, like I said, on the back of Crashy's ultimate potentially. Wolves, these early wins, but Poster. Always a threat in the mid-round if there's bodies still for Fnatic. Very consistent in turning the tides in their favor. Now just 1 round behind.
Dude,
him.
that's their last round buy. It's not looking great. They get the
Ugly
Bucky out.
purchase here, round
Maybe,
12.
yeah.
I guess
Set up
Lysor
over
really
towards
is the
A.
one
That's
to
kind of
watch,
nice
isn't he?
though.
Juicy's here so early on though.
That's true. And you're going to have the Viper on the
Viper
other side of the map, so almost
with a
trying to
turret and a molly.
encourage play elsewhere. Hard to disrespect it, but Juicy
Hello?
might be on the money. He is. And no one there to trade
That's a
that.
freebie. They could
Obviously,
smoke
don't
deep
know
and
it.
try and
They
get
don't know how
the
much
gun
room
here.
They had on it. Quick upgrade, yeah, lovely. Dream come true for Wolves, but can they reset?
The confirmation of a second play here with the Prowler, but
Honestly, getting the Omen flash out of them,
amounts
that's
to
nice.
Too much. Wolves, they would peel away.
Probably pivot
disengage.
1 over towards A.
Showstopper and the TP here for both.
Omen all, I don't know. It didn't look like it didn't get to see that much.
With a quick check of a TP over zone. Wolves look as if they're confident in read here, and rightfully so.
Boombot
What a
gives
kill
Crashies
that
the
is.
corner. That's enough. And now
What a kill
Alpha
that is as
finding
well.
the next leg. This again, that
And
purchase was
another.
gonna be weak at the best
Jesus, it
time
fell
for
apart so
Fnatic,
fast.
Finding their way forward and finding their footing here. See if BB and Spring, difficult to try and do anything with. It looks like this one is going to be tied up all even here. Alpha timing on the smoke drop there. Oh, this is dangerous, but it's fine.
It was looking so good for Wolves, and then Fnatic end up getting 6. It's still, if you just look at it, and Fnatic got pistol, like it's still a great score. But you're still going to feel like you should have got more of what was going on.
Come out even pegging here.
Yeah, this is what we wanted though, a game between these two, a closer affair. See the best of both sides. Hopefully
Has
brought out
Fnatic
for
lost
that
its
second half
a
going
round due to time yet? No, I don't
Before we
think so.
get there, we do have a treat with Van Silly standing by with TCK10. We're going to head over there right about now.
Toronto, it is my honor to say that Cloud9 finally has international presence at a Valorant event. I'm joined by none other than TCK, content creator for
Dude,
Cloud9.
he was so
TCK, how's
happy
it
with
going?
his
It's an
own
honor to have you here
joke.
today.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. I've been loving Toronto. I've been loving the city. I've been loving the food, I've eaten poutine 3 times already, and I love it. So yeah, it's really great to have all those beautiful audience here talking about Valorant and living it. Yeah.
I hate that you eat 3 poutines and it goes into your muscles, and me, it just goes into my gut. But I understand as well that, you're a big-time streamer in Brazil. But for those that are tuning in here from Toronto and also from around the world, talk to us about your stream. What can we see when we actually watch your stream?
Okay, so crazy cosplays, maybe Viper cosplays, Reyna cosplays. And I've been also playing on Radiant. It's been a time now. Actually, I was the first guy who told Aspas to try Neon. He was only playing Jet, so yeah.
It was all him.
Time 1, Brazilian server, lot of time.
And now you're also co-streaming with Saucy so far in the booth. How's the chat been going? Who are they going for in this game?
We're going for Fnatic. I mean, it's really nice to see them playing. We were kind of cheering for Wolves because of Still Fat Baby. They are all really good energy. But we're cheering for Fnatic. I think they're winning. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Like, I would be a fan of Saucy, just seeing him play, and now being friends with him and talking everything about Valorant during co-stream. It's been really, really nice.
That's awesome. You just talked about Sufa Baby. He likes to show his muscles. Also, Boaster likes to show his muscles. So TCK, show me your muscles one more time as they're going to toss it.
He's got shades ready for it. That fair play, my guy is massive. Jesus.
That was just like you, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really like that jersey, but I'm not sure. Carrying a little holiday weight.
And just checking in on the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, it's a much more even affair from the previous match.
Yeah, closely contested, obviously. No team really able to establish themselves other than that 4-round string along the way, but
yeah,
again,
what are you lot talking about?
It was trades. It was coming down to 1 or 2 players left standing. So financially, necessarily that snowball effect taking hold here. I guess looking forwards now, even affair.
No one should follow it. No one should follow that,
already,
chat. No one should follow that.
It's a much more comfortable position for Wolves to find themselves in. Not necessarily pinning all hopes and dreams to a pistol and further conversions.
3-2 on the pistols.
See really what they can do with that.
Where are you? Wolves now on that attacking
Okay,
side.
nice though.
Sometimes been their strength throughout this.
And just as well, on Lotus Wolves have showed us the slowest formation of this default. Well, Fnatic have really come away and I guess respect that enough to come up with some sort of game plan to address. Fnatic never usually wants to, I guess, push all in to the early round. We've already seen so far on Icebox and Split what they're capable of in the retake. It really is the cornerstone.
As it stands, though, one singular turret is holding the entirety of the C site, and it's doing a fantastic job. Fnatic have all the players in the right places.
Dude,
I think probably seeing
rarely see a smoke down here from
Juicy
oh, the C's was
dude,
so
the Teva was incredible. Ever into the double swing as well, looking like a double pistol from Fnatic. You gotta give it to Crashies. His fade looks great.
Fnatic so prepared for this.
I saw it has slipped the net. You can see still eyes trained towards B main. 7 seconds on a smoke. He's caught a sound cue here from Boaster. But again, look at the spike. Look what he has to do. He has to overcome, even regain possession.
Fade merchant. I mean, it's a good time to be a fade merchant.
I would like the orb, please. Yeah, it's going to be a glimmer of hope, but quickly extinguished. Fnatic start strong.
Why did they pick Team B in a best of 5? Yeah, honestly. So that means you don't get last pick for last map, right? In terms of size.
He's got the momentum here from the satchels, but tethered.
Wait, is that right? Or do you get to pick sides as Team B?
I got my 1
Clean
kill.
up though.
I'm happy. Almost.
From Fnatic, and maintaining control of the spike, it's almost unrecoverable there, regardless of the outcome.
Okay, Fnatic.
This
is a very low buy from Fnatic.
If you're Wolves, you got to keep
there's a small chance for Wolves here. Pretty rough where Juicy tanks that shot though.
15 HP. Costly retrieval of the orb.
Team B's 3 side picks. Oh, you just do it so you get side pick a last map, surely.
Slow and steady. We know how Wolves like to play this. Probably the most tempered of their attacking sides. Just the classics. Not even a sheriff to write home about. So to try and divide and conquer now would be impressive. But Alpha on duty, on guard.
I saw making himself extremely skinny.
It's a good nade.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
well,
Fulton's move into this one. Alpha might clean this one up.
Oh dear.
Jesus.
Guys, don't feed Alpha. Please don't feed Alpha. All the players, don't let him have a run. Oh, God, please.
It's the hard one. No, 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 no. No, not like that. It should never happen, dude. Oh boy.
Ridiculous.
Ace with knife.
On the anti-eco on C site.
The original one.
I think he literally hit all of the hard shots.
Have a look at this one.
Stars align about now.
No way, dude.
And a nod of respect from the other side of the stage as well.
Yeah, what are you meant to do about that one? Apart from smile and wave, right? 6 to 8, it's timeout time.
Ooh,
Straight away.
extra timeout or?
And that better be a damn good timeout too.
I mean, few situations where we see Wolves with both timeouts in the second half.
The headphones, yeah, they got to make the in-ears a little bit longer, right? Because everyone stands up loads.
Fade now just wants a check-in. A temperature check almost. Conceded the first two, so this buy round crucial for Wolves. And this could be the home stretch for Fnatic. So all things considered, got to step up to the plate once more here.
And that's the thing, isn't it, Mike? You're right. That's the point. That this next round feels like it's
a little bit late on that one. I was wondering where the music was.
Either opens up opportunities for Wolves, and they can maybe build, or it closes the door. And the issue is they don't have other maps to play with now. There's no more other halves. There's no more building it back.
I hate to be ever the pessimist, but the home stretch of this veto as well, it's not necessarily like, right, guys, let's get through Lotus.
We can
breathe a sigh of relief.
Hello, Slimmetry, mate. Hope you're doing okay, bro.
So lots to consider here. Fnatic now looking to.
I think G2 needs to make a change before champs.
Turn up the heat a little bit. Alpha,
they don't need to make a change before champs.
Well. After a Cobra round. Oh, the flashes.
Okay, if you're a consistent team, consistently getting good performances at internationals, you don't need to change anything.
Well, they've made it pretty far already.
Unless you got like internal issues, but.
Big Spring taking a touch of damage, but that's barely it.
Changing comps, yeah, changing comps. I'm listening for a change in comps. No more breach could be kind of cool.
Paranoia is ready. They've sprung the trap, but look at the info. It's perfect. But
damn,
somehow, Juicy and Spring.
Yeah, big Joel on site here.
I don't know how the hell that happened.
Oh.
That is out of this world. Juicy just stepping up to the plate. The Cron's still here. Spots out one, surely. That swing from the smoke, inevitable it is.
Decisive.
Yeah.
Spring.
It ends up being pretty clean. You'd imagine
HP.
with Alpha, yeah, I was going to say Alpha with 5, you imagine he doesn't get too much for this.
I'm not a believer.
No?
No.
Alpha doesn't seem to be either.
Off he goes.
One away from the lockdown. Doesn't want to chance it. Looking at the funds here. High up. 2,900, so a chance to potentially get an operator here if it lines up.
I still just don't know how it started off in favor to Wolves there, Mike, because it felt like Fnatic kind of felt that, okay, maybe they've progressed deep enough. We want to get that haunt going. We want to get the paranoia on that. I'd love to see that again, kind of from the side of Wolves almost in a way, to see how that kind of unfolded, and they somehow got away with it.
Why is my girlfriend calling me slaggy? What is this?
Fair play. It's just that start, because it felt like Fnatic had the right idea.
That's crazy behavior.
This one again. Okay, just close enough by, and they just power forward, they speed up on it. Nice reaction, actually.
That's crazy behavior. Mods, we okay with that?
On this trap play, to try to set up. Even here, might just seem like garbage time in terms of that kill there, but Spring not allowing any further threat to develop.
Yeah.
Someone please tell Sliggy, dead players don't see the damage until the round ends? Mate, what game are you playing? You're looking at that. They change it so you don't see if the util hit. You still see damage when they die.
Three stacked up, and it's another entry found for Wolves. And a second double
Jesus, bro.
Maybe the fairy tale.
Yeah, maybe Fnatic need to relook at their A-hold.
Have a decision to make. How much of a stand do we want to take here? It's difficult to make work with the buy that they have, but yeah, no way. Juicy, just running rings around Boaster in that one.
Oops.
Alpha closing in.
Oh, hey, chill, mate.
That's Boaster reining him back in.
Look, the eco.
That's Boaster with a no.
The confidence sky high.
No.
You want to go for a 2v4. And it's sketchy with the money, right? We're right on the ropes for Fnatic. Keeping these two weapons would be fantastic for them. For now, slowly does it. The Wolves starting to find a bit of a rhythm. Scoreline looking likely to be even. Kron trying to punish maybe some of his exits. He's gone down.
Yeah, I think in this situation he's looking
not
for
good
the
for the money
from the Guardian. So the poison fruit lying ahead of him. Alpha standing his ground. A little bit of damage conceded. Force a shield repurchase, the bare minimum.
8
You're
to
right,
8.
tied up.
It's a great shot, man. It's a great shot.
Went up. Bloody hell.
I mean, Spring had given up on that spray.
Yeah.
Found it on the final bullet.
Let's go, boy. Well play, well play.
Okay, force him down to an eco. Alpha
As if they
holds onto his ult, but he still has the hero gun. And yeah, dude, if Wolves just keeps on getting the success over towards A, it's like, why not? Wall, Teva, nades, make sure that no one can get that ult. Nice from them. Trying to make sure they can't plan ahead in terms of kayak sort. Prowler clears all of this, dude. They take so much space.
Almost actually with
last 20 seconds.
Placement of utility from Alpha, reading a pivot towards B this time around. Maybe a chance
they can fight a bit harder. I mean, if they're going to fight harder, they need to actually like go aggro, right? Instead of being
not getting what they want this time around in terms of a free entry.
Yeah, a lot of bodies here. That's a little bit dangerous now. Juicy's trying to be toyed with, but he's so calm.
Okay, that's a gun though, and do they try hold on to it, or do they try get over towards the other side? Big jewel on site here.
Got the weapon upgrades. I thought they might have time on that, but they don't. Spike is trailing its way around this map here.
Boaster's going to get ahead of this though. Why are you going to relay that information? It might even catch Crashies in spawn here.
Pinged though. Yeah,
very, very nice. Well, this one gets weird.
Out on the minimap.
Do you tap spike, go A? Okay, that's a great play from them, but they managed to pick up a gun. But it's only one gun.
The late round piece here. Chronicle's going to be the one gifted the rifle. Still, the threat of one member of Fnatic staying put here, but plant will come through. 10 seconds left, so just in time to establish themselves in a post.
Yeah, but that paranoia is scary. So
this is nice from Boaster. Dude, Boaster still has Omen Flash.
This is huge.
It certainly is. How'd you win this one? Spring with just that. A little bit of util left.
The Chronicle's waiting.
And now that's 2, maybe 3 positions given away though. They've got to know now where they're coming from. But does it make any difference here? Spring trying to be cool under pressure.
Oh, so close.
He's lost you. Sweet Fat Baby, this is down on Spring in a 1v3. Time
17?
Spring! Wait. Does he know? Wait.
Does he know?
Whoa.
Wait.
No way, man. That's a mad round. Oh, Boaster did really good in this round, though. Holy, this is close, dude. Close.
The penny
he almost got a 1v3 there.
But Boaster finds a response. Beautiful recovery here. I mean, Wolves did everything right, even with a few hiccups along the way. I mean, Spring lining up the 2 kills there. Just when you think Boaster.
That's the round we needed, boys. Nice.
Channeling that clutch
Yeah,
factor.
it might be. Especially we've got a lot of ults now. Kai gets his op out.
That ult ready again, still there for Alpha. Crash, he's only one away. Couple of key
Okay, I
pieces.
mean this
Kayak
is
one of
1,
his ult as
2,
well.
3, 4. Can't buy next.
One taken by
We've got
Boaster.
1 here.
Kayak.
So with Wolves being able to completely reset the money, you would imagine that it's going to send all the ults into this one.
Away here.
For potentially a pinch here, and actually Showstopper popped really
Insanely early. Double satchel to try and capitalize off of them here. What went on over towards A? I was too busy looking at C. I'd have to watch that one back. I mean, he's there very, very early. It's a great kill from Spring. No way. He's won the big round. He's won the big round that forced them down to an eco. Takes space. Good ult heaven. Doesn't want to overstep. Still has his smoke.
Could potentially be in a great position as the checkmate endgame. There's still danger on this plant. Still
Ah, man. Monster play.
Chronicle and Boaster's options dwindle to near on 0 now.
Chronicle actually picking up the operator here, going to try and tuck away from it. But Boaster walks into CU-Fat BB. Now the operator, a chance for him to be overwhelmed. He would get away from the reveal, but
that is a monstrous play from him. It really is. They have enough money to really hunt this.
Look at the Wolves hunting this one down, though. Pretty close by here. Kron focused. Oh!
Damn. I would have to watch this one back again. Like, Spring was here very early.
No.
You set him up for that luck?
Oh, neither team, sorry. Gonna find
yeah, it's definitely one of those rounds I'd have to watch again. He did great.
Exchange back and forth now will draw out a timeout from Fnatic. Decent position in terms of the ultimates here.
Let's go!
Even more so if potentially Chronicle can get his online.
Someone clutched around with enough time left to defuse. But gets up and the keyboard disconnects. He's able to defuse. Who gets it? Wasn't there a round like that? Wasn't there a... What happened in that C9 round? Wasn't it a C9 game?
They're looking very flush.
Where they're like someone's PC or tabbed or something?
Only got CU-Fat BB and Spring.
The round didn't get replayed, right? It didn't count.
Again, have a big buffer here.
It was an off-season game.
It's
yeah.
great to see. You know, we've been kind of
they just lost the round.
About Spring's ability to find that great timing on the lurks and that pressure that he's able to bring. Haven't seen it being like the kind of focal
But Moose's
point,
was his fault. Yeah, but you would argue that if what he's saying and he stands up, the keyboard disconnects, that's his fault.
He was waiting around that side of the map again. First time we've really seen pressure towards that C side, that kind of.
I'm not sure where he'd be. I mean, it would be an admin's call, man. I have no idea.
Fnatic are going to have to suffer through this round, right? At most, you're going to get a share.
But judging from that, I guess it wouldn't count. I mean, I guess it would count.
Though, yeah, those odds are there, but this could be 10 for Wolves. It should be 10 for Wolves.
Moose won't count because he tapped his Windows key.
Showstopper here.
That's so devastating. Okay, what an important round that was. What an important round that was. They got so many ults here as well.
Weaken the numbers.
Teva goes deep over towards his Spring, you lunatic. Holy, my guy's feeling it. 22 to 10. Waits for the Teva, then just straight up swings.
The table here.
Yeah, that was that kind of like X factor that maybe could have come in. Now they're not going to catch, so they may not be aware that there's more bodies behind this. There's still 2 other players here, but the C is going to contain. And
they're on top of the reaction.
This is really well done. Again, it is only against those pistols.
Got it.
Lucky boy.
Damn.
He had to go. Yeah. The luck right out.
Pick your poison.
Now, this is good stuff.
It's still going.
Again, keep 5 alive, so
Spring, yeah, dude, he's not in for losing.
The finances here.
Trying to drag him over the finish line.
Chronicle.
Well, I say finish line.
Glimpse.
Starting line, to be honest.
Real chance for him to try and find progress towards the pit.
Have you seen the minimap leak? No, not yet. Not yet.
See a little grin on the face from Chronicle. He knows the inevitable is coming.
Very, very nice as well. And he's jumping around trying to make sure that someone else can get the ult. One away from a killjoy ult now.
Edging closer and closer to keeping this series alive.
But this was the round the timeout was for. This is the round with ults. This is the round with the buy. But it would just bring
Dude,
Fnatic
money is
back
low on
to,
this one though.
You know,
Yeah, I mean,
footing.
it's kind of got to be clean.
Bolster goes for the Odin. Odin up, 3 ults.
Now with Wolves on double digits. Again,
Dude,
huge
23
advantage in terms
to
of this
10.
ult cycle, but look what's on the brink for Wolves as well. Plenty.
Okay, this time they're committing the Omen. Okay, this time they're committing the Omen flash into this one. We got a late fade eye. Person who got Omen flash can't see the fade eye too high on that one.
Don't like that look. Don't like what you're doing to us
Yeah.
here. We're gonna manhandle
2 rounds
that
in a
a
row, and
moment's
so they go
time.
heavy to shut him down.
Wolves left with the 4. Don't have that back.
It's gonna be interesting from
pressure
Wolves here.
now.
Like, do they wanna
Freeze up
ult
these
still?
rotations too.
Are they okay, kind of accepting this
Wolves
one?
adjust towards a top-heavy site execution
Okay,
here.
Nade's gonna hit the alarm bot. TP in.
Second guessing the TP.
It's an incredible Omen flash. Spots him in the minimap. Dude, fatal. Ooh. Oh, he's got ult. He's got ult if he wants it.
You got 50 seconds.
He's got the TP.
Oh, okay. Fatal was used in the 3v4, so it wasn't like too bad, but as soon as he used it, they died, so a little rough.
It's the Operator and the Odin maintained.
They got the full house now, though, of ults, Mike. They got everything.
It's going to get a little wild now because there's a lot of ults up. I think there's like 8 ults altogether. 8 ults, and there's a world where no one can buy next.
Yeah, beautiful isolation here. So one time Springs left on his own, doesn't deal with the reveal, and was caught with his pants down here, ahead of getting anything in motion towards A.
Yeah, 8 ults.
It's been really the focal point of this early
Dude,
round
Wolves'
aggression,
money's
and
sick.
Spring getting
They're
himself
so
into,
fine.
I mean, call it a lurk, but a very early on.
They're going to go heavy for this one, though, because obviously if you win this, you force them down. Alarm bot. Whoa, nice halving on that. That was nice with the Omen flash. Dude, there's such a change of pace from them as well. They've absolutely sent it. Dude, look at their ults. They can't lose this one. They actually can't lose this one.
Trying to get a bit closer.
Chill, bro, chill.
Still controlling a lot of space on this
Ooh,
side.
the person with the... They can lose this one because the person lurking has the ult. Juicy's a lunatic.
Trying to play it back through, does not get what he needs. And now Lightsaw in the back lines, keeping this.
Dude, look at the... Springs in heaven. All the way through B. Okay, wild round from Wolves. This was cool though. This Omen flash of the pathing over towards side was awesome. Absolutely sent it. We had a smoke towards Waterfall that lent out heavy. He could kind of path like this. Yeah, look at that smoke. It leaks out a lot more than the others. It's a good shot. Dude, and they got Razor out of them.
Couple of operator kills here and there, but another 2K from Lysol swings this back in Wolves' favour. And around to the good now.
Dude, Fnatic are in trouble, money-wise. 3 can't buy.
Find themselves map point on the brink here.
Okay, the anti-push pause.
Half has been great though from Wolves, maybe identifying the amount of bodies behind that util just to isolate Spring.
Alpha's had ult for a long time. Yeah, I mean, he wanted to use it here in the 2v4. And that was, dude, that was like 4 rounds ago.
Broken. Bits and bobs, Sheriffs, Guardians, Stingers, Lysor on duty with Juicy. They do well to deal with the aggression from Kayak, want to be a difference maker. Not going to get to this round. And a lovely, patient default from Wolves.
It's back to their trademark approach here. In round 22, Boaster. Curious. Going to dip away though, only a stinger in hand.
Poison's off.
Again, a kill, maybe 2.
I think something that's
investigate,
going to be important here
they
as
don't
well is
expect
like
Wolves to
Juicy
beat
is
weapons
2
away.
away. Juicy picks up this
the right
orb
read,
over
though.
towards
You're looking
C.
at Wolves.
Most
They
likely
found
going to
the
have
weak
that
point.
ult into the next round.
He's going to be careful with the weaponry, I guess. There is a couple of threats, but clean
Chill.
with it.
Chill,
I don't
chill,
think he saw
chill, there,
combo.
Rico.
No, he didn't, so he's got to be careful now. Backs away, he's done his job here, doesn't need to overextend or overstay. You can see what they want, they want to take that weapon away. But Lysol's done what he needed to, denies any pushback.
Okay, they didn't
through
pick up the
from
orb
that
on
waterfall
Juicy,
side.
but at one point here,
Now,
Juicy can start
Boaster and
exploring.
Crash is left to try and
Maybe in like
pin
20
their
seconds.
hopes on some exits. Don't expect Wolves now to relinquish any of this control.
I hit him.
Tag onto Boaster, I believe.
Yeah, I did hit him. Maybe because he
see
jumped
here.
here as well. Oops.
See. Find on the
Yeah.
first.
Dude, imagine he gets this last one. Or a death. Even a death's worth here.
I mean, Juicy's one up from the ult now as
Yeah,
well.
and Boaster's like, mate, I cannot give this guy a kill. I
the
do not
slam
want to
dunk
duel this guy.
round. Juicy's on the ground. He wants this one. Boaster's just trying to keep his head tucked down.
It's well played from Boaster. But there's still just one orb away from that ult.
The Wolves get themselves to 12. Fnatic now have to put up a final stand here on Lotus. You could argue still a slight advantage with these ultimates, but gaps in the utility, like shields here.
Okay, 2 goes at it. 1 away from a Razor, and sure, I mean, Fnatic definitely have better ults at the moment.
Okay, almost bait them back into maybe explore.
Omen flash again. But this time, Wolves have numbers here to retake over towards A fast. TP out, Omen flash. Oh my god. Dude, the calling's been nice though. It looks so hard for Fnatic to play against. I feel like Wolves, if you look at like their last 5-6 rounds, they're everywhere and they're always doing like different change of paces. Sometimes it's insanely slow, sometimes it's insanely fast. It's really nice, man. Oh boy, this could get exciting. Ascent is next, and both of these teams play sick comps on Ascent. We have 4 different Sentinels. Okay, they're still in it. They're still in it. Yeah, he's got to start putting the pressure on Fnatic as well for sure.
Had a fantastic performance here. Spring as well. We'll have to see if they can ride this train throughout the series.
Rockwell, thank you so much for the gifted, bro. I appreciate you doing that, mate. Rockwell, thank you. Get the Oiler Slug going. Anyone that got gifted at Rockwell Yard, say thank you. Appreciate the support, mate. Thank you. EMB, I'll do. He can start believing for sure. He's celebrating as we speak. Check the minimap. Okay, someone leak it.
I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane, be insane, be insane, be insane.
I wonder where the spawns are. I would have to see what this is like. It all comes down to what this is like. it looks pretty insane defense sided. Okay, at least you got a little path over towards middle. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. If this is a really long rotate, it could be rough. And if this depending on how this looks, it could be rough. We'll see. I need to see the barriers up and down. It looks like a short map. That's a good thing if it's a short map. Sure. Yeah, it kind of depends on what middle looks like. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit, chat. Very small choke points, but I mean that is Valorant at the moment. Augusto, thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I
Not too bad. Could be a lot worse. Could maybe be a lot better. Again, it still comes down to middle. Really small chokes though, dudes. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Wolves hold on in map 3, showing great tenacity there on a map that's been phenomenal for Fnatic overall. Now, I've got a telestrator that I want to break down one of the very early rounds, round 6, that really saw Wolves start to get a bit of momentum going and a demonstration of what they wanted to do. Now, both of these teams were looking to counterpunch. You can see here that it's 1 minute 33 in the round, still 10 seconds in, and nobody's really done anything yet. They're waiting for the other team to have a play to make. So, on a timing, Wolves are going to re-clear over towards Rubble. Fnatic are slow and cautious and end up getting pushed out of Rubble here. They don't want to take the fight. Big Seasonade there over towards Rubble as well. Now, as Fnatic get back into A on their attack side, there's a very common way they normally do this. They contact up behind Chronicle's Viper wall. So you get to take a look at it here. They get in behind the defender's setup with this smoke, and then as this wall goes up, it provides a bit of an opportunity for them to sneak onto unusual angles. What Fnatic are looking for here is that they're expecting there to be a player at this like back Rubble area and maybe a player over here towards Root who's going to be jump spotting. That is not what Wolves go for. Wolves instead, as you can see, are really pushed up. They're playing these aggressive angles on either side of the smoke, trying to catch the timing as Fnatic drop the wall. So as you can see here, Kayak, he's pushed up deep, hoping to find that pinch on the player. The paranoia flies way past these Wolves guys, and the crunch is in on the choke point. Yes, it's a 3v3 in the end, but crucially, Wolves keep control of Rubble. And as we accelerate this round a little bit further forwards, you can see that Wolves set up close to the choke points again on C. So here, you've got players tucked as a crossfire on either side and catch Alpha yet early on. They're not playing back, they're not allowing Fnatic into these post-plant scenarios where Fnatic will look just absolutely immaculate. They're trying to take the game in some of these rounds a little earlier, a little more aggressive, showcasing some really good understanding of the ways in which Fnatic want to work around the map. Fnatic have played this map so many times across years and years with very similar compositions. So you should be able to have some idea of how to beat them. But my God, actually executing on that is so difficult. So for further commentary on what happened in the rest of this game, I'm going to send things down to Golden Boy, Kikuka, and Mimi, who are standing by in the audience to give you a feel of what's happening.
Thank you so much for that, Josh. Yeah, we decided to hang out, be amongst the people. Ain't that right, Toronto? Love it, love it. All right, let's go ahead. I know, it's amazing. Let's go ahead and talk about what we just saw in that game, folks, because look, it seems like the Wolves got a little bit of life left in them here, Mimi, and what we ended up getting was, well, we're going to map 4, and the Wolves, if anything, have developed maybe just a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, Josh is talking about how they managed to beat Fnatic in some of those rounds on their defense side, but I was really impressed with the attack as well. I think they exploited a gap Fnatic has sometimes, where the way that they're playing A is a lot of rounds they'll show some kind of early pressure, presence, but they're really only leaving Boaster there, and he's really willing to like TP back and give that space. And Spring, as a lurker in that second half, did such a great job of taking these timings, pushing into a lot of times getting that pick into Boaster, and if not, just getting that space without having to invest a ton of utility, because Fnatic is not heavy holding it, and that did so much for them to call around these attack sides and come back into this game.
Yeah, but it all started in the first half, as we are seeing right there, with some crazy clutches that Wolves will always give us. But as we can see here, is about this second half, and I think that a part of the map that was very contested, this A side, from both of the attackers and defenders, throughout the entirety of the map, this was the biggest pain point for them. But as you're saying, Spring and the way that he was roaming around the map, the way that they were showing the presence, and also going up against a very well-measured defense that Fnatic was putting there. Also, identifying Kayak where he's with the operator, where he's going to or not going to be finding the effect.
You see the first kills there, 15-8 in favor of Fnatic. I think the majority of that is coming from Spring and Juicy on that attacking side. Spring's been great.
Dude, that's a lot of first kills.
Juicy needed a bit of a step up here, and I think he really proved himself on the race, looked super strong here on Lotus, and that kind of confidence is what they need to go deeper in this lower final.
I think that more importantly in that graphic, we saw Wolves succeeding in those after plans, in those post plans, right? Something that we have
we'll
not
watch
seen.
it another time.
Fnatic have been very,
we'll
very
do it
good
tomorrow.
at those retakes, and actually Fnatic being the ones
We'll just leave it for the show match tomorrow.
Mistakes a little on Icebox. They were giving too much space to allow Fnatic to play those set retakes with the Sage. Here, Wolves in more of those rounds was fighting up, being more willing to be a little bit aggressive and disrupt those retakes, which is something we were talking about heading into this game.
Yeah, you know, you gotta, truth be told, just walk up to them and bop them in the face.
What time is the show match?
Same
time as the game started today, I think.
Absolutely fantastic in that regard has been Spring. This guy has truly been bringing it here, and this is exactly what the team needed to take them to map 4.
For the entirety of the day, but the multi-kills and the impact that he finds in most of the rounds, looking forward to the rest of the series, he is going to be one of the most important and crucial pieces for this Wolves roster to take us to a map number 5. It might be the 21st of June, but I can tell you Spring is not over yet.
Yeah, just
that makes sense. The grand final is about 1 hour late. Yeah,
doesn't matter for him, or the summer solstice rather.
Learned a lot about science today.
Still his season.
Right. Or seasons,
yeah.
Whatever. Maybe just keep going.
It is science. It is.
It's all cyclical.
Look at these stats. So 300 ACS.
Yeah, what an absolute map he had. Nearly 200 ADR on a Viper.
Spring and maybe Chronicle, who by the way is Valorant's winningest player of all time. This is Spring's first global, and he's performing the way he is.
Dude, and you can hear the crowd right now. Sufat Baby's playing to the audience here. You know, you also have a lot of the Fnatic fans.
Full analysis mode now. It's been like another map for that one.
It is electric in this venue, but now this is where things get very, very dangerous. You're one stop away from forcing this map 5, Kukuka, and Wolves, they're right there on the precipice.
Exactly. If you are Wolves, you manage to secure this Lotus, and in my opinion, they have a better chance of getting Ascent that they had of getting Icebox. Yes, Fnatic has been showing that they're very strong on this map. This new look that they're showing with the Chamber, with the Vice, I like it. But on the side of Wolves, with the Deadlock,
this is
with
a
the
50-50.
they've looked so good.
I really
Both
like
of their stuff is really cool.
On this map.
With how it's interesting, because with how Wolves have looked, I would probably back their coaching staff. But I think Alpha's so good on Chamber that I think he could have the best prep and still lose if he just wants to have an absolute game. Bro, this guy is everywhere. This science just non-stop, dude. Every interview, he makes sure he runs to the back of the camera.
So I'm looking for them to be a bit quicker in those retakes, be more willing to play Flood and not just always go into these set retakes they're known for.
They're going to need more than just being quick, because we've been seeing the way that Lysor has been playing with the Deadlock, and it's not going to be easy once the spike is down. Oh, wrong video game.
But he's got the right Vandal.
Yeah. I like the fit, I like it. But as I was saying and thinking of Ascent, one of the things that I'm also really enjoying about Wolves is that you might think that because of the performance that they've had this tournament, they might have peaked already. But what they showed right now on stage is they still have it. They are still hungry. They were not scared of those early engagements. And looking at Ascent, looking at them starting on the attack, that's exactly what they need. Do not be scared. Go for them.
And this is where the pressure starts to mount a little bit for Fnatic, dropping a map that has always been one of their absolute
Wait, this is a sick sign. All this just to get run over. And then I think that's a train with tracks.
down there on Lotus. Had a bit of a rougher go of things. He's a rookie player, remember, only just won Ascension last year with Apex before taking this opportunity to join Fnatic. This is the biggest game of his career, no doubt, and he needs to step up and show us that form that brought them through maps number 1 and 2.
No, and also, too, this is really where you got to lean on the IGLs. You got to lean on someone like Boaster. Keep the focus for the team, right? Get them ready for this game. They know what's on the line here. They know that there's an opportunity for them to make it to another global final. They're only one step further from doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the pressure might be getting a little bit to them. As we said, we went into the third map with very concise wins from
if
the
Wolves
side
make
of
it,
Fnatic.
dude, I think no matter who wins the final, it's a sick story, to be honest.
Because of the show that Wolves have been giving us, we deserve more. They deserve more.
I couldn't agree more with that one. And of course, I'm sure all these people in Toronto deserve more. Ain't that right, Toronto? Love it. You know these players want to force that map 5 for the Wolves, but it's going to be difficult because Fnatic, we saw in those first 2 maps, Mimi, just how decisive they were time and time again. Wolves are going to need to dig deep, just like what we saw them do on Lotus.
They will, but they already showed they can by going down 0-2 in this series, winning a map that was heavily favored for their opponents. Now they go into an Ascent that they are good at, that they feel comfortable on. Their key players, Spring and Juicy, are stepping up in performance. If they can just keep that energy, they have a real shot of bringing the series back.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. All right, well, we're getting ready for this agent select here in a moment, and then we'll dive into that. But I kind of want to get a vibe for the crowd, see how you guys feel. You guys want to see Wolves force a map 5? Or do you guys want to see Fnatic close it out here and now?
What do you think went wrong with G2?
I'm not sure. I think you should do it again.
I think they didn't have the greatest. Normally when you look at G2, you're like, damn, they got a strong map pool. I didn't feel like they had a strong map pool here. A couple of their comps I didn't really think were great. And they maybe agreed as well because they changed the Lotus comp midway through.
Gotta wonder, is it gonna be a little bit too much for the Wolves to have to deal with here as we get ready for Agent Select?
I don't think they're the strongest map pool from what we saw.
It's funneling the energy of the crowd into success. Sufat, baby, is great at that. Here's your comps. It's the same thing for Wolves that we were talking about.
Yeah, it's the same thing we've seen.
They're locking in that.
Both of these teams are 2-0 on this map. We'll get 4 different Sentinels here. That's went out
You have
earlier.
to love that we're in 2025 and we're getting this compositions on Ascent. This is no boring no more, not same old, different perspectives. Different
Oh yeah, we spoke about it a little bit,
coming in from the teams, but we have to, and
it's pretty defense-sided, but again, I need to see middle. Ethan is cool. 7-6, 7-6 with the prime. Appreciate the 10 months. Thank you for that.
Rest of his teammates, but I do feel that this squad from Wolves, this 5
Wolves
agents
lost to Paper
me,
X. Oh yeah, okay. 2-1 for them then, right?
For Fnatic though, I have to look at Alpha. Yeah, he is arguably
it's gonna be mid-city. Yeah, you gotta go middle.
In this tournament, and there is no doubt that the best agent he has played this tournament has been the maps where he is Chamber on Ascent. That was a new comp that they brought from
Icon 2K with the prime. Thank you for the 9 months, dude. Thank you for that.
So individually talented on that role. He's the guy who could close this out for Fnatic.
Yeah, very well so, right? We saw and we heard from him the other day. He said, if I'm shooting, then I'm winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Chamber is the kind of agent that allows him to go absolutely
who in the
insane.
YouTube chat? Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Because after 3 years, how is EMEA still a 1-team region? Not even going to argue against it.
Let's see if we get ourselves a map 5 and send this back over to your casters.
Yeah, go on, Bacon.
Say it right this time.
Get out there, mate.
You nailed it. Absolutely.
And you buff Breach, you don't. Just leave him as he is.
Belting map here, right? The absolute kingdom of Alpha, the Wonder Kid.
The XNJ, man. Thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 3 months, dude. Thank you for that.
I mean, off the charts, something different. But we've seen it a couple times now. We've got used to it. But we're not the ones in the server, Mike. It's on the Wolves. Can they handle this version of Fnatic?
Absolutely got themselves a taste for blood, toppling Fnatic home territory on Lotus. Now, can they follow through? And Fnatic, always a team that leaves you with your heart in your throat almost. Wolves, can they capitalize
okay,
on that?
Fnatic on defense.
Pounce on this opportunity.
We've got Wolves on attack.
To take us even further in this series.
What do we end at? A 3-3 pistol, right?
Starts here now. build upon that success they've found already.
Do we end at 3-3? No, Fnatic just lost with double pistol.
Side. Of course, they're meaning
two
Fnatic
pistols.
on the defense. The early exchange limited from both sides. Slow stuff from Wolves. Maybe trying to get a bit of a read on what Fnatic might be up to.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day. Is
A lot of classics.
no real
Got
counter
war
to
info
chamber,
over to
right?
ward short.
Unorthodox in terms of the positioning and
And they got a flash.
timings of some of these peaks.
Flash on the door, so it hits either side, maybe?
On the attack.
Well, you've got to be.
Above the
right?
door?
It's still getting to grips with this composition, what they want to do. Hard to find comfort. And the presence.
Oh no, flash above.
Cat is at least going to trigger.
Okay, that's
the
kind of
wall,
nice
but
though.
the
They managed to
pressure
find out the walls there. Omen flash goes in, hits 2 over
looks
towards
like
B
that
main.
B side, but
Dude,
there's bodies
3
there,
on
right?
site for Fnatic. Might be feeling right here though. Yeah,
Nice
Boaster's got a smoke to play around. He's got Yoru. No flash to get through though.
Forcing him forward. They're going to try and flood early. Fnatic forced to fight and they win out to an extent. But back in the mix, Wolves try and find stability down that cat side. The kayak slipped through. Are they even aware of the possibility?
Yeah, they know.
Caution being displayed. Kayak. That new gun, that young
Whoa.
side.
Do they fast flood with time?
In a 1v3 with 10 seconds. Trying to be a little techie with this.
Oops, okay, very nice. Not bad from Wolves. Full free. And they were just super aware on the guy on site as well. Just the double swing was pretty nice there.
The factor to really put the pressure on Fnatic in terms of their approach to the retakes. In terms of shutting down on those points of entry. This utility is so key to Wolves' success. I guess on the flip side of that, looking towards Fnatic, maybe finding clean engagements. Oh, that was paused in real time, but the screen was still moving.
We got an outlaw that can one-shot everyone. And they're allowed one death on this one.
Who's the one who's deadly, really, in this scenario? Maybe Kron 2 does have that sheriff. Ooh, why you? He's happy with that, though, still alive.
Alpha's
Through the smoke, heard one running over towards spawn.
I think maybe reading that
Did
this
they push
rotation
B
has come
main?
through and
Would you not use the info to stack B?
to maybe try and complement that.
Oh, they're being herded, man. Alpha.
2 bullets.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Next on second.
I thought
Unlucky.
that second looked sharp,
yeah, but no headshot.
No, now they got issues, right? Oh, that's a far fight to be had against every weapon that outdoes his classic at this point. But they're so unwilling to go towards B. You can imagine why, right? You can imagine there's going to be a stack here. You can imagine there's going to be presence here, and there is. YU does very well to thread the needle straight up middle. Did they dare try and give it through? It's a risky move. It's a messy bit of Val. But they've actually managed to
Okay. Oh, and they're getting the gun out of there as well.
Until now.
Juicy man's cracking me up.
Away, get it to safety.
Got the gun out of there. Alfred still picked up a gun though.
Down to 30 HP, but has got himself a Guardian now. Retrieved all the way from spawn.
Oh no. Why does this feel like the death of them? 13 seconds, but he passed up towards tree instead.
Whoa. What an absolute shot that is.
Alcazar with the TP as well. Big ring for him to play in.
What's that post-plant looking like?
God, that felt so
Okay,
fast.
Standard, right? Stat down to hell, that's it. They're much beyond that, slow and steady. They walk up. Oh
my goodness, that one was close.
Every step feels deadly. And this is a bit of a problem here. Can't be denied. A little bit of room to stack up on, though. And now it feels so likely they're down here. Alpha 4's even just Kron, and he ain't got it in him. Oh, that got
scary
so
though.
sketchy for just that headhunter.
Yeah, it got really scary.
Ever a threat.
They lost 2 guns. 2 guns, 1 armor,
3K
right?
from him.
Even 2 armors.
To find success here in the second round. Fnatic tried to draw blood. Able to maintain control of this round. Will weaken the purchase here for sure for Wolves.
Let's go, Juicy, Iso!
There's going to be 2 rifles on the table here for them. One being a Guardian in the hands of
Okay,
Juicy.
it's not the best bonus.
Fnatic fully flush in terms of their purchase.
Ooh,
Flash out,
that's
actually.
nice.
The
All
recon
over towards
does
B.
catch Juicy.
Whoa.
YU to follow.
And he didn't get too greedy. It's great shots from him again. This is what we're saying. Wolves could come out with some of the best stuff ever, but if Alpha wants to be a raid boss and just kill everyone, he can just win it.
Maybe looking to try and avoid Alpha. Maybe not a bad shout.
Yeah, they're going to go close. They're going to hear the chamber trip.
See if that BB will try and take control
Rock
here.
for chamber trip. And he got a forms.
Utility on the way in. Paranoia in response here. Actually, a ping
Omen TP out. Spring's going for it. Hold up. Hold up.
The Aldron comes up. Alpha has to get out of dodge.
Yeah, they're being slippery about this, but Boaster commits to it. Goes down for it too. Gives over the upgrade, but a 2v4 now is difficult.
Ooh, nice
and
shots.
Alpha looking like he's in control
Yeah,
here.
dude, Alpha looks great
Difficult
though.
Position for CFAT BB. Position on main unaccounted for, really. Yeah, the checkmate
nice,
in the
triple
end.
swing.
Crashy, security to be had.
Good damage though.
Tough
2
to really
guns,
pin down
1 armor.
another member of Fnatic there. Hunter's Fury available here though in round 4.
Yeah, this was cool. Heavy stack over towards the sides, especially with the fawns, right? So you can at least slow down the fast side hits on the sides with the fawns and the info that you're getting from the double trip, right? Wall and... They have basically just info with delay of the fawns and then 3-person fight over towards middle. And then trying to combo off of their own smoke.
Try and take control of mid.
Didn't again use their smoke against them. You got a recon coming in from Crashies. Oh, drone. Okay.
Temptation.
If he gets one here,
and it is quelled.
Can say if he gets one, then that's a slow. In reaction, instant recon clears over towards B, so they can take a bit of space, but they do lose middle. Drone goes out, and
potentially an ace split on the card. CS Kayak will have his hands full. Finds the first.
No way. Yeah, one swings and one has util out, and Crashies with the pass on the recon over towards B and push B.
Still taken down.
Yeah, a bit of a mess up from Wolves there. Just one util, one swinging.
Looking like a killer right now. Yeah. Ooh,
nice sort of slow peek here. Yeah.
You can't be doing
nicely
that.
done, bro. It's a sick round.
Why you? What are you meant to do? The obstacle course just to get the spike in your hands. It was near on impossible.
Swing together, yeah, 1 sec.
Seconds, yeah,
pulls util out.
sure, but there's just so many question marks here.
I mean, out of all of the rounds to do it as well, it's a really costly one.
Wow, the youngster needing a couple of confidence builders. Just what you need for Kayak to get back online in this series.
Scary though, isn't it? It's like cool, they've taken down Alpha and suddenly Kayak's got you this in a second. It was almost pre-fire on that swing. Like,
yeah.
See if that BB, what are you meant to do?
30 seconds left.
Oh. Scary.
Side up here, Wolves reset. Couple of sheriffs to throw in here. Ultimate sure, but
what you doing, bruv? he keeps doing that one. Okay, we got Outlaw. Got an Outlaw that can one-shot everyone.
Depending on how this progresses, but yeah, up here quick.
Yeah, Alpha going to take first contact. Plays in Kayak, who gets a look at
Very
this.
nice. I mean, that's a great way of doing it.
Every step the Wolves wanted to take.
It's a similar full process as well. Just info over towards the sides and just fighting heavy middle.
They're looking vulnerable, and Alpha's looking.
It's a nice push as well from Vicer. Yeah, Chronicle. Okay, Wolves maybe with a timeout. It's been a lot of aggro pushes over towards here once they do feel like they're over towards the middle.
Alpha sit at 7 and 4.
Big timeout.
Chance here to.
And you would imagine that Fnatic probably change up their setup as well.
Again, an absolute stranglehold set up here on the anti-eco from Fnatic. No real opportunity. So Wolves were happy to kind of just walk up and
nice boys, come on boys.
Almost bear the brunt of any setup in mid.
Both are getting a bit more vocal as well.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of been very composed until this point. Those first 2 maps looked like, okay, business as usual. We've been here, no worries.
Potentially indicative of, you know, maybe reading the room in terms of that loss on the previous map. And again, I don't think Fnatic are ever a team that walk in and go, yeah, we're going to 3-0 this series. But for sure,
which map should Paper X ban? I mean, it depends who they play, mate.
Already back on the same.
It depends who they play. Haven for both teams, obviously, and then
a little awkward.
They've got a decision to make for the other teams.
Things up, but certainly late round pieces here as Fnatic. I mean, look, in just a moment at the cushion they've already got behind them.
Yeah, 7K on Boaster.
Boaster down at 7,300, Chronicle at 6,900. Everybody else sitting above 3,500 basically.
But a competitive start to things, as long as Fnatic don't start taking these rounds completely away, right?
Alpha gets his
Still early days.
Alpha gets his op out. We got the cross map lineup again. Just similar thing to what we've seen in terms of, and it's one of the better ways of using Vice. Even this in ranked is like probably how you should be using Vice, right? Just making sure that you can have either side's fawns to pump.
On the corner.
It's going forwards.
Respecting the util enough to
Fawns is just incredibly strong.
Deeper line, not by much.
Okay, change up from Wolves. Not much mid control, just straight up B main, A main control. Like fighting on either. So fight over towards B main.
So implying that,
they do a trip in case the op is trying to get aggro over towards here.
A split to try and get
And
behind.
then now they take middle.
No confirmation just yet. See if Fat BB looking for something with the drone. Won't find anything.
Okay, shot to break trip. Drone to see if anyone's following up their drone. But they've laid a clone down here so they can fake pressure over towards middle.
Trying to get past Alpha. Forced off, nice, really good start.
Nice, that was great damage.
Alpha down to 43.
Clone goes over towards here, Recon goes out, and then we're sending it over towards site, and there's two Sova ults going at the same time. Yeah, absolute chaos on this.
Connects onto YU.
Plenty of problems now. Being stalled out somewhat on the cross towards the site. Looking for that reveal, not going to get it, but actually there it is. Oh,
very, very nice. Great shots from him as well. This is a good recon from Crushies.
On the site. Fnatic are not going to make this easy. Wolves have to dig deeper than that.
Almost a split decision there that Recon sent up and two bail out, one left. Stand his ground. It was Lysort. Connection from
this guy's dodging his own and the enemy team's.
Just to isolate a player, but also confirm the kill. Chronicle crispy on the cleanup. Wolves right back in the firing line.
The Vice Flash, yeah, the Vice Flash is nice.
These Sheriffs, some of those ultimates already relinquished.
Speaking of Vice Flash, pop the flash over towards B, doesn't hit anyone, so you can get him set up on the line aggro. Means you can save all of the Sova util. Oh, there goes the Sova. How's he done this? Ult goes in, they can insta-react. Okay, but he's pushed over towards B. They can insta-react, hit over towards A. Okay, Fawns is going to get popped early. Spring's going to be taking a 1v1 on the site.
Given a bit of room here, does he find Boaster? It looks like he might.
Omen flash read the Omen off is crazy.
Brilliant from Spring. The support system in place. It feels like you can't get away from Chronicle.
As Visor, but obviously they oh my god.
Alpha now. They've made something out of this.
Nice shot. Dude, imagine it. Oh Jesus.
Oh god, they almost lined up. No way, Alpha. So many weapons. He's just going through the gun game.
No way, what's
he just wants to get out of there, Juicy. What do you do now? Tries to reset the tempo. One bullet to put to the body. One player to find. He's trying to do it right. Alpha needs to steady the nerves. Land the
oh my god.
And now he knows
this is one of the weirdest rounds, man.
That Sheriff trying to toy with him. Juicy again does it well.
No way, man. That was insanity to watch, and honestly, Alpha definitely had his chances there as well. He knows it.
Here from Wolves.
He did good to get into that spot though.
Human in that 1v1.
Dude, this double kill over towards middle though, touch D, make this one even doable is nuts.
A shake of the head. He had so many weapons at his disposal. Yeah, Juicy. Cool, calm, collected.
Yeah.
That was the second kill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those.
But their money must be low, right? Not too bad. They win the eco. There's still two people that can't probably buy next if they lose.
It's only going to help matters.
Yeah, Recon over towards here, clears wine, clears close, and Boaster. Very nice. Knows that on their default they put some kind of trip over towards here, so this goes close, makes a trip, makes a step, and then breaks it. it creates pressure that they might re-clear this.
In their favor. Alpha back on an operator though.
Whoa.
Shut down here, Juicy. Making Fnatic's own operator work against them.
Yeah, and losing the
well
losing the
Juicy.
Vice
As
with
said
Visal
quiet
is
last
big.
round. Now starting to feel a bit more momentum. Slow build towards A creeping in.
Yeah, they tried to do the double setup over towards short as well. Trip and wall.
Towards that site.
Why are you looking for something in mid? We'll catch a glimpse of Crashies. Keep him in check for the time being. Boaster just throwing out the paranoid to try and slow things down.
He's got an angle, and he's quick with it. Needs to get a second here. Support on the
Great
way
shot.
when he falls. Boaster next on the chopping block. Overwhelmed.
Great shot as well.
But still delivering. Great shot towards Spring. Not standing alone, but backs away.
30 seconds on this recon, so retake.
Yeah, and they got the trip over towards short as well, so you would feel like the Cypher has a kill here.
Laying in wait from Lysol's utility. The ultimate coming through from Kayak could open things up for Fnatic.
1, 2.
Seems like they're almost trying to ignore it. Don't know if it's going to know the
Uh-oh.
player off-site. It does.
Oh
Absolutely
no.
does.
No, that's his own trip. That's his own
Utility in
team's
the
trip.
end. That's devastating. You can see Wolves scrambling now. Kayak giving them a way back in for Fnatic. Boaster removing one. Lysol, 7 bullets. No way.
It's a nice
Boaster's
try.
there.
No way.
Big
That's what went
plays from the
down.
main man. A little bit of a
He
fumble
got
in the end.
wrecked
It
by
felt
his
like
own
Kayak
deadlock
was
trip.
very vulnerable, but
Yeah.
survived.
Almost friendly fire.
Yeah.
Will cause YU's downfall. A crazy turn of events on short towards Tree. Beautiful from Boaster though.
Oh, that's got to be gutting.
Clean up.
That's devastating.
Precise. Unfortunately, Wolves back to square one in terms of the finances.
That string around, Mike, it's staring at me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that blip in the
Oof.
7th, brilliant. It was
Win one,
exciting.
lose the
Not really
next.
chipped
Got to
away
eco
at the
like we said.
finances is the issue. We talked about early on that cushion being there.
Oh, and Kayak spotted this. That's 2. That's the alarm bells ringing, but it's Boaster left alone.
Let's have the paranoia, so again, you've seen him throw it
I mean,
out.
they
time
picked
and
the
time
right
again to try and
site.
slow things down.
Did
Able
they
to TP
they
away
leave?
this time
Ooh,
around.
I tell you what,
Up towards
chat.
Heaven.
Wolves have a
Safety
pretty good
in
go at
numbers
this.
here for Fnatic, but
I know they're eco, but they got a really strong after plant comp.
These post plants, they've been still struggling to hold, right? It's not easy. And the flood coming back through Tree, it looks like. Look at the players getting ready. 3 of them there. Now 4. And that ult is an issue.
Gets rid of
for
the
Wolves. Down on the pistols,
stinger.
down on
That's
the
it.
secondaries. Kayak kicks down the door, takes away Spring. Boaster!
How's he allowed to get away with that?
Just goes for it to turn all the eyes towards him. But 3 still standing, they're still holding on. YU tries it, Juicy now. Last one
Hey,
alive.
not too bad in the
falls
end.
to his knees.
I cannot
Fnatic
believe Boaster's
looking
allowed to
solid
get
in
away with
these
that.
retakes.
I really can't. I guess it's an eco, but Chad, they don't know. I get that you're question marking it, but they haven't heard many of the guns pop off, right? They think it could be a full stinger buy. They had like 3k. Like most of them had like 3,000 plus. Most teams there are stinger light armor.
Recovery factor tested once more. Try and find something in the home stretch.
Yeah, I get why he's losing his mind. There's a couple of rounds where it's like,
I mean, it is.
it's looking okay, and then it falls apart.
Pick, they're getting towards sight. They're pressuring, but then we get towards those back lines and those retakes, and that's just where it falls a bit short.
Yeah.
So now, buy back in play. What's the plan? Lysol's got ult, Spring's got his, one away from CFAT BB. YU a little further off and Juicy a little ways away as well, but trying to work
Okay, so
the map
B
here, but
default,
mid
put
is
the
still
trip
a
down.
problem. Still gonna have Alpha here.
Yeah, ever the threat.
But he can.
In hand once more.
Drone goes
catch him
out.
inside the
Alpha
smoke.
not letting that other round
Dealt
affect
with as
him.
well by Crashies, so
It was nicely done. Crashy shot the drone from far back.
Blair, wait,
I
which point
dare
into the corner.
Uh-oh.
I don't think they fancy that one, actually. Well, they have managed to slip up cap, but I guess at the
Yeah, and we're just dueling over towards short.
have that security there, Mike.
yeah, Boaster. And sent out, actually Kayak finds the backside of that. Juicy will fall.
Ooh.
Spring isolates Alpha yet.
So they still have wall over towards side. So the Vice Util should kind of separate or at least delay this hit by a lot. The great recon.
Gets captured. Taken away YU falls in the
Damn,
meantime.
Boaster, man. Wow, Boaster. How's Boaster done this? TP up the top?
From him to shut down round 10 in quick succession as well.
Show me that replay. Was he up on top of the side? This was just Kayak playing from main, but this was 30 seconds left. On the site, and now where's Boaster here? Yeah, up on top. Completely unawares.
Oh my.
Oh, fantastic work.
Big play.
From the leader of Fnatic. Now a full Shiko from Wolves. You heard it, the tour de force in hand for Alphayer as well. Just a Hunter's Fury to try and swing things back in Wolves' favour.
Oh god. Out of everyone
Dude,
to try and
this
come towards
I feel like I'm.
Oh!
Whoa, that's fast. That's really fast. I was gonna say I feel like I'm seeing a recon kill
This is his
per round at the moment.
There's not much to be said about it, why you can fight the good fight, but
Damn,
Alpha
he's
is not missing.
Dude, that shot was so
Now
fast.
Spring in a 1v4. It feels like they got given just that drop of hope to only have
show me
it
that in
taken away.
real time and then maybe a slow-mo.
Fully in control, Mike.
Last round before the switch.
Mid, oh dude, they fight so heavy at mid, but again, this recon is getting so many scans every single time.
An ult orb here ahead of dying.
Like Crashy's impact in terms of just assists is so good.
That ult cycle just hasn't improved.
Jesus.
The readjustment.
Dude, he turns the flash midway through as well. That's unbelievable. Also, sick replay. We got exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, the panic.
Real time and then slow-mo.
He's charging me down.
Oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. See you next round.
Listening.
And sadly, it feels like Wolves have hit that brick wall. And they won't be the first to feel it, but let's also look
One,
at the
two,
purchase
three
right now.
ops.
Have you noticed something? There's a firing squad.
There's a lot of ops
I've
here.
heard about these days.
And we watch over towards top
Many
middle
days
so that
ago
Alpha
about
can take the angle again. This is a kind of
operators out and
anti-Killjoy
about.
angle.
It's taken a while.
Oi,
And this,
oi, oi, oi. I mean, sometimes you have a sick round, sometimes you look like me. Still good.
far.
Time to jump. I know exactly where.
Gives the neural theft across as well, so going to give a ton of information to Wolves. Maybe a little complacent here in round 12.
Oh,
Nice
Boaster,
shot.
look, it may shock you if you don't see it often,
Got
but
another
he's damn
ult if he
good
wants
for that
it.
operator, switching out for the
Definitely
rifle
keep an
now.
eye on this flank
The
though.
lurk, though,
Yeah, we
while
got a
he was
good luck on
eventually
the go.
away, they can stall out
Luck
enough
against
time.
a double info sentinel? Holy.
And now actually the Hunter's Fury from CUFAT BB.
Yeah, and this can delay even longer as well. How much does he get from the luck?
Get moving on the flank, slowly creeping closer. He has to play this right, and he strikes on the first. Not gonna mince
Oh,
his
that looked like a
words
nice little
here.
transfer.
Spring leans out from main, and complacency, a key word here, Mike, that you said about this. Maybe a small mistake, and that's all it takes.
Four's not
bad.
bad. Four's very doable.
Almost
This
a
comp.
bailout given to Wolves here to find a fourth. Something to stop the momentum potentially from boiling over into the second half.
Holy, in the YouTube chat,
it's a window of
Barris.
chance. It is so
Barris with
slim
10
though, right? You
gifted
are
memberships.
on
Thank you so much, Barris.
ropes
Thanks for
in
doing
this
that, bro. I
one.
appreciate
A
you, mate.
miss from out for a weird purchase. But if you're Wolves, you'll take that. A gift given. And a chance made for them now. But
Everyone in the
only
YouTube
four,
chat,
it's
say
a
thank you to Barris.
long
Thank you, mate.
back. And of course we have a treat for you guys playing along at home. We're going to hand it over to the
Get the
one
slug to
and
do the
only
oil.
Vansili, who's been doing wonderful work with NRG Scuba and Marder.
Vansili here back on the floor. I'm joined now by Mata and by Scuba. Mata over here and Scuba of Team Energy. Toronto, give it up here for Energy. Mata, I know that in different circumstances, you'd have been on this stage playing with Energy, but at least you're here in Masters Toronto. What's it like being here today?
I mean, it's amazing. I love the city. I love the crowd. You guys are fantastic. Like, the energy's crazy in here. I love it.
Homegrown Toronto, give it up to Mata. Scuba, you are also the latest addition now to Energy. You have a chance to prove yourself during split 2 of the VCTs in Americas. Watching this from the sidelines, how eager are you to step on the stage?
I'm so excited, man. I've been waiting so long for a chance to play at an event like this, and
it's honestly a dream come true.
Awesome, and now let's talk about this game. We have now Fnatic versus Wolves, a crazy comp that Fnatic is coming out so far in this tournament, this double Sentinel. What's it like? And Mata, you told me you scrimmed against this composition too, and as a duelist, how do you deal with this double Senti comp?
Well, I mean, from Wolves' perspective, it's definitely hard because they only have Sova, and I think Alfier and Kayak are doing a great job of being like really annoying in mid and kind of making it really hard to clear out these like spots. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to peek Kayak, it's hard to peek Alfier, so you gotta be on point against this team. I think Wolves actually doing good though. Wolves did a good job.
Awesome, and then for you, Scuba,
yeah,
just
might be right.
what are your predictions going into this series? You know, Wolves finally are starting to make a comeback in this series. They're still down a map. Do you think this is going to a map 5?
I think we all want to see a map 5, no?
Do we all want to see a map 5 in Toronto? Indeed we do. Let's toss it back here to the game.
He was too excited to get his words out. Leviosa with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that.
Fnatic to their limits. This half is where we find out if Wolves are within that cut. At 8-4, there's a chance, Mike. The Coinbase Econ report kind of tells you what's been happening. Kron, Alpha, I mean, it's the entirety of the squad doing well. But the question mark becomes, is there still gas in the tank for Wolves, Mike?
Okay, dude, if Wolves get this pistol,
I know.
if Wolves get this pistol,
like I said, don't want to
this
sound
is gonna get
like a broken record.
it's gonna get pretty exciting.
Up against the ropes now, everything to play for, and almost nothing to lose in terms of stepping onto this stage in Toronto. They've given their heart, they're all but one half away now from potentially closing the door on that dream, or a chance to
1-0 on this map.
Push the sunset.
4-3 altogether.
I know a lot of us would want it.
I do.
Yeah, same. Look, there's not often
Whoa! Oh my goodness! I think both these shots were nice. Jesus, everyone's doing it.
Hungry.
Who's next?
Chase it down, but Alpha
2 bullets.
has been devastating. Still does good damage. Backs away. Lysol. Oh!
Whoa!
Banging
Spike
shot.
down mid.
Anything you can do, I can do better. But there's still bodies behind this. Crashies is curious. And that shot
That'll do it.
lethal.
That will do it. Big 2v2.
Now. Spike's still loose. Not committed either side.
Boaster yet to rear his head. Chance to upgrade here. 2 smokes available for them. Wolves, almost a split focus here.
Okay, cool as B. Wait. Yeah.
Utility set up towards B.
they got a camera. They got a camera, but at the same time, he cannot feel comfy to check it.
Real quick.
Like it's just every so often.
30 seconds left.
They're probably going to hear it at one point as well.
Play together on the retake potentially.
Got to be careful with these sight lines though.
I am a bit worried he's drifting.
Yeah, there we go.
Now they know about the camera.
And the camera knows about them.
Bots
There it
2,
is.
you would imagine.
Easy.
Well, hang on.
Wait, Boaster.
There was no support there for a second. Now, luckily for him,
Boaster survives 2
didn't
HP,
fight
goes
back.
over
He
towards
barely
B
gets to
main. It's a
breathe
good
his way
plant
away
though.
from
Crashies
two
recon
HP.
30 seconds. We ain't seen that.
Crashies, the new addition.
Still got 1 shock dart, but again, that recon going to
Boaster
be
is a smoke.
another 20 seconds or so away. Boaster sets up. A little disconnected here.
He had to run. He had to get out of dodge. See if that BB
Forwards,
gonna
great
force that
info.
down the Crashies. Lives. And now time becoming a factor. Boaster's position going to make it difficult. Smoke comes in, allows Crashies.
Recon in 1.
So low. And now the tap for the
What a shot.
And now it's surely
No way. Nicely done. Boaster did so much just by staying alive, to be honest.
the vintage duo knows how to play this one.
The push and pull in full effect here. Crashies, probably the one dictating exactly what.
Smoke? Yeah, the smoke is great.
In the post plant.
Dude, so many insane shots here this round.
And closed out confidently. A 9th on the board for Fnatic.
Let's go, baby! You me, baby! You me! Once again, let's...
And that dynamic duo
Once
that's
again.
shone so many times so far this year.
Okay, give me a rough one for Wolves. Doable still, though.
Could put
Very,
Fnatic
very
in the
doable.
driver's seat here.
Yinzu in pieces, obviously. Classics now. All that Wolves have to try and deny double digits is Fnatic. Heard it from them. They've been eyeing up those finals. They wanted this. Taking risks, rebuilding. The stack. Oh, damn, I didn't even see it. Right, gonna be on red alert though. Again, hell, they can turn flashes like they're
Oh man, the trip.
The
trip slowed all four.
To make it to 10.
The slow field just trapping Wolves, unable to sink their teeth into this setup. Double digits acquired here. And almost a throwaway round for Wolves, just looking for maybe a kill or something to set themselves in motion, but it doesn't come through.
Okay,
Rifles in hand
Odin.
now, CUFAT BB. Oh,
The Odin's out.
Purchased. Boast just going to bring a stinger in here, so protecting that future purchase.
Interesting as well from Fnatic. They used a few defaults.
Oh, deals with the trip. Nice and early here. That's it, flash through.
Okay, late fight over towards B main, but they don't really get too much. Yeah, they didn't push off of the angle.
Get out so quickly.
Rip over towards mid, gets broken by the shock. And we have the wall down over towards A, and I kind of like that early they're punishing this with someone at wine. But looking at the mini-map, it's nice from Fnatic.
He's going to go and commit towards that CT side, or at least he had a glance that way.
They got a TP back of sight. It's going to be a 3-person back of sight hold if the Yoru doesn't go down. Nice shot.
How are you winning that? How are you the one to win that kayak? Just going to have his bell rung at that point. As Alpha fancies a go, and well, yeah, Alpha seems to win these. So, now the pressure on the B site. YU and CUFAT BB going to be forced to try and play out back to the wall. Valorant here.
Oh, no one shot the recon.
Build up towards it. Crashes has a go. Falls a little short. CUFAT BB still trying to be prepared. Delivers bullets into the body of Kron. And now more. Alpha still standing.
Oh,
so
hold up.
A 2v2. And a plant on the cards. The deadly duo still holding. Alpha has been the man to watch here. 2 already in the round, 20 in round 15. Does anyone dare show Boaster? You absolutely.
Oh god! The timing is pretty insane. Whoa! Okay, kind of forgot about Spring. Yeah, we're all focused on Alpha. Pretty much forgot about the best stat guy. I think at least he's at least in top 3 with stats.
Death there. I mean, Boaster also to a degree.
30 seconds left.
Beautifully done. It's why you really need to, I guess, posture up enough to protect CUFAT BB as the second layer.
Ah, great shots. That second one's really fast.
Interesting. Maybe feeling as if Boaster was almost dead to rights in that situation and had to make
his current top 1. What a tournament from him.
Spring unfaltered.
Okay, Alpha with his ult out on this one.
Win the round.
3 people from Wolves come by next.
Got the tour de force.
And they go for the EG.
I like this confidence.
Flash, Recon, Odin. But this time they actually follow it up as well. I don't mind the idea at all. You're trying to make it look like it's just the normal EG strat where you're trying to punish people in this area. And then you push all the way through. It's not a bad idea, but it doesn't work.
I expect YU with this setup to be swinging out, but speaking of swinging, Kayak, there's 1-for-1 here. Deep control now on the back of Lysor's utility.
And I like that Lysor's working behind this too. Like actually pushing out deep towards A main. That's
it's that leapfrog effect, and kind of just closes doors for Fnatic and puts Wolves in a position to rotate effectively, but
I was going to say, like, surely if you're YU, you're feeling very, very strained in this. You were on an island. We saw that CUFAT BB was over towards kind of like tree sort of side, but as it stands, Fnatic are heading back towards.
I mean, Lysor has ult and Gravnet, but he's on his own, and his wall just went down. So Boaster's calling on this one's pretty good. 4-person group over towards short, but the pressure of the wall going down is just passive pressure over towards main.
Could line it up here.
Oh, he hit one at the back.
Been saved.
Yeah,
so now the site's wide
a huge win for Fnatic. It's good calling from Boaster. As soon as that wall goes down, I was watching him on his cam as well. He has an idea of what he wants to do.
Util, yes, but
does it perfectly on the timing.
Almost a freebie to tee this up. Revealing area. Dart's going to go in. Yeah, no connection.
Oh,
no.
didn't even get to save it.
One to find the wall bang.
Hello there.
Oh, for both of you.
11, Mike. It's getting closer now.
Yeah, I mean they got it. They got low by.
It feels like they've hit that brick wall in my mind,
Yeah.
and I'm worried that they don't know what else to do in this regard. They've been a great side, but it feels like they've just started to run out of steam now.
For sure, I think you talk about the pedigree and they have to overcome in the form of Fnatic here. In a best of 5, no less, we're talking about, you know, Wolves coming here, stealing hearts, stealing dreams from other teams.
One hell of a timeout, and maybe they force into this.
I mean, they're the real deal, right? There was a lot of those kind of checkpoints that you go through. You're like, oh, an upset run, how fun. But maybe you can chalk it up to a couple of weird results or people underestimating them. I don't think you can anymore. The way these guys have played has been spectacular.
Sure, I mean, I even said it in the loss. Come away from that series with your head held
Boaster?
high.
No, yeah, he's playing great. He's fragging heavy. His calls have been good.
Now to be even discussing that, but
like so we can ask from him really.
Already trailing by a map in a best of 5.
Been nice.
Yeah.
That reality looming in the background. Here, you're almost looking at conceding 12.
Then it is do or die. Then you got ults coming through for Fnatic. I mean,
okay, I was wondering if they were going to force buy into this.
There's 2 sheriffs.
And
look,
they're having none of it.
Not many
And they're pretty much accepting with this that it's going to go to 12. I was thinking they were going to save enough for the op, but
and maybe there's still something there to be had.
maybe they don't fool you to it. We'll see.
Hell, they guess right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wolves do this all the time as well on their ecos. Insta stack at the beginning.
I guess privy to the fact there could be presence here. Yeah, he's just locked out of this. There's no chance to find a kill ahead of this plant going down. And yes, it will be a full 5v5 in the post, but 4 sheriffs in a classic. This would take a massive fumble from Fnatic to even give them a chance to find a way back in.
Well, there's the first bit of signs of life shown. Plenty of util still to burn through for Fnatic. Not feeling too much of the strain yet. Honestly, Boaster, relax. Let him have a moment, even have a chance. There we go. See if that BB can at least land 1, but it feels like a consolation.
Look at Fnatic's ults as well.
Fnatic looking to try and finish this with a flourish. Oh my god, lovely.
It's a nice shot. With that kill, he gets all though.
Anymore. 3 players, and that ain't gonna work.
Okay, 7 goes at it.
Fnatic, 1 round away from a grand finals. And for Wolves, 1 round away from going home.
So many chances here for Fnatic to draw this out, eventually find just 1 more round. Hunter's Fury here, Neural Theft available for Wolves, but you look to the other side of the scoreboard, you see Alpha sat at 22 and 11 and another operating in hand.
He looked up to see him laughing.
Feeling like they're on the home stretch here.
Could be the final round, couldn't it?
Yeah, and they got great ults though. Okay, earlier trip, and these kind of trips, are honestly a little bit underrated. Online, you're gonna hear this every day. On LAN, you don't hear it getting placed. Obviously, once they go close, they'll hear it. But there's a couple of stuff like this that you can get away with.
Difficult to deal. Yeah, step aside.
I got you.
Let me deal with that for you.
Okay. But Alpha's been given freedom, which scares me.
Yeah, but he gets the trip of early info here, so it's fine to take the jewels and doesn't have to worry about it.
Lysor is here. So is Spring. About 45 seconds. It's been quiet across the map. No early attempts made by Wolves. And fair play. You're up against it now.
Yeah, how do you address this?
Yeah, Sov ult's ready for this one.
Trying to open this round wide open.
There we go, here comes the Sov roll.
Open the site, not an awful lot of presence here. Hunter's Fury to
Dude, he's blocking him. He body blocked him.
There's an answer back though. CFAT BB posts it right back towards Alpha. Spike now cautiously stepping in with 18 seconds. Spring's still here.
He's still
here.
here.
They don't know about Spring. Now they do. The trap gets
Time.
squashed, but still, it's a
Great
3v3,
omen flash.
And it's now at 8 seconds. They need that plant. The temptation to try and deny was there, but
They got
no
drone
one
for
able to
retake.
capitalize. Juicy,
Chronicle late
YU
luck on
and
shot.
CFAT BB, the ones to try and mount this comeback to take this
Yeah,
site
Cypher
back.
goes over towards door because he wants to ult the body that's on the floor here.
She's gonna
And
shoulder.
this Chronicle just insta swing.
Yeah, Chronicle was a late round piece, Lauren.
Plenty to play with. Wolves gonna have to try and do their best, but Bosa takes away
Really
Juicy.
nice from Chronicle.
As well, it's all down to one. CFAT BB, the ones who made people believe in Wolves, now has to face
Boaster was last seen here and he doesn't know
Oh,
if he cancelled his ult or not. He's in a one-way. Okay, very nice for Fnatic. Dude, they're 3-0 on Ascent at the moment. Ascent's looking nice. Okay, Fnatic, Paper X. And Paper X get 2 bans. And they're either going for, they're going for a Haven 100%, and then it's either Ascent or Icebox. And I think that either's fine.
Wolves, man, what a run. Heartbreaking to see it end, but like I said, they've come here to Toronto, and against all odds, delivered a performance to be proud of.
And a performance to be remembered. A lot of people out there would have looked at their regions.
Yeah, dude,
well,
sick run from Wolves. Sick run. Coaches did really good because their read on the meta was nice. They had a lot of new stuff. Some of the anti when they played teams looked pretty good. I like their split a lot. They got a cool split. I mean, Spring had a mad 20. Mad 20. A-list as well. Hello, mate. Hello. Good to see you, bro. Thanks so much for the 37 months, man. Appreciate the tier 1. Thanks for everything.
To a titan like Fnatic.
There they are. The dancers are back. Maybe that's why they're back in finals. I don't know. I'm, yeah, just thinking about that finals now, Mike.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier,
oh boy, here we go. What's the...
Get the goat to Sunday.
All right, King Kayak. King Kayak, is that what we're going for? All right, we're on board.
Good recovery as well from him. We're talking about obviously a youngster coming in here.
Yeah.
Getting him online, have him really standing on his own 2 feet in terms
Dude,
of
banging
his
final though.
performance.
We got a good final, man. Paper X against Fnatic.
Necessarily a concern to see the rest of the series, but
it's pretty cool.
Maybe Lotus just catching Fnatic off guard.
Yeah.
And again, in that regard, all credit to Wolves.
There he is. And we will head down to the Horizon post-match interview once.
Chronicle, yeah, he has a chance to get another. It's going to be very hard for Fnatic. They're not the best at Sunset. They've been perma-banning Pearl.
They can step up to the occasion, Mike.
The good news for Fnatic is they can kind of lean a little bit into Alpha, playing good, and put him on a chamber or something.
It's been a while, but Fnatic are back in another grand final, and so is this man, by the way, Crashies. Crashies 2022 was the glory days, I think, for you. You made many finals back then. What does this one mean to you?
It's really special for me because we're in NA, so it means a lot for me. And to, like I said, do it with my brothers on this team, it means a lot, so I'm happy.
I'm glad you mentioned NA because, you know, you kicked out the NA teams, and now a lot of people, I'm not sure if the people here would agree with me in the venue, but you are NA's last hope. They are supporting you for that reason. Are you willing to take that title and to go forth and represent NA?
I think I am. I'm loving the support that you guys are all giving me, and not just me, but my team as well. We hear you guys every time you guys are supporting us, so I love you all. Shout out to all of you.
It's confirmed, guys, NA's last hope. And before I let you get on your next opponent, there's a bit of revenge. Crashies 2023 Tokyo, you were eliminated by Paper X. I see a little smile. How are you feeling about this rematch?
I've never beaten them in my career, so it's definitely personal for me. I know Boaster and Fnatic have a pretty good history of beating them, so I'm going to rely on them, and yeah, it's pretty personal for me.
Oh, I can't wait to see it, Crashies. Thank you for joining me now. One other person, by the way, I don't know if you guys know the lore of Coach Milan. Yes, he's very tall, 2 meters to be exact. But Coach Milan, you've been in a grand final before, 2021,
Yeah, 2021.
as the analyst of Ascend at Champs, ended up winning. But this has got to be extra special to make it as head coach with your boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. It's my first international event as a head coach. We're doing great. I'm super excited for it, honestly.
In EMEA, we saw you get very emotional to qualify for this event in the first place. So talk me through your emotions right now, knowing that tomorrow you'll be playing a grand final.
I mean, it just means a lot to me to see like how hard everybody's working and that all the effort that we're putting into is like paying off. I think that's why I got a little bit emotional. I think it's something that I had to get out of my system. So I don't know, maybe I'll get emotional tomorrow again if it goes well, but I think ultimately all we will do is our best and the results will be the results.
And since you're the coach, I'm going to ask you a game-related question right now. Best of 5 again tomorrow, but Paper Regs will have the double ban. How is your map pool looking right now? You confident?
I mean, I think we all know what's coming, so I think, yeah, we're prepared. We're prepared for whatever they want to throw at us, and we'll try our best, we'll do our best, and like I said, we are not like results-driven, we're just looking at what we're putting in and not what we're getting out.
All right, super quickly, last minute. I've
a
had
good
a few
answer
of your
from him.
boys help me hype the crowd. I want to see what you got. Milan, go on, help me hype the crowd one more time.
All right. Put your hands up, guys, let's go!
He was like, what do I go for here? Don't you really put him on the
Who would
spot?
have thought we had so many people who know how to hype up the crowd out here in Toronto?
Your job's in danger, man.
I know, right? The career's going to be cut short pretty soon. All right, folks. Well, of course, congratulations to Fnatic as they will be moving on in the competition to our grand finals to face off against Paper X. But for now, we do have to say goodbye.
What's your
to the
Paper X button?
Cinderella
But
story
besides
that
Haven,
everyone fell in love with, Josh. The Wolves
honestly, mate, I
really
think
captured the minds of the
they're
hearts
going
of
to have a rough
everyone here
time
in
on
Masters
Ascent
Toronto.
or
They did. You can tell
Icebox,
the
so
people in the
I
crowd were
don't
rooting for them,
really
but today
mind
they
what
just
they
couldn't
ban,
quite
man.
get it
It's
over
kind of
the
up to
line.
them.
This is a team that's got so much experience
They
just from this run.
will probably get
They
rid
did
of
something
Ascent
that nobody
because
was
they'll
expecting.
they all played in the Sage Icebox era / meta, so they probably feel like comfy playing on site against Sage, I guess.
And I think probably learned a huge amount here. That
So I would guess that they get rid of Ascent, but honestly, it's not like I think it's going to make.
The man himself,
I don't think it's a bad. It's not a bad one if they go for Icebox instead of Ascent.
How was that game for you, man? Because there were some ups, there were some downs, but it definitely felt like they were putting you guys to the task in a few.
No, they get rid of Haven.
I think
They didn't play it, I'm pretty
we
sure.
actually did pretty well.
Yeah.
Like, we performed up to our level, up to our standards, as I believe. Obviously, map 3 was hard, it was tough. Hey, maybe we just got into our heads as well that because it's like 2-0 right now, we need to win now, and like we're gonna do great. And obviously, you start thinking about like, oh my god, I need to win, I can't lose right now. Or I will give
not
them
like
combat.
this, not like
Not
this.
like this. And I mean, obviously, after the map 3, we talked a little bit. We decided to like that we don't care about it. We need to bring the energy up because that's where we were lacking, like for the whole map.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, we did great on map 4.
You've never done a lower bracket run before with Fnatic. Fnatic, when they've got to these kind of positions, have always kind of gone through the top. You've been the best team at the tournament easily in like lock-in and then at Tokyo too. So is there something different about being at risk of elimination the whole time? Because you dropped down instantly with that loss to Gen G.
I mean, it's good that you brought it about lock-in. I mean, it's kind of the same, no? Like, you have only one chance.
Yep.
If you lose the tournament, that's it. So I think it's not much different compared to lock-in. Obviously, we don't have any more chances left, and also, obviously, we are now in Grand Final. That's literally the only last chance to get the trophy, or like play at least well, like where you could be proud of. But, I mean, we don't care.
Yeah.
We just go through.
And look, it seems like you got the young king there, Kayak, who you guys have been really stewarding through this, and he has been clutching up and creating some incredible moments for you guys. Tell us, your experience with Kayak and working with him and now getting up to this point with this young guy.
One of the chillest guys I ever had in my team.
That's
like,
awesome.
And actually, it's pretty impressive because you can trust him. Even in the most stressful moments, he can put up good numbers. It's super good trait especially for a duelist. He's super confident in himself. I know he can do it. And obviously, because we are with him in the team, we are all like great as a team.
Yeah.
We know we can do it together.
Nice. It makes sense that he would be incredibly hungry. It's his first ever global appearance, right? But for you, you've been in these spots so many times. You are the winningest player in Valorant, and you've got a chance at winning a 4th trophy. My question to you, and I suppose for some of the other really experienced players, is how do you keep that hunger? I know that Boaster, for example, has said, like, I just always want, like, one more. What's the mentality to keeping that fierce desire for victory?
I think it's just my will to just play the game at least. Like, I don't care about winning trophies. It's just like a small reward for doing great in the game. But right now, it's just like, for me, like, I want to get as maximum experience as possible. If it means that, like, I need to play all the matches on stage, if it means that, like, sometimes I have to go through, like, maybe some hard points of my career, maybe, like, you know, or maybe hard points of our tournaments as well, because obviously we dropped to lower bracket.
Yeah.
It happens. And obviously, it feels great, you know, like...
So you would say it's more about the journey rather than the destination?
Yes, I mean, it's just all about journey. Like, I'm just going through the matches, getting experience, having fun in the game, having fun with my teammates, and it's good.
Yeah, what is it playing with these guys? I talked to Alfie about it yesterday. He was very keen on mentioning the vibes. The vibes was the big word of the day there. He was saying you guys really keep that positive, and you can tell this does feel different from Fnatic in years prior, where you guys did have a lot of that pressure on your shoulders. And I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked him. Do you feel as if you're, you know, kind of just approaching this with a much more healthier outlook and being a bit, and that positivity, I guess, kind of shining through as a result of that?
I will say yes. Yeah. I think it helps us retain our confidence and you know, stability in the team, because we obviously trust each other. We don't think about it as like we need to have all like our individual pop-off days. Yeah. We all just play together right now as a team. We don't really rely only on our skill, I would say, and it feels great. And obviously, as Alpha said, it's vibes, and like vibes helps us a lot to actually like keep this stability very well. Like I'm not gonna lie, it's one of the funniest and wibiest teams I ever had in my life. So yeah,
you guys look like you're having a ton of fun out there, and that is something that I know we're all just super stoked to see, because it's going to set up.
Mini Dusamanti, he's on holiday at the moment, but honestly,
let's go ahead and show that, because after 12
against Fnatic, he might.
Competition, we are now down.
He might be getting that laptop out.
Final 2 teams. It's PaperX going up against Fnatic Sideshow. This is like an anime, man. It's all come to life. It's crazy.
He's on no, he is on holiday, but he's on holiday with a load of gamers, man, so they'll understand.
The story right now, because you're standing in the way of PaperX and that trophy that's always like one step too far away from them. They've been at that hurdle so many times. I think most people are going to want them to win. I think you're going to have to harness that villain energy in order to deny them it again.
To be fair, I saw my fans just right behind me on the stage. I think it's fine. If you have these fans on the stage, it doesn't matter now. They will still cheer for us.
That's awesome. Great. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, look, so many of the folks who came out to support you guys, cheer you guys
his laptop?
on.
Yeah,
you are going to be going up
tonight.
against PaperX, who are playing some of the best Valorant that we have seen from this squad. Any thoughts regarding the team before we send you out?
I think they're good.
Yeah.
For sure they're good.
Of course.
I mean, if they're top 2, they're good. I think they're playing very aggressive and quite unique style. As we all know, obviously with the addition of Padman, they actually brought some pretty interesting strategic performance. I also know Minio helped them a little bit.
Yeah, he's a little traitor. You got
traitor. But to be fair, I mean, if it means for us that we need to give our best and play at the highest level to win them, to beat them, we'll do that.
You know, I didn't even think about Mini. Poor thing. I know. He's gonna. What jersey he's gonna wear tomorrow? What is he gonna do?
No, he's a full-on traitor at this point.
He's a full-on traitor. He's dedicated.
Yep. He's gonna be wearing the PaperX stuff and booing them as well. I mean, someone needs to go and sort him out.
Hey, Chronicle, I just want to say, man, congratulations. So deserved. You're the GOAT for a reason, man. Much respect to you. And of course, we're looking forward to seeing you guys take the stage against PaperX tomorrow. But folks, make sure you're there bright and early at noon Eastern, because we got a brand new map reveal.
I was about to say this tomorrow. We've got show match, new map. We've seen the mini map, and then now we can kind of just see what it actually looks like in game. And that's gonna be the main thing as well, because we get to see what middle looks like, because there's so many small, well, I say so many, really small chokes on either side, so it's all about middle. So if middle's bad, this map's absolutely wrecked. But let's stay positive. Let's stay positive.
I'm going to get him to a show one day. But guys, thank you so much for watching. Chronicle, thank you so much for joining us up here as well. Congratulations on your victory. But that is going to do it for us here. We'll catch you tomorrow for the grand finals live from Toronto.
How would you define a good middle? I mean, it depends on the rest of the map, but because the rest of the map is like insanely defense-sided, the middle has to be a little easier for the attackers to get out. Otherwise, we're... Otherwise, I don't know, I can see them at least like opening up the choke points. Again, I haven't seen it in-game, but just from looking at the minimap. Wait, when you got A main and B main looking like they are, I don't know, man. If mid's not perfect, then it's probably getting some kind of change. But again, we've got to see what middle's like. And from what I saw, it has the potential of being a good middle. But there's going to be so much mid focus. Okay, chat, give me a streamer to raid. Give me a streamer to raid. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I do appreciate everyone being here. Thank you, thank you. Final tomorrow. Remember, the final itself starts an hour later because we have the show match beforehand. Norlad, thank you so much for the 7 months. Thank you, thank you. Sean? How was the Sean stream yesterday? Is Sean watching CS again? We can raid Sean. Sean's doing CS? Yeah, I mean, it's coming to the end of the major though, so it's a good thing to watch. Why always Sean? Sean's a legend, man. Sean deserves more views than he gets. That's why. Don't say pity raid 2 days in a row. That's crazy behavior from you. Okay, chat. Thank you so much for watching today. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you. I'll see you for the final, okay? Have a good rest of your day. And yeah, I'm excited for it. Make sure you're here for the new map. We'll be able to give our new thoughts on once we finally see what middle's like. But I'm pretty sure I'm just going to say it's a heavily defense-sided map from what we've seen. And then, chat, as well, we get to try out the new map after. So we're going to run around the server. We're going to try some agents, see what I think is going to be good. And yeah, it should be pretty fun. All right, bye, everyone. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, bye, bye. Say hi to Sean for me. Peace, everyone. Peace, peace, peace. Thank you for all the subs today. Thank you, thank you. YouTube chat, thank you so much as well, guys. Sub if you can. It would support me. And I appreciate you all being here. Have a good rest of your day.